Hey everyone, welcome back to WonderGod. Today we will see second part, what if Harry Potter was loved and became the most powerful wizard of his age. Here is short summary. Rescued from the Dursleys by two witches, Harry Potter discovers love and power. Now, the most talented wizard of his generation, he must decide how to face those who wronged him. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to WonderGod and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Now, let's begin the story. Hospital Wing, Hogwarts. Harry awoke with a horrible headache. Welcome back, Mr. Potter. I dare say I'm getting tired of seeing you in here this year. Madame Pomfrey said. Harry reached over and put on his glasses. What happened? He asked. I believe that I can answer that, Mr. Potter. Harry turned his head towards the hospital entrance in time to see Tonks, Draco, Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape striding into the hospital wing. How did I get here, sir? The last thing I remember, I was being attacked by some centaurs. Harry said. Yes, I have spoken to Bane about his actions, Mr. Potter, and he assures me that it was an honest mistake. It appears that whatever was attacking and killing the unicorns had a certain smell to it. Ms. Tonks informed us that you were involved in an altercation with the creature when it went to attack Mr. Malfoy. I believe that being in such a close proximity to the creature left its smell on you for a moment. The centaurs recognized it and attacked you. Dumbledore said. Bloody horses with weapons. Harry muttered. Tonks and Draco had to stifle their laughter as McGonagall and Dumbledore looked at Harry disapprovingly. Mr. Potter, I never should have allowed that sort of detention in the first place. When Hagrid asked for some help, I just told Filch to take a group of students who had detention. I didn't think that he would have chosen several first years and a second year. Dumbledore said. It's fine, sir. I'm still here and there is no damage. Wait, how long was I out? I didn't miss the last Quidditch game, did I? Oh, Merlin Flint will kill me. Harry shouted. Dumbledore chuckled deeply. Relax, Harry, you've only been unconscious 14 hours. I dare say that you still have plenty of time before your final Quidditch game. You were correct about Mr. Flint though. I think the entire school heard him cursing at breakfast when he found out you had been attacked by centaurs during detention. The school year was coming to a close at Hogwarts, and that meant three things to the students: Quidditch Cup, finals, and summer. Harry only cared about one of those things, the Quidditch Cup. Harry was not overly worried about his end-of-term exams. He knew he would be getting top marks in Transfiguration, Charms, and probably Defense. Potions wasn't going to be overly difficult. Draco was probably the best in the class and he had designed a perfect study guide for him. Besides, if he brought the cup home to Slytherin, Snape might be a bit more lenient with him. Harry figured that he would have very good marks in both herbology and astronomy while he probably would be failing history of magic. One thing was for certain, Harry was not going to be running around freaking out like that idiot Hermione Granger. The girl was officially having a nervous breakdown. She even had the gall to ask him for his notes in Transfiguration. Harry remembered how he smirked and handed them to the girl. 3 hours later, she had to return them because she couldn't understand the concepts he was talking about. Of course, she just told him that she found someone with better notes. Harry actually laughed in her face at that blatant lie. He knew he had the best notes in Transfiguration and Charms. Hell, McGonagall and Flitwick made certain that he did, but they also made sure that he dived fully into the theory, unlike the basic stuff that they taught to first years. Truthfully, for the first time, Harry and Draco saw what Hermione and Tonks saw in each other during the last month of school. The two of them were constantly in the library studying for their tests religiously. Tonks had gone completely Ravenclaw on them in a night. Harry never saw her without at least one textbook, even when she ate with them at dinner. Draco was taking the final month of school more like Harry. Well, not that he really had a choice. Flint had managed to get Snape to book the pitch an astounding 5 days a week with a double practice on Saturday. Draco thought that the double practice on Saturday was Flint's way of getting Harry an extra practice since he didn't have McGonagall or Flitwick's lessons on Saturday. Harry felt terribly bad for the fifth years Bull and Derek, who were going to most certainly be failing their owls because of Flint's insane practice schedule. Draco, like Harry, was already sure about what classes he'd be doing well in, so studying wasn't high on his priorities. Draco was certain that he'd be tops in potions as well as second to Harry in defense and transfiguration. Draco was decent at charms, herbology and astronomy, and like Harry would be failing history of magic. Harry's private lessons with McGonagall and Flitwick were finally starting to get really interesting. McGonagall had him working at a near breakneck pace to get him halfway through second-year transfiguration before school let out. She had even extended their lessons past curfew the last 3 times just to ensure that he had mastered inanimate object transfiguration. So far, Harry had no real difficulty with the subject matter. However, when McGonagall cancelled their lessons during his fight with Tonks, they fell behind schedule. Flitwick though was the exact opposite of McGonagall, and he was taking it very easy on Harry these last few weeks. Flitwick claimed that Harry was already well past where he thought Harry was going to be the end of the year. When Harry disagreed and brought up the fact that he was still nowhere near able to animate a snitch, Flitwick actually laughed and told him that there weren't many 7th years that could do animation well enough to make a snitch. At seeing the shocked and hurt look on Harry's face, Flitwick explained that he was simply trying to motivate him. When he saw how truly down his student looked, Flitwick took out a golf ball and animated it with wings and gave it to Harry, who smiled and thanked his professor. After accepting his goal of animating a snitch wasn't going to happen for a while, Harry realized just how well he was doing in charms. He had managed to fully animate a small plastic toy soldier, much to Flitwick's delight. During their last lesson, Flitwick had actually challenged Harry's soldier to a fight to the death against his own. What followed was fierce animation battle between several soldiers. When they were finished, the limbs of several plastic soldiers were littering Flitwick's desk. Even though Flitwick's soldiers relentlessly slaughtered his own, it was still the most fun Harry had ever had in charms. The only regret Harry did have about the school year was not following up with Quirrell about finding out more about Dumbledore. Somehow in the mess of making up with Tonks over Christmas, finding out information about his headmaster sort of slipped his mind. Harry thought about going to talk with Quirrell again before the last Quidditch match, but remembered that Quirrell didn't seem to know a lot about Dumbledore's granddaughter anyway. The day of the final Quidditch game for Slytherin finally came, and Harry was incredibly excited. Slytherin hadn't won the cup for the last 7 years. The fact that they would be playing the Ravenclaws, the previous champions, made the game even more important. While they had completely crushed Hufflepuff and all but guaranteed winning the cup by points if it came to that, Flint wanted a perfect season. "Are you ready?" Harry asked Draco as the two of them stood up to tremendous applause at the Slytherin table. "You know it," Draco said with a grin. "Good luck you two," Tonks shouted above the cheering Slytherins. She was decked out in Slytherin green including her hair, which was silver with green streaks in it. She would be sitting with Blaise, Susan, and Hannah in the Slytherin stands. "So nervous?" Harry asked as he and Draco walked down to the changing rooms. "A little. Father was so proud of me after last game. I don't want to bollocks this one up, especially with the cup on the line," Draco admitted. "Don't worry about it, Ravenclaw is terrible this year. Their reign at the top is over, and our dynasty is about to begin. Think about it, Draco, we have a shot to win the cup for 7 straight years," Harry said with a grin, which Draco returned. "That'd be something. I don't think it's ever actually been done before," Draco said with a grin. The two boys entered the changing room where Flint was smoking out of a pipe and looked like he was on a dozen pepper-up potions. "Finally. It's about time you get here. Everyone else has been here for at least," he checked his watch, 5 minutes. "Now get changed." Draco and Harry grinned at Flint's ridiculous nerves. They quickly changed and joined the rest of the team in their bright green uniforms. "All right you lot. This is it. This is what I've waited 5 years for. Slytherin hasn't won the bloody cup in years. This is our time. Those bloody fucking Ravenclaws are nothing. Bull, Derek, I want you to make them bleed. I want their bloody heads on a pike next to Professor Snape's office. Malfoy, you're the fastest and most agile chaser we've got, so you're going to be taking point. I want you to frustrate the hell out of those bookworms. Warrington, you will stop every single shot. Potter, you will catch that bloody snitch. I don't care if you have to jump off your broom from 500 feet. You will catch that snitch. Now who are we?" Flint screamed. "Slytherin." Everyone yelled. "Damn right. Let's go," Flint said as he picked up his broom. Harry and Draco followed Flint out of the changing room and they heard Lee Jordan's magically enhanced voice. Welcome witches and wizards to today's Quidditch match between the Snakes of Slytherin vs the Eagles of Ravenclaw. The Slytherin team will be able to clinch the cup today with a win. The standings for this year's cup are as follows. In first place with a record of 2 wins and no loses are the Slytherins. Harry did his best to tune out Jordan. Harry didn't care much for the Gryffindor announcer. Besides, he was far too focused on the game. He wanted to end the match quick today. He wanted to hoist the cup and celebrate. So when Flint signaled for the team to land to prepare for the start of the game, Harry felt that it was about time. Flint shook the hand of the Ravenclaw captain and Madame Hooch's whistle announced the start of the game. Harry immediately started to search for the snitch. He noticed the Ravenclaw seeker, Cho Chang, marking him very tightly. He decided to try a maneuver that Draco told him about. He flew up very high above the pitch and started to look around intensely. He then rocketed off towards the Ravenclaw goal post. He went fast enough so that it looked like he had seen that snitch. He looked behind him and saw the Chong was racing after him. He heard Lee Jordan announce that he had seen the snitch. When he got to one of the Ravenclaw goals, he made several jerking movements to make it appear that the snitch was moving around erratically. He then went on a straight vertical dive. He went fast enough so that Chong was only a few feet behind him. As he neared the ground, Harry extended his right arm as if reaching for the snitch. Chong instinctively pushed her broom even hard to try to block him. When he was about 10 feet from the ground, Harry put his hand back on his broom and pulled up with every ounce of strength he had. He managed to pull up just inches from the ground. Chong was not as fortunate as she plowed into the hard pitch going full speed. Madame Hooch whistled an injury timeout as Lee Jordan called Harry all sorts of terrible names for his treachery. His voice though was drowned out by the resounding cheers from the Slytherin section. Madame Hooch signaled the Ravenclaw captain over. Harry watched as the Ravenclaw captain swore and made all sorts of angry hand gestures before Madame Hooch told him to get back on his broom. A few moments later, Cho was being levitated to the hospital wing by Professor Flitwick, and Lee Jordan announced that Ravenclaw did not have a reserve seeker on their roster. The Slytherin cheers were almost deafening. In one move, Harry had made sure that only he could end the game. The Ravenclaws didn't dare try to take him out now lest they be willing to play till their seeker recovered. Madame Hooch signaled for the game to continue, but everyone knew it was already over. Draco, Flint, and Pusey were dominating the Ravenclaw chasers who had seemingly lost all hope at victory. The score was 110-40 when Harry saw the snitch floating some 20 feet below the Slytherin goal post. He flew over and snatched it out of the air without any trouble at all. The Slytherin stands exploded with applause as Harry did a victory lap before landing at the center of the pitch for the cup presentation. When Harry landed, he was mugged by the entire team. That was awesome. No one would ever suspect a first year to pull the Winsky feint. Draco screamed. I would have to agree. Excellent flying, Mr. Potter, Snape said with a huge grin plastered all over his face. The sight of the most feared teacher in the school grinning like mad caused the entire Slytherin team to stare in shock. Only Professor Dumbledore's voice seemed to refocus everyone's attention. It is my distinct honor to give the Hogwarts Quidditch Cup to this year's champions. Slytherin House, Dumbledore said as he handed the cup to Professor Snape, who accepted it with a massive grin. Slytherin Common Room. The party started as soon as the team made it back to the common room. Harry, who had never been to a Quidditch victory party, was stunned at how insane it really was. The entire common room was filled with food and drinks. Clearly someone knew where the kitchen was. Several older students offered Draco and him some butterbeer, which they gladly accepted. It was the best tasting thing Harry had ever had. Flint was offering Draco something a little bit stronger later that night when Professor Snape entered the common room. I don't think my godson needs any fire whiskey, Mr. Flint, Snape said. Several people stopped and looked at Draco in shock. Harry was also surprised. Not once during the entire year had Snape mentioned that Draco was his godson, but here he was admitting it to the entire common room. Sorry sir, but we are out of butterbeer," and he mentioned he was thirsty. Flint said sheepishly. So go down to the kitchens and get some more butterbeer, Snape said. Several students turned to look at him in shock. It was close to 11 o'clock, 2 hours past curfew. Sir, are you aware of what time it is? Flint asked hesitantly. Of course I am, man. But are you Slytherins or not? Are you honestly telling me that you aren't able to get to the kitchens and back without getting into any trouble? Snape asked. Sorry sir, of course sir. Flint said. Potter, do you know where the kitchens are? Snape asked. No sir, I don't. Harry asked. Go to the portrait of the giant fruit bowl on the 3rd floor, and tickle the pear. That is the entrance to the kitchens. Bring back enough butterbeer for everyone, and don't get caught. Snape said. Harry's eyes bulged out of his head along with most the other Slytherins. What? Are you too much of a big shot after your Quidditch win to get the common room some butterbeer, Potter? Snape asked darkly. No sir. 3rd floor, got it. I'll be back. Draco take Salazar, Harry said, handing Salazar over to an apprehensive Draco. As Harry exited the common room still trying to figure out what had just happened, he came to only one logical conclusion. Snape had to have been drunk. Harry shifted into his shadow form once he was far enough away from the common room. He quickly ascended the stairs to the 3rd floor. He was about to turn the corner to where Snape had said the kitchens were when he stopped. He swore he just saw someone enter the room with the giant 3-headed dog. Harry shook himself and continued towards the kitchens. Harry arrived at the portrait Snape had mentioned and tickled the pear. The portrait actually giggled before it swung open. Harry stepped into the room and gasped. Running around everywhere were hundreds of house elves. When the portrait closed, all the elves in the room stopped and looked at him with wide eyes. Harry was about to apologize for bothering them when 8 elves ran over to him. What can we get for the young master? The elves asked quickly. Would you like some food? An elf asked. Some tea. Another asked. Perhaps some biscuits. Yet another asked. Deciding to file away this place for next year, Harry smiled and said, actually there is a party in the Slytherin common room. We've run out of butterbeer. Do you think you could go down there and bring more? Harry asked. Oh yes young sir, we will do that right away. The elves said as several of them ran off. Well thank you. I guess I'll be heading out. Harry said. Are you sure you do not want anything? The elf asked. The smell of freshly baked rolls filtered through the air and Harry grinned. I wouldn't mind one of those rolls. Harry said. Soon one roll led to a bottle of butterbeer which led to a small chicken sandwich. Needless to say, Harry left the kitchens very satisfied 30 minutes later. Harry was about to shift into his shadow form when he heard someone say, You are sure that Ron said he was going into the room with the 3-headed dog? Why, yes, I tried to stop him, but he kept saying something about stopping Snape from getting the stone. Granger went with him, she put that blasted body bind on me. Harry walked around the corner and raised an eyebrow when he saw Tonks and Neville standing near the door that led to the 3-headed dog. Tonks, what are you doing here? Harry asked as he walked towards them. Harry, what are you doing here? Tonks shouted. Not so loud damn it. It's past curfew. Harry hissed. Well what are you doing here? Tonks asked again. We ran out of butterbeer in the Slytherin common room. They sent me to get more from the kitchens. Harry said. Wait, the kitchens are up here. Tonks asked. Yay, but don't change the subject. What the hell are you and Longbottom doing up here? And what's this about Weasley going through that door? There is a bloody Cerberus in there, Harry said as he pointed to the door at the end of the corridor. You know about the dog. How? Neville hissed. The question should be how do you know about it? Harry asked. Ron and I hid from Filch in there the night Draco and you challenged us to a duel. Neville said. Okay, so why would he want to go in there, and what's this about Granger? Harry asked. Well, Ron was acting weird all day. After he came back from the Quidditch game, he actually started to panic when he couldn't find Snape. He was looking for him till curfew. Hermione and him seemed to think that Snape was trying to steal something. Neville said. That's stupid. Snape's drunk in the Slytherin common room. Harry said. He's drunk. Tonks said in shock. Well, he'd have to be to tell me where the kitchens are and to get more butterbeer 2 hours past curfew. Now Granger and Weasley went under the trapdoor, I take it. Harry asked. Yay, looks like it. I don't know how they figured out how to get past the dog, but I found Neville in a full body bind 30 minutes ago in the Gryffindor common room. Tonks said. Weasley is a bloody idiot, I swear to Merlin. I say let them both kill themselves. I mean there is no way that Dumbledore is protecting something using only a bloody dog. There have to be a ton of enchantment and things under that trap door. Harry said. Yay, that's what we thought, but they are still down there. I'm so worried about Hermione, Harry. Tonks said. Well, they made their bed, Let them lie in it, I say," Harry said as he started to walk away. He got about 5 steps before Tonks grabbed his arm. "Harry, can you go get her? Please. Just see if she's alright. If she's hurt you can make it out using your..." "Tonks," Harry hissed, looking at Neville. "Sorry, but please Harry, I don't want anything bad to happen to her," Tonks said as a tear fell from her face. "Why Tonks? Why should I care about her?" Harry asked. "Because she's my friend, Harry, please," Tonks said as more tears started to fall. Harry sighed. "Okay, I'll go, but you two are going right to Dumbledore or McGonagall and telling them where we are. Got it? If she's hurt, I'll do my best to help her," Harry said. "Harry, that dog could kill you," Neville said weakly. "I'm not worried about the dog, Neville. I already know about that. I'm worried about what is under that trap door," Harry said as he walked down the hallway and opened the door. The first thing that Harry noticed was that the 3-headed dog was asleep, and that a harp was playing itself. Harry walked around the dog hoping to avoid waking it. He opened the trap door and much to his relief it was pitch black. He shifted into his shadow form and followed the wall downward. When he got to the base of the wall, he noticed that there was something moving on the floor. "What the hell is that? I'm glad I didn't land in that stuff." Harry looked around the moving plant, which he eventually recognized as Devil's Snare. Harry was glad that he didn't see Hermione's body strangled to death. Weasley, well, he couldn't give a damn about. He followed the hallway still in his shadow form until he reached a room with thousands of flying keys. The room wasn't dark enough for him to maintain his shadow form, and he dropped back to the physical realm. He walked over to the door and noticed that it was locked. Just great, which key is it? How the hell did a pair of idiots like Weasley and Granger even get this far? Harry noticed a pair of school brooms sitting in the corner, but smirked when he saw a key that was barely able to fly from 2 broken wings. The key was flying a few feet lower than the rest and Harry mounted the broom and snatched it easily. As soon as he took the key though, all the other keys went ballistic and started to attack him. Harry threw his hands over his face and raced towards the door. He pushed the key into the door and turned the handle. Harry stepped into the next room and gasped. He was staring at the largest chest set he had ever seen. The white pieces all turned to him when he entered the room. Harry was horrendous at chess, so he grinned like mad when he noticed how poorly lit the room was. In fact, the only light coming from the entire room was from a single levitating torch in the center of the chest set. I bet they did that to make it harder to see the black pieces. If you can't see where your opponent is, it's harder to defeat them. Harry shifted into the shadow realm and just bypassed the entire task by racing around the walls. He was pleased the next door had a gap under it to let him pass into the next room. As soon as Harry passed into the next room though, he was ripped from the shadow realm as the room was very brightly lit. He let out a yelp of pain followed by a gasp as he saw a massive mountain troll that was lying dead on the ground in front of him. Harry just shook his head. How the bloody hell did Weasley and Granger do that to a troll that size? As Harry walked past the troll, he noticed the next room was blocked off by a pillar of blue fire. Harry pushed the troll's club into the fire and then withdrew it. He noticed that there was no scorch mark on the troll's club. Harry took a deep breath and then stepped through the fire. He was rather surprised that it didn't burn at all. When he entered the room, the first thing he saw was Weasley walking towards him. "Potter, I should have known that you'd be here to help Snape steal the stone," Ron yelled as he drew his wand. Harry took out his own wand and shouted, "Expelliarmus." The disarming spell struck Weasley in the chest and he flew backwards into the wall. Harry snatched his wand out of the air and smirked. "Okay, first of all Weasley, I'm not here to steal any bloody stone. Now where is Granger? I need to get her and get out of here," Harry said sharply. "You are a lying bastard, Potter. I'm not going to help you," Ron yelled. Harry felt his rage start to boil over at the idiotic boy. He didn't even want to be in this godforsaken place. "Listen up, you idiot." Tonks found Neville and released the body bind on him. "She asked me to come here and make sure Hermione isn't hurt. Dumbledore will be here in a few minutes hopefully, so just tell me where Granger is," Harry yelled. "I don't believe you," Ron said indignantly. Whatever was left of Harry's temper officially dissipated. "Diffindo," Harry yelled, pointing his wand at Weasley's chest. His cutting spell shot out and hit Weasley directly in his chest, causing Ron to let out a shriek of pain. "Tell me where Granger is, you bloody idiot," Harry yelled. GG, go to hell. Ron said. Defendo. Harry shouted again, this time pointing it at Weasley's leg. The spell struck him in the thigh as Weasley screamed again. Next one is going to take off your bits. Now where is she? Harry threatened. She went through the other fire. She drank the littlest potion bottle and just walked through the black fire. She told me to drink another one of the potions to go out the other way, but I forgot which one it was. Ron said quickly. Harry snorted. You really are a bloody idiot, Weasley. Harry said as he turned away from the boy and found the smallest potion bottle. There wasn't much left of the potion. He quickly drank whatever was left and ran through the black fire. The first thing that Harry realized when he entered the next room was that it was a lot bigger than the room that he had last been in. The other thing he noticed was Hermione on the ground, blood flowing from her head. And sighed. Damn, Tonks is going to kill me. Harry swore as he started to walk forward. Ah, Mr. Potter. I never thought I'd see you here tonight. The Quidditch victory party ended early, did it? Harry whirled around and his eyes widened when he saw Quirrell smirking at him as he stood next to an all-too-familiar mirror. Professor Quirrell, what are you doing here? Harry asked in shock. I am here to get the stone for my master, Potter. What exactly are you doing here? Quirrell asked. Harry just numbly pointed to Hermione. The mudblood. Mr. Potter, I was of the impression you didn't care much for their kind. Quirrell asked. I don't. I'm here because Tonks does care about what happens to that one. Harry said, pointing to Hermione. Ah, yes, Ms. Tonks, a half-blood. Interesting company you seem to keep, Mr. Potter. Too bad that you have to die. Quirrell said as he raised his wand. Harry drew his own wand, but was shocked to see Quirrell fall to the floor in agony. Harry's confusion was only compounded when Quirrell started to scream. I'm sorry, Master. I forgot myself, please, mercy. Quirrell yelled. Harry's eyes rose slight when he heard another voice answer Quirrell. Let me speak to him. No, Master, you aren't strong enough. Quirrell said weakly. Let me speak. The voice said louder. Harry was still trying to figure out what was happening. Quirrell was trying to get some stone to give to his master. Who is his master? And where the hell was that other voice coming from? Harry watched as Quirrell slowly took off his turban. When the entire turban was off his head, Quirrell turned around. Harry wanted to scream when he saw a face in the back of Quirrell's head. Harry Potter. The head said. Harry instantly recognized that the thing or person in the back of Quirrell's head had just spoken in Parseltongue. Who are you? Harry asked quickly. The face just smiled. You know who I am, Harry Potter. After all, I tried to kill you and gave you that scar. Harry gasped and took a step back. Voldemort. Correct, Harry Potter. Do you SSSSEE what I have become? The curse that SSS should have killed me, could not. Instead I was as ripped from my body. Unicorn blood has SS strengthened me though. When I have the SSS stone, I SSSS Hall return. Voldemort said. Harry was still trying to grasp the fact that his parents' murderer was still somehow alive, and was the same person who he saw drinking the unicorn's blood, but all that came out of his mouth was, what ISSS this bloody SS stone everyone wants. Harry was shocked to see Voldemort chuckle and revert to English. The Philosopher's Stone, Mr. Potter. It will turn any object into pure gold as well as produce the elixir of life, making the drinker immortal. Harry gasped. Merlin. You intrigue me, Harry Potter. Voldemort said, reverting to Parseltongue. What do you mean? Harry asked. I could have killed you SSSO easily this year. While you played Quidditch, or that time in the forest, but you intrigue me so very much. You are a Parseltongue. You are in S's Slytherin. I still haven't quite figured out that little trick you did to get the drop on me in the forest, and finally you have no qualms about protecting your SS secrets SSS. Essentially, you remind me of me. Voldemort hissed. ISSS that why you made me your heir? Harry asked. Harry noted that Voldemort's face seemed to show only absolute confusion. What do you mean? I did not name you my heir. Voldemort hissed. Lucius Malfoy SS said you were the last heir of SS's Slytherin. I had a blood purity test performed on me, and it SS said I was as the magical heir of S's Slytherin. Harry hissed. Voldemort looked confused for a second before a smile broke on his face. Of course it ISSSSSSOSSS simple. The failed curse. You must have received SSS some of my powers SSS when it failed. That ISSSSY you are a parseltongue, in my air. Voldemort hissed, a smile on his lips. SSSSO, it was as an accident. Harry hissed menacingly. Yes, but you are SS still my heir. Tell me, does Dumbledore know? Voldemort smirked. No. Harry shouted in English. Voldemort laughed at Harry's reaction. So much like me, you ALSSSO do not trust the headmaster. That is why you shouldn't. He will only offer you empty promises and half-truth SSS. Voldemort hissed. I don't trust him because he made me live with the Dursleys after you murdered my parents' SS. Harry hissed darkly. I do apologize for your parents' SSS deaths. They refused to join me and tried to kill me and my followers. I could not let that go unpunished. Voldemort hissed. I understand why you killed them. I don't know why they ever cared about Muggles SS. Muggles are filth. I will kill the Dursleys SSS someday. Harry started to rant before he could stop himself. Dursleys. Voldemort hissed curiously. Harry hesitated for a moment and Voldemort's red eyes burned bright. I take it your relatives SS did not treat you well. Voldemort hissed with a smirk. Harry was shocked that Voldemort was able to figure it out. No, they did not. Harry hissed. We are very much alike, Harry. IALSSSO grew up with Muggles although in an orphanage. I begged Dumbledore every year at Hogwarts SS to SS stay during the SSS summer, and he always SSS refused. When I returned to the orphanage, the other boys SS would try to harm me. Voldemort hissed darkly. It was as you. You are the one who told me everything about Dumbledore. Harry hissed in realization. You are very quick young SS serpent. Yes, it was as I possessing Quirrell. Why do you have SS such an interest ST in the old headmaster? Voldemort asked curiously. No reason, we are both transfiguration gifted. Harry hissed quickly. Yes, you have many talents SS Harry, but your lying needs SS work. Why are you SSSO interested in Dumbledore? Voldemort asked again. This time Quirrell's body took a step backwards, bringing Voldemort's face closer to Harry's. Harry was frantically trying to think of a better lie. He ISSS your great-great-grandfather, how very interesting. He ISSS your blood yet he left you to SS stay with Muggles. He SS seeks SS to control you, Harry. He will try to manipulate you by giving you a SSS small taste of freedom, but his goal is to make you reliant on him. He ISSSS cruel, Harry. I would never treat you SSSSO poorly. Voldemort hissed. You tried to kill me. Harry hissed defiantly. How long would you have lived after I killed your parents SS, Harry? Your house was as falling down around you from the battle I had with your mother and father. You had no one willing to take you in, obviously as you were SS sent to live with Muggles. You would have SS starved to death. The Avada Kedavra was as quick and merciful. Besides, can you honestly SSSSAY that your life at your relatives' SSS was as better than death? Harry froze. He had never thought about it like that. When he found out about how Voldemort killed his parents, he always wanted to know why he tried to kill him. Mercy. He was showing me mercy. Was it? I mean, someone had to have found me after the curse deflected, so someone had to have cared, right? But then Dumbledore took me to the Dursley. Why would he do that if he really cared about me? Voldemort's right, death would have been better than the Dursleys, at least then I would have been with my parents. So now you understand. Now you understand why I tried to kill you. Voldemort asked with a smile. Harry just nodded his head. He couldn't deny the logic that Voldemort's presented. So now, Harry, will you help me get the SS stone? Voldemort asked. What? Oh, the SS stone, or why don't you already have it? The TAS SKSSS were SSSSOSS simple. Harry asked. Dumbledore never does anything SSS simple. All those little things were just to SS stall for time. I believe he had an alarm on the trapdoor to alert him of SS someone entering. The real challenge ISSS this mirror. Now what do you know about it? Voldemort demanded. Harry took a step back away from the mirror. I will not look into the mirror. Voldemort looked perplexed for a moment. Why not? Because of what it will SS show me. That mirror SS shows SSR greatest street Desiree's SSS, and I cannot SS stand to look at SS something that cannot happen. Harry said quickly. Ah, your parents SS. Voldemort said. Harry just nodded sadly. USSS should not miss them, Harry. They fought for people that treated you horrible. Voldemort hissed. I. Harry said. Harry, I believe we can help each other. Voldemort hissed as a smile crossed his face. What do you mean? Harry asked. I need the SS stone, but cannot get it. You can look into the mirror, but are afraid too. I can help you to overcome your fear. In return, you will get me the SS stone. Voldemort hissed joyfully. I don't. Imperio. Harry couldn't dodge the curse. Voldemort was too close to him already. The curse struck him in the head, but Harry felt no ill effects. It was like soaking into a warm bath. Get the stone from the mirror. A voice called out in his mind. Why? Why shouldn't you? I don't like that mirror, I don't want to see my parents. Who cares about that? Let's just get the stone and then we can break the mirror. Yes, that's a good idea. Harry walked over to the gigantic mirror. Once again he saw himself standing in front of his loved ones. They were waving to him. Tonks was key, dotting him on the cheek again. What do you see? The voice demanded. I see myself and the people I love. Harry replied. What about the stone? I don't see a stone. Harry said numbly. There was a sudden crashing sound from behind him. I should see what that is, it could be important. You could, but why? Good point. What should I do then? Just standing here doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. Well, what else would you be doing besides standing here? I don't know, I should probably be checking on Hermione. Why? She's just a stupid mudblood after all. But Tonks wanted me to make sure she was okay. And if Weasley hadn't delayed you, you might have been able to help her. This is his fault. You have done nothing wrong. You're right. I did everything right. Tonks can't be mad at me. Harry attacked Dumbledore. A powerful voice hissed in his head. Harry turned around and looked at the strangest sight he'd ever seen. Dumbledore had his wand pointed at the back of Professor Quirrell's head. For some reason this bothered him a lot. Dumbledore made you live with those muggles, make him pay. The powerful voice hissed again. Harry raised his wand and shouted, Defendo. The cutting curse shot out of his wand and struck the old professor in the shoulder. Harry watched as Dumbledore whirled around to face him. Harry, fight him, Dumbledore shouted. Harry, kill him, you know the words SS. Think about all the pain the Dursleys did to you and then SSSSAY the words SS. The hissing voice said again. Suddenly, Harry thought about all the times his uncle had beat him and shoved him in his cupboard with no food. All the times Dudley and his gang had punched, kicked, and hit him with rocks. He thought about all the times Aunt Petunia yelled at him for being a freak. All the times his Aunt Marge had called his parents low-life degenerates. All the pain was beginning to overwhelm him as he relived all the horrible things that the Dursleys had done to him. Harry looked up at Dumbledore, and at that moment all Harry wanted was revenge. It was Dumbledore who forced him to live with the Dursleys, it was Dumbledore who never checked up on him, and it was Dumbledore who was to blame for 10 years of hell. Harry quickly raised his wand. Avada Kedavra, Harry said as he put all his hatred and pain into the spell. Dumbledore's eyes widened as the bright green light rocketed out of Harry's wand. It was about to strike when Dumbledore ducked and yelled, Expelliarmus. Dumbledore's spell smashed into Harry with such force that it caused him to fly backwards at a breakneck speed, and slam into the giant mirror. Harry's momentum caused the mirror to completely shatter. Harry felt a terrible pain as the pieces of glass struck him in the back and neck. He felt like a fog was being lifted from his mind, but as the world got clearer, the more pain he was in. Harry felt blood gushing out of his back and neck. He was getting cold. He could feel himself slipping away. He heard a horrible scream and then he blacked out. Harry looked around. Where was he? Everything was completely black. He tried to tap into his Shadow Mage talents, but they didn't work. He looked around. What was this place? Hello? Harry called only to hear his own voice echo all around him. Harry saw a snitch flying above him. He jumped up to catch it, but it was too high. I need a broom, Harry thought out loud. A broom materialized next to him. Harry smiled and took off after the snitch. It seemed though that no matter how high or fast he flew, the snitch kept flying higher and remained of reach. Getting upset, Harry pushed his broom as fast as he could. He was about to grab the snitch when his eyes opened and he took a deep breath. Mr. Potter, can you hear me? Harry's head was spinning. What happened to the snitch? Harry asked. Harry, thank Merlin you're all right. A girl yelled. Harry just felt like going back to sleep, he was exhausted. Harry, we brought you Salazar. Another voice said. Master, are you okay? A familiar hissing asked. Harry, can you say anything? A concerned voice asked. What happened to the snitch? I almost had it. Harry said. He's delirious, Headmaster, said an unfriendly voice. Harry, do you remember going after the stone? Do you remember what happened? A sympathetic voice asked. Suddenly hundreds of memories started to assault him. Stone. Immortality. Yay, Voldemort wanted it. We talked. He really isn't as bad as everyone says. He can talk to snakes too, you know. Harry said before passing out again as everyone in the room gasped loudly. Harry woke up in the hospital wing some time later. Master, you have finally awoken. Harry looked down. Coiled in a ball on his stomach was Salazar. Hello Salazar. How long have I been unconscious? Harry asked. 2 days. You and the Muggleborn you dislike have both been asleep for some time. Salazar hissed. Harry turned his head and only then noticed a few people standing around a bed talking loudly. He saw Professor McGonagall talking very adamantly with the 2 older people. They were now starting to yell and Harry couldn't help but hear their conversation. No, Hermione will not be staying in this school. The headmaster told us she could have died. He said she lost most the blood in her body. Emma and I will be pulling her out immediately. An angry man shouted. Mr. Granger, please, what happened was a very rare occurrence. The room your daughter entered was completely off limits. The headmasters warned all the students that it was dangerous and should not have been entered at any cost. McGonagall said quickly. Then why was my little girl in there? Another boy came by and told us that she was really scared the night she went after that stone thing. He said she cursed him to get to that room. I don't like what this school has done to my little girl. The other woman shouted. Harry was suddenly fighting the urge to get up and key the 2 muggles. Thank Merlin, the mudblood is gone. Her parents are going to be pulling her out of school and taking her back to where she belongs. It's about blood time too. While Harry continued to smile as he listened to McGonagall try to convince the Grangers not to pull their daughter out of Hogwarts, a far less happy thought entered his head. Oh bloody hell, Tonks isn't going to like the mudblood leaving. But it's out of my hands, I can't change her parents' minds, it's their decision. So what if I'm glad she'll be leaving? Although I have to say, getting past all those little tasks the professors set up did impress me. Who cares, so did I though. Damn it, no I didn't, I cheated. I used my Shadow Mage ability and just skipped most the tasks. The only ones I didn't use it on was catching that key with the broom, and beating up Weasley to find the right potion. Please Mrs. Granger, Hermione is one of the best students in my class. I'm sure her friends will be upset to see her go. McGonagall said. What friends? Our daughter spent most of Christmas crying because she felt alone in this place. We agreed that she should stick it out the rest of the year, but we were clearly wrong. Mr. Granger shouted. Harry wanted nothing more than to just stay silent or maybe show Mr. and Mrs. Granger just how little he thought of their daughter. Instead he opened his mouth and said, that's not true, she has friends. The 3 adults whirled around to stare at him. Mr. Potter, you're awake. Thank Merlin, we were so worried when you fell back asleep and didn't wake up. McGonagall said, quickly abandoning the Grangers and walking over towards him. Potter, our daughter mentioned you in her letters. She said that you hated her. That you made her life miserable at this place. Mrs. Granger said sharply. Yes, I don't like your daughter at all. To be honest, I hope that you do remove her from Hogwarts, but she does have friends. I should know, my best friend is one of them. Harry said. The Grangers just stared at him in shock. But she told us your friends were horrible to her. Mr. Granger said in shock. Yes, well, Draco and I do our best to make her life difficult. Harry said, choosing his words carefully at seeing the angry look McGonagall was giving him. That doesn't change the fact that my best friend, Tonks, really does like your daughter. They've been friends since October. I would also venture a guess and say that the boy your daughter cursed, Neville Longbottom, considers her a friend as well. I personally don't know why, but he does. Mr. Potter, perhaps you should stop speaking to the Grangers. You were placed under the Imperious curse and that glass caused you to lose a lot of blood, you should be resting. McGonagall said. Is that what that curse was? I'll have to read to find out exactly what it was supposed to do. I feel fine, Professor. Now, as much as I loathe to say it, Mr. and Mrs. Granger, your daughter did something rather impressive when she went to stop Voldemort from getting the stone. Harry said. Voldemort, we were told that it was a mad professor named Quirrell. Mrs. Granger said. Mr. Potter was cursed by Professor Quirrell much like your daughter was, Mrs. Granger. Only instead of hurting him physically it affected his ability to recall the events correctly. McGonagall said. Shooting Harry go along with that, look. Right, sorry. I guess I just got confused for a second, but it doesn't change the fact that your daughter displayed some rather impressive magic to get where she was. Harry said. What do you mean, Mr. Granger asked curiously. To get to confront Quirrell, she had to get past a very large Cerberus, a huge cluster of Devil's Snare, find the correct enchanted key to open a door, defeat a massive chest set, get past a mountain troll, and drink the correct potion to bypass an enchanted fire. Harry said as he reveled in the shock on the Grangers' faces. Hermione did all that, Mrs. Granger said, shocked. Well, she certainly won't be coming back. Mr. Granger shouted. Are you daft, Muggle? Harry raged. Mr. Potter. McGonagall shouted in shock. Sorry, Professor, it's just they can't even see how impressive Hermione was to do what she did. Hell, I hate Granger, but I can still admit what she did was impressive. As loath as I am to admit it, she has talent. Harry said reluctantly. This statement seemed to throw the Grangers for a loop. Hell, just let Granger stay for final exams. Look at her grades when they are done. For all that the little Muggle-born studies, I'm sure she'll have excellent grades. If you think she performed poorly, then take her out. Hell, I'll reimburse you for this first year's entire tuition if you do decide to take her out of school, Harry said with a grin. McGonagall and the Grangers just stared at him in shock. Very well. We'll let her stay for the rest of the year. If she does as well as he says she will, then she'll come back. Mr. Granger said. Thank you, a weak voice said from across the room. Hermione. Mrs. Granger shouted as she ran over to her daughter and brought her into a hug. Harry just rolled his eyes. He did not want to see the happy reunion of a mudblood and her parents. For her part, Minerva McGonagall was unsure what to think of the young gifted transfigurist. On one hand, he had just convinced the Grangers to leave their daughter in school, something she had been arguing with them about for the last 2 hours. On the other hand though, his Freudian slip with the term mudblood and the derogatory way he had referred to Mr. Granger as Muggle had her deeply troubled. It seemed that there was more to Mr. Potter than she had ever thought. She eyed Harry for a few more minutes before she said, I will alert Poppy and the headmaster that you are awake, Mr. Potter. Harry just nodded his head and went back to sleep. Harry woke up later that night. He turned his head and was rather annoyed to see Granger staring at him from her bed. What? He barked in annoyance. Why did you do it? Hermione asked. What saved you? Harry asked. Yes, that and talk to my parents. Hermione said. First, I saved you because Tonks asked me to, end of story. I talked to your parents because Tonks would have been upset if you didn't come back. For the life of me, I don't know why she's your friend, but she is, and I don't want her upset. Besides, you got past all the little tasks set up guard the stone and that impressed me. I do have one question for you, though. How did you figure out that the stone was at Hogwarts? Harry asked nonchalantly, although he was truly interested. Oh, I went to stop Neville and Ron from dueling you that night when you and Draco challenged them. I was actually the one who spotted the trapdoor. When I was talking to Hagrid with Tonks before Christmas, he mentioned Nicholas Flamel. I heard Ron say that he overheard Snape threatening Quirrell one day in the common room, and I told him what Hagrid had told me. I eventually figured out what Flamel was famous for, and Ron swore that with all of Slytherin partying. After your win, no one would miss Snape trying to go after the stone. We were wrong apparently about Snape. Hermione admitted. Harry just nodded his head, but didn't say anything else. Did you mean what you said about me having talent? Hermione asked. Harry glared at the bushy-haired girl with annoyance. You got past all the obstacles that Dumbledore put into place. Harry said simply. But so did you. Hermione said weakly. Well, in case you haven't noticed, Granger, I have talent. Harry replied sarcastically. Thank you, Hermione said. Don't thank me, I still hope you fail every one of your exams, and your parents pull you out. Harry said in tone that said the conversation was over. Harry was released from the hospital 4 days later after Madame Pomfrey said his injuries were all healed. So that he didn't fall behind on his end-of-year exams, Dumbledore got his teachers to give him the written portion of their finals while he was still in the hospital wing. Harry just rolled his eyes at both the Charms and Transfigurations tests. They were so easy he burst out laughing at the questions halfway through the test, much to the annoyance of Granger, who was frantically writing till the end. His two favorite teachers also said that Professor Dumbledore appeared before the Board of Governors on his behalf. Lucius Malfoy and the other governors agreed that since Harry was well beyond the first-year practical final exam in his private lessons, that it would be rather pointless for him to be held back a day into summer vacation to take the practical part of the exam. Harry smiled brightly as he remembered the enraged look on Granger's face when she heard about his exemption from the practical. Harry had several visitors stop by. Blaise and Susan showed up a few times and wished him well. Draco and Tonks seemed to live in the hospital wing with him. Professor Snape even showed up, but he was not at all the happy person that Harry remembered after they won the Quidditch Cup. Draco actually explained why Snape was so happy that night one day. Flashback. Harry, glad to see you're up and going again. How do you think you did on History of Magic? I'm quite sure I'm going to be failing that one. Draco said with a grin. Oh yay, I'll be failing it right along with you, Draco. Harry said with a smile. I saw Snape leaving. Was he wishing you well? Tonks asked. Nah, he was just telling me not to expect him to curve my potions test because of my hospitalization. I swear I like Snape a lot more when he's drunk. Harry said. Well about that, Harry. Snape wasn't drunk in the common room that night. Draco said with a grin. What are you talking about, Draco? You saw him. He was smiling for Merlin's sake. Harry said. Well, my father actually explained it to me a few days ago. Apparently Father and Snape were sitting together during the last game. After you took out Chong and everyone knew we had the game won, my father poured them both a glass of fire whiskey. What he didn't tell my godfather though was that he put several powerful cheering potions into both their drinks. Draco said with a grin. Tonks and Harry just burst out laughing. Your dad drugged him. That's too funny, Harry said as he roared with laughter. Draco, Snape's a potions master though, shouldn't he have been able to smell the potion? Tonks asked once she stopped laughing. Well, Father usually adds an anti-hangover potion to all his drinks and apparently the two smell similar. Since my godfather had been by the manor for several parties, he didn't question the smell. Draco said with a grin. End flashback. So Blaise, what are you going to be up to this summer? Draco asked with a smirk. Blaise colored slightly and said, well, my mother and father decided that we would be spending a lot of time down south by the beach. Blaise replied. Oh, that's interesting, Blaise. I was talking to Susan and she said that she was planning on doing something similar this summer. Harry said with a grin. Sod it, Potter. Blaise said as Harry, Tonks, and Draco laughed. So Harry, when do you think you'll be able to make it to the manor? Draco asked with an evil glint in his eye. Harry shook his head sadly. Well, my plan to introduce my relatives to my shadow friends won't be happening this summer. So I don't know, Harry said quietly. What? Why in Merlin's name not? Draco asked. Draco, I've had no practice in that particular aspect of my talent. Maybe next summer I'll be able to do it, Harry said sadly. Well, at least you've got Salazar to keep those bastards from bothering you too much. Tonks said darkly. Yay, I told Salazar what they were like. He's been looking forward to finally having someone he can scare, Harry said with a grin. I hope he does a little more than that, Draco said darkly. Mr. Potter, the headmaster wishes to speak with you. Harry turned around to see Snape looking rather annoyed. Yes, sir, Harry said as he got up. Don't forget Salazar, Harry, Draco said. Harry could have smacked himself. After Voldemort was able to read his mind so easily, Harry had been taking Salazar everywhere with him. Hell, he was even sleeping with him around his neck. Harry still hadn't told anyone about his little conversation with the Dark Lord. He didn't think telling people that Voldemort was not only still alive but that he made a lot of good points would be smart. Thanks, Draco, Harry said with a smile. Harry followed Snape out of the Great Hall and down several winding corridors. Finally they stopped in front of a large statue of a gargoyle. "Sorbet," Snape said with annoyance. "Sorbet, that's the headmaster's password. Is the man mad?" Harry thought. Harry's eyes widened. How the hell did he do that? Snape opened the door and Harry walked in behind him. The first thing Harry noticed was that the office was cluttered with hundreds of tiny little gadgets that were making funny sounds. Harry saw a large red bird perched next to the headmaster's desk. The bird chirped when they entered, and Harry looked at it curiously. "Take a seat, Mr. Potter. Severus, that will be all. Thank you for getting Mr. Potter for me," Dumbledore said. Harry took a seat in front of Dumbledore's desk while Snape exited the room. "Ah, Harry, finally we get a chance to have a little talk. You know I always like to talk to as many students as I can, but every year passes just so quickly. Would you like a drop?" Dumbledore asked as he extended a little bow of candy. Remembering what Draco said about his father drugging Snape with a friendly glass of fire whiskey, Harry declined the headmaster's offer. He still wasn't sure what to make of the ancient wizard. A part of him firmly believed what Voldemort had told him, about Dumbledore trying to control him. After all, he had made him live at the Dursleys. However, another part of him wanted to trust the smiling older wizard. If Dumbledore didn't know that he was his great-great-grandfather, then leaving him with his relatives would make sense. "Well, Harry, I was wondering what you thought of your first year at Hogwarts. Was it everything you expected?" Dumbledore asked with a grin. "I certainly didn't expect to meet Voldemort, if that's what you mean," Harry said, cutting through all the small talk. "Ah, yes, it was a terrible thing what happened to you and Ms. Granger. Lord Voldemort has manipulated many people in his life, Harry, and Professor Quirrell was no different," Dumbledore said. "Sir, what happened after you knocked me out?" "I tried to ask Professor McGonagall, but she wouldn't tell me," Harry asked. "Ah yes, well, after I had to subdue you, and I'm sorry that I had to take such drastic measures to do so, Harry. I fear that in my haste to remove you as a threat, I forgot that you were just a child. I never should have used that spell against you, and for that I'm terribly sorry. I must tell you I have never been as worried for a student as I was for you when you were unconscious," Dumbledore said. Harry didn't say anything. The fact that Dumbledore was admitting a mistake was something, but it wasn't anything he wanted to know. Seeing that Harry wasn't going to say anything, Dumbledore continued. "As you asked, after I incapacitated you, I killed Quirrell, who was being possessed by Voldemort at the time. Unfortunately, Voldemort left Quirrell's body when he was dying and I was unable to do any harm to him. Voldemort fled the school and I could not pursue him as I had to get you and Ms. Granger to the hospital wing immediately." Harry nodded his head in acceptance of that. "Harry, I want to talk to you about what you said to us about Voldemort when you woke up," Dumbledore said, his tone turning very serious. Harry's eyes widened. "What? When you first woke up, Harry, you were highly delirious. However, you did manage to say that you and Voldemort talked and that he wasn't as bad as everyone made him out to be. You also said that he was a Parseltongue like yourself," Dumbledore said sadly. I don't remember that at all," Harry said in shock. "That does not surprise me much. You were not in the best mental state, and you passed out moments after. What does concern me though is whether you truly believe that," Dumbledore said. I don't. I mean, Voldemort killed my parents. Why would I like him?" Harry said, hoping that his lie would fool Dumbledore. Harry felt the all too familiar tingle against his mind for a moment, and Salazar started hissing to him in anger. Harry narrowed his eyes at Dumbledore. "Stay out of my mind," Harry said darkly. Dumbledore looked absolutely stunned that he had been caught. "Merlin, Harry, are you a natural occlumens?" Dumbledore asked in shock. "I don't know, but you will stay out of my mind or I'll be informing Draco's father of both your and Professor Snape's actions," Harry said menacingly. Dumbledore looked like he didn't like where this conversation was starting to go. "I'm sorry, Harry. I'm a rather powerful legilimens and sometimes my curiosity just gets the better of me. I apologize. I never meant to violate your personal space." "Legilimens?" Harry asked curiously, though still on edge. "It's the art of entering someone's mind, Harry. The defense to it is occlumency. You seem to have natural occlumency barriers, which is astounding. Have you never read up on mind magic?" Dumbledore asked, trying to shift the conversation. "No, I just knew that Snape, and you were trying to enter my mind. Harry said suspiciously. Harry, please, it is Professor Snape, and I do apologize for both of our actions. I will do my best to never let it happen again. Dumbledore said. Of course, sir. Harry said with just a hint of sarcasm. You believe me, don't you, Harry? You don't think I would intentionally try to read your thoughts, do you? Dumbledore asked. Of course not, sir. Harry lied. Voldemort told me you'd want to control me. Thank Merlin I've got Salazar, the things you could have found out about me. Harry, I want to give you this. Dumbledore said as he waved his hand and a book from his shelf flew into it. Harry's eyes widened at the wandless magic. Sir, how did you do that you didn't use your wand? Harry asked. Ah well, Harry. All modesty aside, I am a rather powerful wizard, and I am capable of wandless magic. Dumbledore said. Then why do you even use your wand at all? Harry asked. Well, Harry, a wand makes magic easier and less draining. Also, wandless magic is the mark of a powerful wizard, and many people are very intimidated by those who can perform it. Dumbledore said. Harry nodded his head and then looked at the book Dumbledore had placed on his desk for him. The cover read, Occlumency, the Magical Defense of the Mind. Harry rose one of his eyebrows up curiously. You have natural occlumency barriers, Harry, but you could always strengthen them. That book should help you. Read it and practice over the summer. Dumbledore said. I thought you couldn't do magic over the summer. Harry asked, truly curious. Ah well, that is only for magic that comes from your wand. Internal magic such as occlumency will not be illegal for you to do. It's one of the little loopholes in the underage magic law. Dumbledore said with a bright smile. Harry was very torn now. On one hand, this was an incredibly generous gesture by the headmaster. Hell, Dumbledore just gave him the okay to practice some magic over the summer, and told him that internal magic is not illegal. Harry wondered if he would be able to do any wandless magic. It would be a way to keep the Dursleys at bay if Salazar was hunting. Another part of Harry though was screaming to not trust Dumbledore. Voldemort had told him that Dumbledore would try to give him little bits of freedom to make him more reliant on the headmaster. Harry decided that he would accept the gift, but he wouldn't be putting any faith in the headmaster as he was still wary of the old wizard's motives. Thank you, sir, Harry said as he accepted the book. Now, Harry, I want to discuss your arrangements for this summer with you. Dumbledore said. Harry instinctively narrowed his eyes. I want you to remain at the Dursleys this summer. It just isn't safe for you outside of the wards I've put up for your protection there. Dumbledore said. Why isn't it safe, and what wards? Harry asked darkly. He was already starting to formulate a counter-argument to Dumbledore. He wanted out of his house this summer. He had standing invitations to go to Malfoy Manor and Tonks' house once they came back from vacation. Well, Harry, you've seen firsthand the fact that Voldemort is not dead. What's more disturbing is he seems to have taken interest in you. I don't want you to be outside of your aunt and uncle's much this summer. You see, when your mother died to protect you, her sacrifice protected you even after her death. As long as you stay with her sister, the blood wards I put around your aunt's house will protect you from Voldemort. Dumbledore said. Harry was silently fuming. Blood wards. Bloody blood wards. My mother wasn't related to that foul woman. And why do I need to be protected from Voldemort? He's Practucally a bloody ghost. I need protection from my relatives, you bastard. You were protecting me from the wrong person. I see. I don't think that I will be doing that though. Harry said icily. Harry, this is for your protection. A lot of Voldemort's followers did not go to Azkaban. Many of them would actually try to harm you if they could. Dumbledore said calmly. What's wrong with the wards at Malfoy Manor? Draco invited me over there for the summer. Harry said darkly. Dumbledore looked very pensive. I was unaware that you and Draco had summer plans together. I'm sorry, but I didn't see how it was anyone at Hogwarts' business what my summer plans were. Harry said, staring Dumbledore right in the eye. Well, Harry, when the student's life is under threat such as the way yours is to Voldemort, the school will step in to ensure that you are safe. Harry felt like punching the headmaster. My life is in danger, you bastard, but it's not Voldemort who will be trying to kill me this summer. Where were you in your precious school when the Dursleys were abusing me? Where were you when Voldemort was being beaten up in a Muggle orphanage? Finally, the last reason I would like for you to spend time at Privet Drive, Harry, is the most important of all. The blood wards that protect you also protect your aunt, uncle, and cousin. They are muggles who will have no defense against magic should Voldemort or his follows find them. Dumbledore said. Harry wanted to leave the office. Hell, he wanted to leave the bloody school. You were protecting them. You bothered to protect a bunch of pathetic muggles, who abused me for 10 years, and you want me to go back there. I'll go back there all right, but I'll bloody kill them. How dare the Dursleys treat me like they did while I was ensuring they live? How dare they abuse me when I was saving their very lives? Harry's face must have shown something other than blinding rage because Dumbledore smiled and said, "Good. Now that we understand each other." Harry was about to say something when Dumbledore's bird let out a thrill. The noise was something Harry couldn't place. On one hand it was soothing, yet at the same time it made him want to cringe away and hex the creature. Harry just kept his face neutral and turned to look at the bird. The phoenix for its part just stared right back at Harry. After a few moments, Harry turned back to the headmaster, who was watching him carefully. "Is that all, sir?" Harry said as he stood up to leave regardless of Dumbledore's answer. Dumbledore just nodded his head and Harry quickly left the office. When Harry closed the door, Dumbledore turned to his companion. "Fawkes, what do you think?" he asked. The phoenix gave a thrill of uncertainty that caused Dumbledore to sag into his chair, feeling every day his age. On one hand, he was glad that Harry did not react negatively to Fawkes' song. However, he didn't show the enthusiasm that someone firmly entrenched in the light should have felt. The boy's face had remained completely impassive. "We will have to watch Harry much closer the next few years, Fawkes," Dumbledore said after a while. Harry spent the rest of his last night at Hogwarts ranting about Dumbledore to Draco and Tonks. The two of them made very good listeners and sympathized with his desire to punch the headmaster. The morning came quickly though, and soon everyone was packed in on the express to King's Cross. Draco, Tonks, and Harry shared a compartment with Blaise, Susan, and Hannah. After a few necessary jokes about Hufflepuffs and Slytherins, they spent the train ride together laughing and talking about what they were all planning to do over the summer. Hannah quickly realized who Susan would be spending the summer at the beach with when Blaise and Susan said they were both going to the same isolated beach town in the south. Both Blaise and Susan colored profusely, causing everyone else to laugh. Tonks had left to go spend time with Granger near the end of the trip, much to Draco and Harry's dismay. They were about 30 minutes out of London when a most unwelcome pair entered their compartment. "Oh, why look what we've got here, Fred," George Weasley said with a grin. "Looks like a group of first years, brother mine." Fred Weasley responded. "Leave, Weasleys," Harry said darkly as Salazar rose up out of Harry's robes. His familiar was now even more intimidating. At nearly 31 inches in length, the asp only had to look at some people for them to cringe away, something that Salazar took great pride in. Now, Potter, don't get all flustered. We just wanted to apologize for everything that happened this year, and last year." To Tonks, the twins said together. Harry was somewhat surprised that the twins actually seemed serious. "Well, you've apologized, now get out." Draco waved dismissively. "We weren't apologizing to you, Malfoy. You see, our little sister will be coming to Hogwarts next year, Potter, and she happens to be a fan of yours. We don't want you and your group of Slytherins picking on her like you do Granger," George said. Realizing that the twins weren't really sorry, they were just worried about their sister. Harry said, "Get out, Weasley. If your sister is like you and your idiot brothers, then I have no doubt we'll have words." "Watch it, Potter. We didn't prank you this year, but we swear to Merlin if you hurt Jin in any way," Fred said. "You'll do what? Dye my hair pink for a day? To threaten someone, Weasley, you have to first be able to back it up," Harry said. "Well then I guess you won't mind this then," George said as he and his brother threw several dung bombs into the compartment before they quickly left and closed the door. "Bastards," Draco yelled as Hannah and Susan ran to the door to try to get out of the smelly compartment. "It won't open," Susan yelled. "Alohomora," Harry said, waving his ward. Susan pulled the compartment handle but the door wouldn't budge. "Damn," Hannah shouted. The five of them were left in the smelly compartment until Tonks came by and opened the door from the outside some 20 minutes later. They all exited the compartment gasping for air. "Oh Merlin, you all smell horribly," Tonks gasped. The five smelly first years spent the rest of the train ride standing in the hall talking about how they would get the twins back. The train pulled into the station and Draco, Tonks, and Harry said goodbye to Blaze, Susan, and Hannah. Harry exited the train followed by Draco and Tonks. "Do you see your parents?" Harry asked. "No, father said he would be waiting by the barrier." Draco said. "Mum's over there talking to her friend Mr. Watson," Tonks said as she pointed to the corner of the station. Harry nodded and then spotted a large group of redheads. Harry spied a small red-haired girl among them. Harry smirked as a devious idea popped into his head. "Follow me," Harry said as he headed right towards them. "Harry, why are we going over by the Weasleys?" Draco asked. "Vengeance, Draco," Harry said. Draco and Tonks looked at each other in confusion but followed Harry anyway. "Fred, George, what you guys just planned on leaving without saying goodbye?" Harry shouted, causing the twins and every other redhead to turn to look at him. The little red-headed girl gasped when she spotted him. "Potter, what do you want?" Ron asked menacingly. "Only to say goodbye, Ron. After all, it's only polite." "Seriously, Fred, George, I didn't know you were the type to prank and run," Harry said with a smile. "Prank?" The large red-headed woman Harry assumed was Mrs. Weasley said darkly. "Oh yes ma'am, nothing major or impressive mind you, just a few dung bombs followed by locking us in the compartment. By the way, I am sorry if my companions and I smell a little," Harry said. The twins looked torn between being angry at Harry calling their prank unimpressive and cringing away at the glare their mother was giving them. "Go away, Potter," Percy said dismissively. "Percy manners," Mrs. Weasley chided. "It's quite all right ma'am, I will not pretend that your sons and myself are good friends because that's just not true," Harry said honestly. "Is there something we can do for you then?" Mrs. Weasley asked confused. Harry just smiled. "Actually ma'am, yes. You see, the twins told me all sorts of wonderful things about your youngest, what was her name again guys, Jin. They mentioned she was a fan of mine. And I just thought I'd introduce myself." Draco and Tonks both grinned wildly, and were doing their best to stifle their laughter. "Oh well, that's very nice of you young man. Ginny, why don't you say hello?" Mrs. Weasley said. "No, Ginny, stay away from him, he's evil," Ron shouted, causing most of the station to stare at him. "Ronald," Mrs. Weasley shouted in shock. "It's quite all right ma'am, like I said, Ronald and I aren't the best of friends," Harry said with a smile as he walked up to Ginny Weasley, who was staring at him in awe. "Hello, Ginny, I'm Harry," Harry said, extending his hand. Hello, Mr. Potter," Ginny squeaked out. Harry smiled. "Oh please, it's just Harry. I'm not going to be calling you Ms. Weasley now, am I?" Ginny blushed very red and shook her head. "Now there's no need to get embarrassed. One of my good friends, Susan Bones, did the same thing the first time I met her," Harry said. Ginny smiled and her blush receded very slowly. "Now then Ginny, I just thought I'd stop by and tell you that just because your brothers and I dislike each other, that doesn't mean that I will harbor any grudge against you. I don't know you, so I have no reason to dislike you. Maybe you'll be more like your older brothers Bill and Charlie. I've heard some wonderful things about them. Who knows, maybe you'll be a Slytherin like myself," Harry said with a smile. Ginny was shocked. This wasn't the evil, mean and cruel person her brothers had written to her about. He was so nice and kind. The thought of being a Slytherin suddenly got more appealing to her. "My sister won't be a stupid snake, Potter," Ron yelled. At the mention of a stupid snake, Salazar rose up out of Harry's robes and surveyed the scene. He locked eyes with Ron and hissed, "My master and I do not like you. Is speak again and I will bite out your tongue." Harry smirked at that as Ron paled. Harry noticed that Percy, Fred, and George were fingering their wands while Mrs. Weasley and Ginny were in shock. I didn't think that you were allowed snakes at Hogwarts," Mrs. Weasley said in shock. "Oh, Salazar here is my familiar," Harry said with a grin. What kind of snake is he?" Ginny asked as she hesitantly stepped forward to get a closer look. "He's an Egyptian wizard's asp," Harry said with a smile. "Merlin, they let you keep that at school," Mrs. Weasley said in shock as her sons looked at her oddly. "Mum, how do you know what that is?" Percy asked curiously. "Your brother wrote your father and said 9 fellow cursebreakers died when some of those got into their tents while excavating a pyramid. The old wizards of Egypt liked to leave them to protect their tombs because of their long life and deadly venom." Mr. Potter tell me that the snake is at least defanged and had its venom removed. Mrs. Weasley said, staring at Salazar in shock. Harry smirked. No ma'am, I did not have him defanged and I certainly didn't remove his venom. I doubt we would have bonded so quickly if I did. You are telling me that thing is deadly? Ron shouted. Yes, do you really think I'd let my familiar to be defenseless? Harry asked. How do you control it? Bill said that the Pharaohs couldn't even tame them. Mrs. Weasley said with both fear and awe. Harry just smirked. He looked right into Ron Weasley's eyes. Harry could tell the boy wanted to scream that he was a Parseltongue for the whole station to hear, but couldn't. Salazar and I have a general understanding. I think he's kind of pretty. The way the green runs down his back. Ginny said. Harry smiled wildly at seeing the shocked looks her brothers were sending her. Why thank you, Ginny. Maybe Slytherin is the house for you. You certainly don't seem like a Gryffindor. I hope to see you next term. Harry said with a smile as he left with Tonks and Draco. Harry, that was absolutely evil. Tonks said as soon as they were out of earshot. You know her brothers will be giving her hell all summer because of that. Draco said. I know. But could you imagine how angry all the Weasleys would be if their sister ends up in Slytherin? Harry said with an evil smirk. You're a genius, Harry. Tonks said as they heard a woman shout, Nymphadora. Harry and Draco smirked as Tonks grimaced. Oh hello Harry, Nymphadora, are you ready to go? Harry, are your relatives here? Mrs. Tonks asked. Oh, I think they are on the other side of the barrier. Harry said, the smile vanishing from his face. I think Father said he wanted a word with them. Draco said darkly. Oh hello, I don't know you. I'm Andromeda Tonks, Nymphadora's mother. Mrs. Tonks said, extending her hand. Realization hit the three students and Draco looked between Tonks and Harry nervously. Tonks just gave the slightest head nod and Draco said, I'm Draco Malfoy. Mrs. Tonks looked completely shocked. Malfoy? She asked weakly. Yes ma'am. Harry and I are in Slytherin together. Draco said, acting as if he didn't already know she was his aunt. Are you Lucius and Narcissa's son? Mrs. Tonks asked hesitantly. Yes ma'am, do you know them? Draco asked. Are they here? Mrs. Tonks said, avoiding the question. Yes, Father is over by the barrier waiting for Harry and I. Draco said. I see. Well Harry, if someone is going to make sure you get with your relatives Nymphadora and I will just head out. Mrs. Tonks said quickly. Harry and Draco noticed the sad look Tonks had after her mother's reaction to Draco. Oh, okay mum. I'll see you this summer, Harry. Bye Draco. Tonks said as she hugged each of them. Bye Tonks. They said together as Mrs. Tonks pulled Tonks out of the station as quickly as she could. Well, that didn't go well. Harry commented. Yay, no kidding. I'm sorry, she just took me by surprise. Draco said. Don't worry about it Draco. Now where is your dad? Harry asked. Draco and Harry walked closer to the barrier where they spotted Lucius and Narcissa. Hello dears. Narcissa said. Hello, Mrs. Malfoy. Harry said. Hello, Mum, Father. Draco said. Had a good term then? Lucius asked with a smile. Yep, the two Slytherins said together. Well, I should think so, Quidditch champions and whatnot. Lucius said with a smile. Harry and Draco both blushed. Now Harry, I wanted a word with your relatives before we turn you over to them. Lucius said menacingly. You do remember our agreement about them though? Harry asked. Yes, Harry. I assure you I just want to speak with the filthy muggles. Lucius said darkly. Harry nodded his head and the four of them made their way into the muggle side of King's Cross. Harry spotted Vernon and Dudley immediately. His aunt was almost invisible standing next to them. If it was possible, his cousin had actually gained weight. That's them, Harry said, pointing them out. Lucius snorted when he saw the fat muggles. Harry followed Lucius as they walked toward them. Harry noticed his uncle stiffen when he saw the regal-looking Mr. Malfoy walking towards him. Dursley. Lucius said darkly. Do I know you, sir? Vernon asked hesitantly. No, and you'll wish you never did if you lay a single hand on your nephew. Lucius said darkly. Harry watched as his uncle sputtered in shock. I don't know what my nephew has told you, but he is a little liar. Vernon said sharply. What happened next took Harry by surprise. Lucius slammed the head of his cane into his uncle's stomach and then pulled the wolf handle off to expose a dagger. This dagger is laced with fermented dragon pus muggle. When used against a witch or wizard, the individual will suffer from cramps and horrendous pain before street. Mungos administers the antidote. I assure you though that muggles possess no antidote and it will be a very painful death. Think about my dagger in your back next time you think about raising your hand against your nephew. That goes for your fat son as well. I have no love for muggle filth such as yourself, and I would love to introduce my son to the finer points of torture. If Draco and Harry do not correspond this summer, I will arrive and promptly introduce you to what pain really is. Lucius hissed. Harry repressed a laugh as his aunt, uncle, and cousin looked like they wanted to wet themselves and run away. Now Harry, should they make you do anything you do not wish, contact me and I will pay them a visit along with some friends. Lucius said seriously. Thank you Mr. Malfoy and I will. Harry said. I look forward to seeing you at the manor, Harry. We'll send the invitation as soon as we are back from our holiday. Narcissa said with a smile. Thank you Mrs. Malfoy, I'll look forward to it, and I'm sure Salazar will enjoy hunting the grounds again. Harry commented. We'll be able to practice some Quidditch too. Flint graduated this year so there'll be an open chaser spot if you want it. We'll have to practice if we want to win the cup for 7 straight years. Draco said with a grin. Yay, I'll look forward to it. Harry said with a smile. Oh, tell Tonks that any invitation applies to the both of you. Narcissa said. I'm sure she'll appreciate that ma'am. Harry said as he hugged Mrs. Malfoy. Take care of yourself, Harry. Lucius said seriously. I will if they act up. I always have Salazar. Harry said with a smirk. Lucius grinned. Good, I look forward to seeing you this summer. Harry shook Mr. Malfoy's hand and then followed his uncle out to his car. He put his trunk in the boot and got into the backseat. When Dudley climbed into the car, Salazar rose up out of Harry's shirt causing the fat boy to scream in shock. D-A-A-A-A-D. Harry's got a snake. Dudley screamed. Boy, get rid of that thing. Vernon roared. No, Salazar will not be going anywhere. Harry said. Then I'll be taking him. Vernon said as he extended a meaty hand to take the snake. Salazar hissed darkly, exposing 2 massive fangs with black venom dripping off them. Vernon immediately withdrew his hand in shock. Boy, you will get rid of that creature. He shouted. No, and if you attempt to take him by force, Salazar's bite is fatal. He's an Egyptian wizard asp. A single bite will paralyze you and 2 or more will kill you within minutes. Even wizards fear them as the cure has to be administered immediately and multiple bites will make the cure useless. I assure you uncle, muggles have no cure, and you will die. Harry said strongly. Master, may I bite that one? Salazar hissed darkly. You may bite any of them if they attempt to harm you, or to remove you from me. Harry hissed, causing his family to stare at him in shock. Yes, we can speak to each other. I just told him to bite you if you attempt to harm him or take him from me. He is a very loyal friend, so I'd advise you to not tempt him. Harry said. The look of pure terror on his family's faces caused him to smile. Yes, this summer would be different. He would not let his family push him around anymore. The Weasley family passed through the barrier at King's Cross. Mrs. Weasley immediately spotted her husband in a lively conversation with a muggle. Molly, come over here. Arthur Weasley called. Arthur, what is it? Molly asked as her 5 children followed her. Molly, this good man claims that he could drive us to Ottery Street. Catchpole within an hour. Arthur said excitedly. Father, surely you jest. Percy said, looking at the car with apprehension. Dad, I don't want, George said. To ride in that. Fred said emphatically. It could be fun. Ginny said weakly. Ginny, are you mad? First speaking to Potter and now this. Ron hissed. What is your problem with Harry? Ginny asked sharply as she climbed into the taxi, taking a seat behind her father. Besides the fact that he's an evil Slytherin, who has threatened to send his snake into Gryffindor Tower to bite me. Nothing, Ron said. Ginny huffed. Harry wouldn't ever do that. I'm not sure about that, Ginny. Even the older Slytherins don't mess with Potter and Malfoy. With all the bragging those two do, you'd think that someone would have put them in their place. George said as he took the seat next to Ginny. I'd have to agree. You know he takes that snake of his everywhere. I even heard a rumor it's around his chest in class. Fred said as he sat next to his brother. I heard that Marcus Flint actually cursed all the bones off the 5th-year Slytherin prefect, Michael Jameson, when he yelled at Potter and Malfoy for losing points. Percy said as he reluctantly placed his bag into the Muggle taxi and got in. Why? Ginny asked. Well, Potter is the best player on the Slytherin Quidditch team. Flint's the Slytherin Quidditch captain. It's really sickening how much stuff they get away with. I heard Snape even let Potter rewrite an essay he failed after they won a game. Ron said with a huff as he loaded his trunk into the Muggle car. Everyone knows that Snape favors the Slytherins, Ronald. I thought that Harry was a very polite young man. Mrs. Weasley said as she climbed into the taxi next to her giddy husband. You actually spoke with Harry Potter, Molly. When? Arthur asked curiously. Well, had you joined me to greet your family instead of asking questions about those Feliphones, you would have met him also. He came by right before we were all about to leave. Oh Fred, George, don't think I forgot about that little prank you pulled either. You two will denome the garden for the first month of summer because of that. Molly said. Prank? Arthur asked. Your sons thought it would be fun to toss a few dung bombs into Harry's compartment and then locking the door. The poor boy and his friends smelt terrible. Still, Harry was very polite and said that he wanted to talk to Ginny. Molly said. Ginny? Arthur asked, becoming more and more confused. Yes, it appears that our boys don't get along with Harry very well. The twins took it upon themselves to mention that Ginny would be coming to Hogwarts next year and Harry introduced himself to her. Molly said. Introduced himself? Dad, he comes walking over like he owned the entire station, and he tried to turn Ginny into Slytherin. He's a dark wizard, Dad. Ron yelled. Ronald, you will not go spreading rumors. Is this the sort of thing that you would say at school? Arthur said with just a hint of a threat. Ron for his part looked very sheepish. Oh Merlin, you do, don't you? That's why Harry doesn't like you. You call him a dark wizard because he is in Slytherin. Ginny yelled in shock. Ginny, he started it. He called me stupid before the sorting. Ron yelled. He cursed George and I and threatened us on the train the first day. Fred shouted. He also flaunts the rules like they are nothing. The number of times I've seen him wandering the halls when he either should be in class or after curfew is obscene. Percy said like it was the worst thing that Harry could have done. So, I take it you give him lots of detentions. Ginny said sharply to her older brother. PSSH, Potter never gets in trouble for anything. McGonagall and Flitwick both give him private lessons. The prefects don't even bother to question him anymore when we see him walking around the school. He always has a note from one of them or says Professor Binns excused him. Binns of course is a fool and buys just about every excuse Potter gives him. I heard a rumor once that Potter said that he had a rare form of dragon pox where the pox are invisible to get out a history class. Percy said with annoyance. Ginny just laughed at that while her brothers glared at her. He gets private lessons. That hardly seems fair. I wonder why Minerva agreed to that, she was always so by the book. Molly commented. Phileas as well, Molly. Arthur commented. PSSH, Potter thinks he's hot stuff because he's gifted in transfiguration and charms. Granger said that Dumbledore didn't even make him do the practical part of his final. Ron said. The boy is gifted in magical fields. Arthur said in shock as the cab driver looked like he desperately wanted to drop the insane family off as quickly as possible. What does being gifted mean? Ginny asked. It's difficult to explain, dear, but some people just have such a natural raw talent for some aspect of magic that they barely have to work at it to achieve the results. Harry must be a rather powerful wizard. Molly said in awe. Why do we even care about Potter? Let's talk about something interesting. Ron shouted. Who won the Quidditch Cup this year, boys? Arthur asked, trying to change the subject. Those bloody Slytherins. Fred shouted. Dirty rotten Slytherins. George shouted. I hate Potter. Ron shouted. Ginny was now on the verge of hysterical laughter. So I take it Harry beat you at Quidditch? Ginny asked, trying to hide a smile. Bloody idiot jumped off his broom 12 feet in the air to catch the snitch. We were so close to winning. The final score was 200 to 190. We should have won the cup. This is all Tonk's fault. If she would have gotten to the snitch, we would have won. Fred raged. Well, I can't say I'm surprised to hear that Harry is good at Quidditch. If I remember correctly, Harry's father was an amazing flyer as well. Molly said. Yes, though I'm surprised that they let a first year on the Slytherin team. Arthur said. 2 first years. Ron raged. 2. Who's the other one? Arthur asked surprised. Harry best friend, Draco Malfoy. Fred said darkly. Malfoy. Harry Potter is best friends with a Malfoy. Arthur said shocked. Yay, told you he was dark Dad. Ron shouted. Is this the same Malfoy who Dad doesn't like? Ginny asked hesitantly. Yes, his son is the spitting image of Mr. Malfoy, and he's far more arrogant and vocal than Potter about his beliefs. I'm proud to say I gave him a week's detention for calling me a blood traitor. Percy said. If he's such a blood purist, why does he hang out with Harry? I mean, everyone knows that Harry is a half-blood. Ginny asked. The four Weasley boys looked at each other for a second and then nodded their heads. There is a rumor that started to go around about Harry. Apparently, Harry Potter might in fact be a pureblood. Draco told several Slytherins about a blood purity test that Harry took. Percy said. Molly and Arthur both looked shocked. Lily Potter a pureblood? I assure you that is not true. Molly said. Granger told me in not so many words that Potter threatened to kill her if she ever called him a half-blood. Ron said darkly as they pulled up to the gate that led to the burrow. That's just another lie you probably tell to other students about him. Ginny said in annoyance. That will be 78 pounds. The driver said quickly as he pulled up the dirt road near the Weasleys' home. Obliviate. You will return to King's Cross and forget everything that happened on the ride here. Arthur said as Molly levitated the trunks out of the car. The driver nodded his head and began to drive away. Tonks put her trunk in the backseat of her mum's car and got inside. She had hoped that her mum would have taken the news that she and Draco were close a little better. Instead, her mum had just forced her out of the station as quickly as possible. So how was term, dear? Andromeda asked. It was really good. Tonks said honestly. How were your end-of-year exams? Andromeda asked again. Oh, well, I think Draco and Harry both were a little annoyed by how freaked out I was by them, but I think I did well. Tonks said. Andromeda bit her bottom lip as her daughter brought up Draco Malfoy. Are you very close to Draco Malfoy, Nymphadora? Andromeda asked hesitantly. Well, yeah, I am. He's Harry's best friend in Slytherin, and the three of us spend a lot of time together. While I was having my fight with Harry over Christmas, Draco was the one who was writing to me. Tonks said, hoping that putting her cousin in a good light would help her mum see that he was a good person. I see. So Harry did end up in Slytherin then? Andromeda said evenly. Well, yay. I mean, I didn't think he would end up in Gryffindor. He hated too many people in that house going into school to end up there. Tonks said. When did Harry meet Malfoy? Andromeda asked curiously. Harry and I both met him during our trip to Diagon Alley last summer. Tonks said honestly. What? Why didn't you tell me? Andromeda screamed in shock as she narrowly avoided hitting another car. Mum, I didn't think it was a big deal. He was just some nice kid who we had ice cream with. Tonks said. Still, Nymphadora, you know you shouldn't be running around with strange children. They could be dangerous. Andromeda said sharply. What? Mum, what are you talking about? Draco is not dangerous, he's 12. Tonks said. Believe me, Nymphadora. Draco Malfoy is dangerous, and I don't think I want you to hang out with him any longer. Andromeda said quickly. What? Mum, I'm not going to stop hanging out with Draco at school. Hell, Harry and Draco are my best friends. Tonks shouted. I can assure you, Nymphadora. Draco Malfoy is nobody's best friend. He is most likely only friends with you because of your talent as a metamorphmagi. Andromeda said. Tonks felt a tear start to fall down her face. How could you say that? Harry and Draco both like me for who I am. I stayed in my base form most the year and they never asked me to change into something for them. Tonks raged. Dear, I just think that you should be careful. If Harry is becoming close with the Malfoys, then perhaps you might want to start distancing yourself. Andromeda said reluctantly. Quote. Tonks shouted. Nymphadora, the Malfoy family supported he who must not be named. Just because Lucius Malfoy paid off enough people to claim the Imperious Curse, did not make what he did any less real. The Malfoys have been dark for generations, and I will not let my only daughter become close to a family like that. Andromeda said darkly. I'm sorry you feel that way, Mum, because I'm not going to stop being friends with either Draco or Harry. Tonks said defiantly. Andromeda felt like slapping her daughter. How could Nymphadora befriend someone like Draco Malfoy? I highly doubt that Draco would have gone out of his way to befriend Nymphadora. The Malfoys always looked down on anyone who wasn't pure-blooded. The only way Nimmy and Draco could have become close is if Draco and Harry met each other and then Harry introduced Draco to Nymphadora. Oh, Merlin. If Nymphadora realizes that Draco is her cousin, I'll never get her to abandon that horrible family. The rest of the ride home was spent in silence. Tonks didn't feel like speaking to her mother, and Andromeda was too scared to let something slip about their family's connection to the Malfoys. Outside number 4 Privet Drive. The Dursleys arrived outside of number 4 Privet Drive after a 30-minute drive on the freeway. As soon as they parked, the three Dursley quickly left the car and ran into the house. Cowards, Salazar said mockingly. Harry grimaced as he lugged his large trunk out of the back of the car. When Harry entered the house, his uncle was standing outside of the cupboard with a sick grin. Before Harry could ask him what he thought he was doing, his uncle grabbed his trunk and tossed it into the cupboard. He then slammed the door and locked it. You will not be doing any freakish things this summer, boy. Vernon said with an evil sneer as he placed a large padlock on the door. Harry saw red. The days of being frightened of his uncle had long passed. He reached into his pocket and drew out his wand. Looks like you forgot on thing, uncle. Harry said darkly as his uncle's eyes rose. You can't do any magic. Lily said it was illegal until you were 16. You can't do a thing to us. Petunia hissed from the kitchen. If I did enough magic, someone would come to see what was wrong. What a story I could tell them, Aunt Petunia. Most wizards don't respect muggle filth such as yourself. Not to mention that Mr. Malfoy, you remember him don't you uncle? He happens to be good friends with the Minister of Magic, himself. Harry said darkly, causing his aunt to pale. You will not use the M word in this house. Vernon shouted. Magic, Harry said defiantly. Harry watched as his uncle took a threatening step closer to him only to stop when Salazar began to rise up out of Harry's clothing. Do it. Try to SSS strike my master, Muggle. I will enjoy tearing into your flesh. Salazar hissed. My friend says he would enjoy tearing into your flesh, uncle. Please by all means continue your threatening advance. You might even get a few blows on me before Salazar kills you. One bite is all it would take. Harry said with a sadistic smile. For the first time in his life, Harry saw his uncle's face go from purple in rage to white in fear. He was looking at the large black asp with no small amount of terror. ISS smell your fear, Muggle. Attack, attack, I want to rip, I want to tear. Salazar hissed. BB boy, you will be in Dudley's old R room this summer. Gee, get out of my sight. Vernon said weakly. Harry smirked at his uncle and he ascended the stairs and entered the smallest bedroom in the house. Dudley's second bedroom was cluttered with his old broken toys. The room itself looked like it was just a storage unit for things Dudley no longer cared about. Harry saw 2 broken TVs, a broken computer monitor, an old game system his cousin never played, hundreds of small broken action figures, and a complete encyclopedia collection which appeared to never been touched. Harry put Salazar down on the bed and began putting things into the closet. It took Harry nearly 4 hours, but eventually he was able to walk around without tripping over one of Dudley's old broken possessions. Are you hungry, Salazar? Harry asked. No, master. I discovered where the witch cat hid her mice from me. I ate well on the last day at Hogwarts SS. Salazar replied. Harry shook his head and smiled. Professor McGonagall was probably screaming herself hoarse, cursing Salazar right about now. Very well. It has been a long day, I think I will go to SS sleep. Harry said as he locked the door to the room. Good night, master. Salazar replied as Harry climbed in to be with his familiar. Harry awoke the next day to the sound of his door being smashed open. There it is. Harry heard his uncle bellow. Harry immediately found his glasses and put them on. Standing in his room were 2 men wearing white jumpers. Each of the men had a large pole with a small loop at the end of it. Get out, Harry said as he jumped to his feet. Son, we are with animal control. Your uncle tells us you found a poison snake and brought it home with you. We have to take it. The older of the men said as he approached Harry's bed with his pole out. Master, what are these white men doing? Salazar hissed. Come to me. Harry hissed instinctively, offering his familiar his arm. Salazar immediately tore his gaze from the white men and quickly raced up Harry's outstretched arm. The snake proceeded to race up Harry's shoulder. Once Salazar had himself secured on Harry's body, he raised his head, and hissed menacingly at the two men in white. The two men from Animal Control stood in shock. They had never seen someone have such command over a snake before. "You see, get rid of that thing now," Vernon roared from the doorway. "They won't be taking Salazar anywhere, not if they know what's good for them," Harry said, darkly staring right at the Animal Control men. "Potter, you will turn over that blasted snake right now or else I will," Vernon shouted. "A visit from Lucius Malfoy is what you will get, Uncle. That is, unless you tell these two people to leave and never try to pull a stunt like this again." Harry raged as his uncle paled slightly. "Malfoy," the younger-looking Animal Control man said in shock. Harry looked at the man carefully. "You know of him?" The young man could only nod his head slightly. Merlin. He just called you Potter." Are you, Harry Potter?" the young man asked in shock. Harry stared at the young Animal Control worker. Harry was confident that he did not know the man from anywhere in the Muggle world, and he couldn't imagine a wizard working for Animal Control. Still, the man was aware of both him and Lucius. "Who are you?" Harry asked menacingly. "Alexander Smith, but Smith is just what I changed my last name to. I'm a squib, Mr. Potter." "Mr. Smith said. A squib? I've heard of that before. I believe the caretaker at my school is also one, but I do not know what that means," Harry admitted. The man named Alexander Smith looked at his partner, who was looking at him oddly. Taking a deep breath, he said, "It's the exact opposite of Muggleborn." Harry thought about that for a second. What's the exact opposite of a Muggleborn? A Muggleborn is a witch or wizard born to Muggle parents. So the opposite would be a Muggle born from wizarding parents. "That's possible," Harry shouted in shock. I'm afraid so, Mr. Potter," Mr. Smith said. Harry's eyes darkened. "Then you will understand this. Salazar is my familiar. Should you attempt to take him, I will do whatever I need to stop you," Harry threatened. Alexander Smith was very torn. On one hand, he knew it would be difficult to convince Michael to let a young boy keep a dangerous pet. However, he knew that if he tried to take Harry Potter's familiar, he shivered involuntarily. He couldn't imagine the hate mail he would get, not to mention death threats. He could see the headline of the Daily Prophet: "Squib brought before Wizengamot, tried to take Harry Potter's familiar." Knowing that what he would say next would not go over well, he said, "Michael, we need to leave." His partner turned to look at him like he was mad. "Alex, that boy's in possession of what looks like an Egyptian cobra. Those things are deadly. I know it looks like he had control of it, but we can't let him keep it," Michael said in a tone of finality. "Should you try to take him, I will hurt you, and then my uncle," Harry said menacingly. "Do you see now the boy is deranged, he needs to be taken away as well," Vernon roared. "Shut up, you Muggle filth," Harry barked while Salazar hissed darkly, causing Vernon and the two Animal Control people to take a step backwards. "Listen, son, if that snake bites you, you are as good as dead," Michael said as he took a slow step forward and extended his pole. Harry snatched his wand off the table and pointed it at Michael's heart. "Stay where you are," Harry said. "Michael, just stop. We need to leave," Alex said, causing Michael to turn on him. "What is your problem, Smith? We can't leave. We have to do our jobs," Michael shouted. "I am not going to die for this," Alex yelled, causing his partner to stop and stare at him. "We can take the snake, Alex, don't," Michael said. "I'm not worried about the bloody snake. That boy is connected to my past, Alex. You were so good to give me this job with no questions asked. I owe you a lot. I don't know what I would have done if you didn't help me. Just trust me when I say you do not want to take that snake from that boy. If the right people found out what you tried to do, they would kill you or send you someplace where you would wish you were dead," Alex said. "You're one of them," Vernon hissed in understanding. "No, I'm not, but I know for damn sure that if this got out you would be in a lot of trouble," Alex yelled as he stepped towards Vernon Dursley. "I mean, are you daft, man? Do you have no concern for your life? If the right people found out what you tried to do. Michael, just trust me on this. Now," Alex said sharply as Vernon Dursley's eyes went wide with shock. Michael had been working with Alex for nearly 5 years. The man told him flat out when he interviewed that Smith wasn't his last name, and that he had no records. Not even a birth certificate. Michael had been apprehensive about hiring such a person, but he seemed so honest and so scared. He was just a 16-year-old boy at the time, so Michael took him under his wing and showed him the ropes. They had been partners for the last 3 years and he trusted Alex. So when he saw the legitimate fear his friend seemed to have of whoever the boy was connected to, he had no choice but to nod his head in acceptance. The fact that his partner tore into the young man's uncle only seemed to prove that this was one case he didn't want to deal with, and he left the room. When the two animal control people left, Harry stared into his uncle's eyes. "Try that again, and you die. I will send Salazar into your room while you sleep and he will bite you, Aunt Petunia, and Dudley." Harry threatened seriously. Vernon Dursley wanted to do nothing more than to walk over to the boy and punch him in the face, but his nephew's snake would not stop staring at him. The snake seemed almost itching to attack him. So Vernon fought his natural impulse and started to leave the room. Before he could leave though, Harry called out, "You will open that cupboard and retrieve my school things, Vernon. That is unless you want Mr. Malfoy to hear of this incident." Vernon Dursley stopped in the doorway. The thought of strangling his nephew passed through his head. However, the sound of that damned snake hissing made him go downstairs, open the cupboard, and drag the trunk full of freakish things up to his nephew. All he could do is growl slightly at the boy as he left the room. The smallest bedroom, number 4 Privet Drive. 2 weeks had passed since Harry had first arrived at Privet Drive and Harry had not yet heard from any of his friends. Harry was at first disheartened that they would just forget about him, but after some thought, realized that both Draco and Tonks had mentioned going on vacation abroad. If his two best friends left early, Harry could understand their lack of correspondence. After the incident with animal control, many things changed at Privet Drive. Most of those changes were good for Harry. Harry was no longer required to do any of his previous chores, something that made Dudley very angry. Harry was also given sizable portions for all his meals while Dudley was placed on a rather strict diet. The thing that made Harry the happiest though was that the Dursleys were leaving him alone. Harry had yet to start any of his summer essays for school. His mind was focused on two interconnected things. First was Voldemort. Harry wasn't sure what to make of the Dark Lord. As much as Harry wanted to say that Voldemort shouldn't have tried to kill him, he could not. The number of times Harry had wished he had died along with his parents while he was being punished in his cupboard made him accept that the Dark Lord's explanation. Voldemort's warnings about the headmaster were also burned into his mind. In their meeting at the end of term, the headmaster's attempt to read his mind bothered Harry greatly. The fact that Harry almost forgot Salazar at the Slytherin table before scared him. He didn't want anyone finding out his secrets. The only people who knew that the headmaster was Harry's ancestor were the Malfoys, Tonks, and Voldemort. Harry trusted the Malfoys and Tonks with his secret. When Draco and Tonks found out about the headmaster's attempt at reading his mind, they both said that they would be ordering books on occlumency and practicing over the summer. Harry was of course very grateful to them. Draco assured him that both his parents were proficient in the art of mental defense, and Harry didn't think Voldemort would be sharing anything he found out about Harry with Dumbledore. Practicing his occlumency was the second thing Harry was focused on. The book Dumbledore had given him was not something for beginners, unfortunately. The book assumed that the wizard or witch already possessed some mental barriers and mainly offered tips to strengthen them. Harry would have been completely lost if Salazar hadn't offered to help him create his first mental shield. Flashback. Master, the first STSS step to protecting your mind is to relax. To create the necessary barrier SSS you must have a clear mind. Salazar hissed. How do I go about clearing my mind though, Salazar? How do you relax? Harry asked. I think about the joy of the hunt. I envision myself in a wide open field, the smell of my prey on my tongue. I find that my mind is most clear when I am in such a place, Master. Salazar hissed. Harry thought about what his familiar said. Where would I be most comfortable? I suppose in the air would be an option. Yes, when I'm flying I am completely relaxed. The wind rushing all around me as I race around the pitch, the joy of entering a death-defying dive, even the pre-game lap relaxes me. I know when I am most relaxed, Salazar. Now what is the next SS step? Harry asked. You must project your conscious self into the place where you are most relaxed. Salazar hissed. End flashback. Unfortunately, Harry found Salazar's suggestions very difficult. After nearly a week of trying, Harry finally was able to do as Salazar said. He saw himself flying on his broom around the Quidditch pitch. With Salazar's help, Harry had managed to form a very basic occlumency shield. Harry envisioned a stone wall encircling his Quidditch pitch. It took almost every waking hour for Harry to mentally construct it. What made the process so tedious was Salazar making him build his mental wall up stone by stone. Salazar would not let him just imagine a massive wall appearing. Harry had to lay each piece of stone and then build it up slowly around his Quidditch stadium. Salazar said that by building the wall brick by brick, his first line of mental defense would be stronger. When Harry completed the wall around his Quidditch pitch, he was ecstatic. It took nearly a week of intense mental labor, but Harry took great pride in his first line of mental defense. So when Salazar told him that Dumbledore and Snape would have no trouble passing by his stadium wall to access his mind, Harry was disheartened. According to Salazar, the walls Harry was currently building were essentially just a warning system to alert the mind of an invading presence. The more walls Harry could build, the more time he would have to attempt to break the connection with the invading presence. While the walls were tedious to construct, and served a vital purpose, they did have a major drawback. They could not repel the attack like Salazar had been doing. Salazar informed Harry that after he had constructed enough mental walls, he would begin to categorize all his thoughts and memories. This process would take a while as one had to go back and sort every memory into categories. Once the memories were sorted, they were stored inside the mental fortifications, and the final step of occlumency could begin. The final step of occlumency was what the book Dumbledore had given him was about. The book detailed different ways to deflect and even harm an attacking mental presence. Harry read some of the book and it was truly fascinating. A master occlumens could set mental traps that caused the invader to feel pain, sorry, agony, or any myriad of emotions, causing them to lose focus on their attack. They could also create stronger mental defense. The author of the book described hidden pits that would have spikes at the base. If an attacker were to fall into the pit, he would instantly be ejected from his mind. Other interesting defenses included passwords to access certain memories. Overall, Harry understood that it would be a long time before he was done working on occlumency. So Harry sat on his bed at Privet Drive and prepared to enter his mind. He was going to start the construction of his next mental defense today. Salazar was lying on his shoulders guarding him just in case the Dursleys tried anything while he was focused on working his mind magic. Harry closed his eyes and focused on seeing his Quidditch pitch. Harry saw his first mental wall around the Quidditch pitch. The walls extended high above the stands, but he quickly spotted a problem. Anyone could just go over the walls if they were on a broom. Harry smiled and began to think about enclosing his Quidditch pitch with a dome. Harry was about to begin constructing his next mental barrier when he heard Salazar's voice hissing from all around him. Master, the Elder Rabbit ISSS here, and he ISSS unhappy with your uncle. Salazar said. Harry sighed, he would have to build up his mental walls at another time. Harry opened his eyes to a rather strange sight. The door to his room was open and Lucius Malfoy was standing over the beaten form of Vernon Dursley. Lucius Malfoy was worried. Draco had sent off letters to both Harry and his young niece while they were vacationing. Draco became distressed when he did not get a quick reply, but Lucius assured him that international owl mail takes a long time. After 6 days in France, Draco sent off another letter. At the end of their second week of vacation, Draco received a curt reply from his cousin. Young Nymphadora said that her mother was not happy with her being friends with him and that their mail was being screened. She also said that Harry had yet to respond to her letters, and that she was starting to panic. When Draco received his cousin's letter, he demanded that they return to the manor and check on Harry. Lucius agreed that it was unusual for Harry to not respond to his 2 letters, and used his connections at the English and French ministries to obtain an international portkey. They arrived at the English Ministry of Magic's international portkey landing zone. They had been on English soil less than 3 seconds before Draco said, "Father, go check on Harry." Trixie. An elf arrived with a small pop. "Yes, master." "Draco, sir." Trixie said. "Take these bags back to the manor." Draco drawled. We will see you at home, Lucius. Narcissa said. Very well, Lucius said as he apparated to Privet Drive. The first thing that Lucius noticed when he arrived outside of Harry Potter's address was a rather fat child doing the garden under his mother's watchful eye. "Muum make Harry do this," the fat boy drawled. "No Didikins, you know we can't do that," the woman said shrilly. Lucius grinned. Well, it appeared that his threat did have some merit after all. He cast a disillusionment charm on himself and he walked into the house. Once he got inside he looked around for Harry. He spied the cupboard under the stairs. Silently praying that Harry wasn't locked inside, he waved his wand over it and it popped open. Lucius let out a breath of relief when he saw that Harry wasn't inside. However, his relief turned to anger as he looked at the place Harry Potter grew up. The small room consisted of spider webs and a single moldy cot in the corner. Lucius slammed the small door closed and dropped his disillusionment charm. He heard Harry's fat uncle speaking in the kitchen. By the sound of it, he was speaking with another muggle. Lucius walked to the kitchen and grinned. He placed his wand inside his robes, pushed the door open. He saw the fat muggle sitting with his back to him talking into a small black device. His father had told him about muggle telephones before, but he had never seen one up close. Lucius decided to get the fat muggle's attention. He drew his dagger out of his cane, and coughed loudly, causing Harry's fat uncle to turn around and stare at him with wide eyes. "Where is your nephew?" Lucius asked, fingering his dagger. You upstairs, FF first, bedroom on the RR right." Vernon stuttered. Lucius eyed the muggle for a moment before replacing his dagger into his cane and leaving the kitchen. He proceeded to go upstairs and knock on the door the fat muggle had said was Harry's room. When he got no response, Lucius got angry. "Accio fat muggle," Lucius said. A moment later, Vernon Dursley was screaming as he flew up the stairway. Lucius placed a deflection charm on himself, and when Vernon Dursley reached him, the spell ricocheted the fat muggle right into Harry's door, which broke open under the force of a 300-pound man slamming into it. Lucius walked into the room to see Harry sitting on the bed with his legs crossed. Salazar was positioned on his shoulders and began to hiss. Lucius aimed his wand at Harry's relative in case the muggle decided to get any ideas. "Lucius, what are you doing here?" Harry asked curiously. Lucius stepped away from the muggle and looked at Harry. He looked all right physically. The muggles obviously had been feeding him. "Draco was concerned when you didn't respond to his 2 letters. Ms. Tonks wrote that you hadn't responded to her letters either, and that she was beginning to get nervous." Lucius said. "Letters? I never got any letters." Harry said. "None," Lucius said in shock. "No, I just assumed both Draco and Tonks were on vacation and couldn't write." Harry said. "We were on vacation, but Draco still sent out 2 letters. Since neither you nor Tonks responded to Draco's first letter, we assumed that the letter was lost over the long trip. However, that was not the case. Tonks was unable to respond because of her mother apparently." Lucius said. "Why would I have not gotten any letters though?" Harry asked. Lucius thought on that for a while. "Dobby," Lucius said. A small popping sound accompanied the arrival of the stupidest-looking house elf Harry had ever seen. "Dobby, do you know why Harry did not receive any letters from Draco?" Lucius demanded. "Why, yes, sir. Dobby took all the letters that were going to Mr. Potter," Dobby said. Harry was shocked. "Why the hell would you do that?" Harry shouted. Master Lucius said to make sure Harry Potter was safe. Dobby thought that the letters could have been jinxed, or perhaps, Dobby started. "Stupid house elf," Lucius said as he delivered a sharp kick to the creature's midsection. "You were to ensure that Harry was protected from his relatives, not from my son's mail. Return all the letters you took immediately." Dobby snapped his fingers and a small crate appeared on Harry's bed. Harry groaned. There were at least 10 letters inside of the crate. "Great, I need to write some responses to explain this," Harry said in annoyance. "I am sorry about this, Harry. I took far too much faith in the mental capabilities of a lowly house elf. I should have known he would have done something stupid like this." Lucius said apologetically. "It is no problem, Mr. Malfoy. I just wish I had an owl. This is going to take forever to send off all these letters." Harry said. Mr. Malfoy thought on that for a moment. "Well, Harry, you could borrow Dobby and use him to deliver your mail since you don't have your own owl, and this was his mistake. I use house elves to deliver mail when I need it to arrive quicker than owl post will allow." Lucius said. Harry eyed the pathetic-looking house elf. Are you sure that he won't eat the letter I give him by mistake? Harry asked sarcastically. Not if he knows what's good for him. Lucius threatened darkly. All right, if he can deliver mail, he can stay. Harry said. Very well, Harry. Hopefully future owls won't be intercepted. Expect an invite to the manor soon. Lucius said with a smile. Thank you, sir, I look forward to it. Harry said. Lucius nodded before apparating out of the house. Harry turned to look at his uncle, who was now cowering in the corner of his room. Get out of my room, Dursley. Harry said. Vernon Dursley got up and went purple with rage. Now see here. You will not have your freakish friends just showing up. I was on a conference call when that man attacked me. And I should care. I told you to get out. Harry declared. Vernon took a step forward, but suddenly could no longer move. Harry was at first taken aback. He didn't do any magic, but then he heard the squeaky voice of the house elf. You shall not hurt Harry Potter. Harry turned to see the little house elf pointing one of its fingers at his uncle. The elf snapped his fingers and Harry watched as his uncle was thrown from the room. Impressive magic, Harry commented. Thank you, Harry Potter, sir. Dobby said. Could you teach me how to do that kind of magic? Harry asked curiously. Dobby's eyes widened. Harry Potter would like to learn house elf magic. Dobby exclaimed. I would. I'm interested in all kinds of magic. Is elf magic considered internal magic? Would it be undetected by the ministry? Harry asked again. Elven magic is internal magic, Harry Potter, sir. Dobby said, nodding his head. Excellent. Do you think you could teach me? Harry asked. Dobby looked hesitant. Harry Potter, sir. Humans cannot learn house elf magic. Wizard and witches can do wandless magic, sir, but only the most powerful can do it. They is called sorcerers. Why were you so excited about me wanting to learn house elf magic then? Harry asked, annoyed at being led on by the little creature. Harry Potter is powerful wizard, sir. For you to even consider learning the magic of the house elves, it is a most high compliment. Dobby said. Harry was slightly annoyed at the creature. Clearly Harry would have to work to get a straight answer out of the little elf. Fine, wait here and be quiet while I read over all the mail you kept from me for the last 2 weeks. Harry began taking out his mail. He opened the most recent letter. It was from Blaise and Susan. Harry. The beach is amazing. Susan and I are having a blast. Susan's aunt is really intimidating and I don't believe for a second she was ever in Hufflepuff. My parents were both shocked to learn that I was friends with you and Draco, but they seemed to be happy about it. They wanted me to invite Draco, Tonks, and you down to the beach for the last week of summer. Susan said Hannah would probably be coming as well as that Git Macmillan. The place we are staying is actually a modified Muggle condo. It's got all these weird things in it that everyone has been trying to figure out. Do either you or Tonks know what a Sony is? It's written on the bottom of this big black box in the living room. Dad thought it was some sort of alarm device, but we can't seem to figure it out. Hope to hear back from you soon. Blaise and Susan. Harry put down the letter and smirked. He took out a piece of paper and wrote a quick explanation about what a television was and how it worked. He also said that he'd love to join them the last week of summer, even if Draco and Tonks couldn't make it. Harry put his letter to the side and opened the next one. Dear Harry, my brothers told me that writing to you would probably be a waste of time, but I thought I would try anyway. I just wanted you to know that I'm not going to be listening to all the bad things Ron, Percy, and the twins have to say about you. You seemed really nice at the station, and I hope you will write me back. Ginny. Harry's smile was huge. He couldn't believe this. He had to show this letter to Draco. He quickly took out a piece of parchment and wrote a response. Dear Ginny, I'm glad you won't be listening to Ron. He doesn't like me and I don't like him. Make your own opinions about things, Ginny. You don't just have to let your family dictate what you believe. You can of course write to me. I don't have an owl, so I don't know how often I'll be able to respond, but I'll read everything you have to say. Harry. Harry smirked at his response. The chance of infuriating Weasley through his sister was going to be just too much fun. Harry put the letter to the side and opened the next one. Dear Harry, how are you? Why haven't you answered any of my previous letters? What's going on? Have you heard from Draco? If you don't answer this letter, I'm going to come over to your house and blast the door down to make sure you are okay. Tonks. Harry quickly took out a piece of parchment. Tonks. As strange as this will sound, an insanely stupid house elf was keeping my mail from me. Yes, I'm fine. Draco sent me 2 letters, but I haven't had a chance to read them yet. I also got a letter from Blaze inviting you, Draco, and I to join him and Susan at the beach at the end of summer. Do you want to go? I thought you were on vacation right now. If you are in Surrey, do you want to hang out tomorrow? I'll come by your house. Harry. Dobby. Harry called. Yes, Harry Potter, sir. Dobby said quickly. Take this note to Nymphadora Tonks and wait for a response. Harry said, handing the letter to Dobby. Yes, sir. Harry Potter, sir. Dobby said as he disappeared with a crack. Harry sighed and started to open his other letters. Tonks residence, Surrey. Tonks was not having a good summer. She couldn't help but get into rows with her mum about Draco. The situation had gotten so bad that they had barely spoken in the last week. To add to that, Tonks was constantly worried about why Harry had yet to respond to one of her letters. Tonks was terrified that Harry's Muggle relatives had somehow managed to hurt him again. Tonks voiced her opinion to her mother, but her mother simply shot down the very idea as impossible, further infuriating Tonks. Tonks was currently pacing in her room, cursing herself for the 100th time for not remembering where Harry lived. The only time she had ever visited Harry's house was when she and her mother had brought Harry back to those Muggles. They apparated there and back before Tonks could recall the address. Harry had attempted to give her the address when they were at the leaving feast, but Tonks just shrugged it off and said that an owl will be able to find him. Merlin was she regretting that now. A loud pop in the room brought her out of her brooding. Tonks turned around quickly and stared at one of the strangest looking creatures she had ever seen. The little thing was wearing only a pillowcase around itself and its long dropping ears made it look quite pathetic. What are you? Tonks asked in shock. I is a house elf, ma'am. I am currently helping Mr. Harry Potter. He asked that I give you this note, ma'am. Tonks quickly ran over to the little creature and snatched the note out of the little house elf's hand. She read it over a few times and then laughed. So were you the house elf taking Harry's mail? Tonks asked. Yes, ma'am. Dobby is sorry. I thought that it would help protect Mr. Harry Potter. Dobby said, speaking Harry's name with reverence. Right, you'll have to explain to me how keeping his mail from him would help him one of these days. Tonks replied in annoyance as she took out a piece of parchment and began to write a note on it. When she was done, she handed it to the elf. All right, take this to Harry. Tonks said. The elf bowed and then disappeared with a crack. Tonks let a smile cross her face as she took a seat on her bed. Harry would be coming over tomorrow. He'd probably have some idea what to do about her mum's problem with Draco. Harry got up at 5:30 the next morning and left Privet Drive for Tonks' house. The reason for leaving so early was simple: Dudley's gang. While Harry no longer feared his cousin's group of friends, he didn't want to have to deal with the consequences of Salazar killing one of them. So to make sure he avoided them completely, he left his house when he knew none of them would be awake. It took Harry about 30 minutes to walk across the park to Tonks' house, but his timing couldn't have been better. Harry was a few houses down when he saw Mrs. Tonks exit the house and get her mail from the mailbox. Mrs. Tonks, Harry called out. Harry watched as Mrs. Tonks looked over at his direction. For a second, Harry was sure that she was angry with him. Her eyes narrowed and her lips pursed. However, the look disappeared a second later, and Mrs. Tonks smiled at him. Hello, Harry, what are you doing here? Mrs. Tonks asked kindly. Harry pushed aside the angry look Mrs. Tonks gave him at first. She probably didn't recognize me. It is 6 in the morning after all. I'm well, ma'am. How have you been? Harry asked sincerely. Oh well, I've actually been rather busy working at the ministry. I'm working overtime the next few weeks so that Nymphadora and I can have an extra week in France during July. Mrs. Tonks said. Yay, Tonks mentioned that you two would be going to Paris this summer. Harry said. Yes, we'll be spending 1 week in Paris and 1 week in Nice. I must admit I'm looking forward to it. Mrs. Tonks said. Well, it sure sounds like fun. Harry said honestly. Yes, I dare say it will be. Now what are you doing here at this hour, Harry? I spoke to Dumbledore at the start of the summer and he said that you weren't to leave your relative's house. Mrs. Tonks said. Harry's eyes narrowed dangerously. That bastard, who the hell does he think he is? I don't believe that what I do over the summer is any concern of Professor Dumbledore. Harry said darkly. Harry, Professor Dumbledore just wants to make sure you are safe. He seems to think there is a very real threat to your life. Mrs. Tonks said. Is she kidding me? She saw what my uncle was like last summer. Why is she blindly listening to Dumbledore when she knows what my life is like in that house? Be that as it may, ma'am, I don't believe Dumbledore has any power to tell me what I can and cannot do outside of school. Now as to what I'm doing here, I got a letter from Tonks asking me to visit. So here I am, Harry said. Harry, I don't think that is such a good idea. If Professor Dumbledore thinks your life might be in danger, then you really should do what he says. Mrs. Tonks said with a much harsher tone than Harry was used to hearing from her. Harry was doing his best not to get angry at Mrs. Tonks. He really liked her. She was the person who rescued him from his uncle, she healed his wounds, and her daughter is his best friend. I'm sorry, ma'am, but I believe the professor has exaggerated the threat against me to you. Harry said. Well, I'm running late to work, Harry. I suppose it will be fine for you to visit with Nymphadora today. If you'd like to stay for dinner, you are welcome to it, we can discuss this further then. Mrs. Tonks said with a rather icy tone. Very well, ma'am, thank you for the invitation. Harry said politely. Mrs. Tonks motioned for him to follow her, and the two of them went inside. Nymphadora is still asleep, Harry. There is some cereal in the kitchen if you are hungry and want breakfast. Now I really must be off. Mrs. Tonks said as she took some flow powder and tossed it into the fire. Ministry of Magic, she shouted before disappearing. Harry sat down in the kitchen and set Salazar down on the table. SS's Salazar, why do you think Dumbledore SS spoke to MRSS's? Tonks about me SS staying at my relative's SS. Harry hissed. I do not know. He could be trying to ensure that SSSHE does not take you in again like SSSHE did last SS summer. Salazar said. Perhaps, did you get the impression that SSSHE was not happy to SSC me? Harry asked. Why would SSSHE be, Master? If SS someone ISSS trying to kill you, you are a threat to her daughter. Salazar hissed. You think that SSSHE does not want me to be near Tonks? Do you think that ISSS why they are SS spending an extra week in France? Harry asked. It ISSS a possibility, Master. SSSHE would not want her daughter to be harmed for being close to you. Salazar hissed. ISS sup is that Maquesse essence. What do you think ISS should do? Harry asked. You do not believe the threat is credible, yes. Salazar hissed. Correct. Voldemort does not wish me dead, and I do not believe the remaining Death Eaters SS wish me harm. Lucius even SS sent an elf to protect me. Harry hissed. Then do not listen to the old wizard. He knows SS not what the true SS situation ISSS, then again, perhaps he does know. USS said the Dark Lord mentioned Dumbledore would try to control you. By forcing you to SS stay at your relative's SS, he controls SS your movements SS. Salazar hissed darkly. You think Dumbledore might have created a false threat to control me? Harry asked in shock. I do not know, however, it ISSS a possibility. Either way it does not matter, you will not be staying with the Pigus much longer. Master. The rabbits SS will eventually come for you, and you will leave them. Salazar hissed. True. Harry said. Master, I must go hunt, perhaps you SS should build up your mental defenses while you wait for your friend to arrive. Salazar hissed. Very well. Good luck with your hunting. Harry hissed as he lowered Salazar off the table and opened the back door for him to go into the yard. Harry returned to the kitchen, ate a quick breakfast, and then began working on building his next occupancy wall. Tonks woke up at 11. She wasn't sure when Harry would be arriving, so she quickly jumped into the shower and put on some clothes. She walked into the kitchen and let out a gasp. Harry was sitting on the floor with his legs crossed. He seemed completely oblivious to her presence. His face was scrunched up, and sweat was falling from his brow like he was running a marathon. Tonks wasn't exactly sure what to make of the situation, so she hesitantly put a hand on his shoulder and said, Harry, are you okay? Harry's eyes opened quickly and he frantically started to look around the room. His eyes eventually landed on Tonks and he smiled brightly. Hey Tonks, he said with a smile. Harry, was that meditation you were doing? Tonks asked curiously. What? No, that was occlumency. Haven't you been working on it? Harry asked. No, the book I ordered hasn't arrived yet. What's it like? Is it difficult? You are sweating terribly. Tonks said. Yay, it's hard work building up the mental walls. I just started my second barrier this morning. The first one was a lot simpler and it still took me a week of doing nothing else to get it done. Harry said. Wow, it takes that long? Tonks asked in shock. According to Salazar, it's probably going to take me 2 or 3 years before I can call myself a master occlumens. The bloody snake wants me to build some 30 walls before I even start the next step. I mean, I can't even imagine 30 walls around a Quidditch pitch. Harry said, exasperated. Quidditch pitch? Tonks asked. Oh yeah, before you even start to build your first mental wall you need to clear your mind and find a place where you feel comfortable. Since I love flying so much, my mental walls are surrounding a Quidditch pitch. Harry said. Wow, I didn't think it would be that difficult. Tonks said. Yay, it is. I don't know when I'm going to find the time to do it at Hogwarts with all my other lessons, so I'm dedicating as much time as I can over the summer to practicing it. Harry said. That's smart. Tonks said in approval. Yep, so what's up with you, Tonks? How have you been? I'm sorry about the stupid elf taking all my mail, or else I would have come by sooner. Harry said. Tonks laughed. Yay, only you would have a house elf stealing your mail, Harry. Yay, I know, right. So how have things been? Oh, how did your mum respond to you being friends with Draco? She took you out of the station pretty quick when she met him. Harry said. Well, that's one of the things I wanted to talk to you about, Harry. My mum doesn't want me to hang out with Draco. Tonks admitted. She actually told you that? Harry said in shock. Yep, she even went so far as to say he was only using me for my metamorphagus talent. Tonks said sadly. I can't believe she would say something like that. Harry said, shaking his head. I know, but she did. I was wondering if you had any ideas about what I could do. Maybe you could talk to her and tell her Draco isn't such a bad guy, she'll listen to you. Tonks said. Well Tonks, I don't think your mum is all too interested in my opinion. Salazar thinks that she wants me to stay away from you. Harry admitted. What are you talking about? Why? Tonks demanded. Well, it appears that Dumbledore told your mum that Voldemort or the Death Eaters might try to attack me over the summer. Harry said. Harry, you know who is dead? Tonks said before a horrible thought struck her. Harry, when you first woke up from the hospital wing, you were delirious. You said something about you and you know who talking, and that he really wasn't so bad. You were just delirious, right? Tonks asked hesitantly. Harry hesitated for a second, and that was all Tonks needed. She gasped in shock. He's alive. You know who is back. What the hell happened? Why didn't you tell anyone? Oh Merlin, I don't believe this. Wait, is he the one who put you in the hospital wing? I thought you got hurt fighting Quirrell. That's what Dumbledore announced to the school. Tonks, calm down. Let me explain. Harry said. Okay, explain, Harry. Tonks said sharply. Harry took a deep breath and told her how Voldemort was possessing Quirrell. How he was trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone to regain his body, and how they talked briefly. Harry told her about how the killing curse gave him some of Voldemort's powers like Parseltongue and named him Magical Heir of Slytherin. Harry didn't tell Tonks everything. He didn't feel like explaining how he and Voldemort had grown up in abusive environments, and how the Dark Lord had warned him about Dumbledore. Harry also kept most of his opinions about the Dark Lord to himself. He did tell Tonks about how it was Dumbledore who sent him to the hospital wing, though when his disarming spell caused him to smash into the mirror of her eyes. Tonks just sat and listened to everything Harry had told her. She was completely speechless by the time he finished. After taking a good 10 minutes to comprehend all the information Harry had given her, Tonks spoke up. So what you're saying is you know who is somewhere between life and death, but he's not a threat to anybody right now? Tonks said, still in shock. Yes. Harry said. But if you know who isn't a threat and Dumbledore knows that, why does he think that you are in danger? Tonks asked. I really don't know. Salazar has a theory, but I'm not sure if it's right. Harry said. He figured Salazar might cause less of a reaction than telling Tonks it was really Voldemort who told him about Dumbledore's desire to control him. What's his theory? Tonks asked. Salazar thinks that Dumbledore is trying to control me. Make me more reliant upon him. I mean, what right does Dumbledore have to tell me what I do and where I go over summer? Harry asked rhetorically. Tonks looked hesitant. I guess it could be true, but Dumbledore is supposed to be the most trusted light wizard in the world. I'm just not sure I believe he would do something so blatantly cruel like that. Tonks said. Yay, I noticed everyone just sort of accepts whatever he says and doesn't question it. Harry remarked darkly. What do you mean? Tonks asked. I mean, your mum knows exactly what my life is like with the Dursleys, but she wanted me to go back there this morning. I guess she could have been worried that whatever threat was after me might go after you as well, but still, I mean, if Dumbledore told you that I had to stay at the Dursleys all summer, what would you say? Harry asked. I'd tell him he was insane and that you shouldn't have to spend a minute with those bastards. Tonks said darkly. Harry smiled. Well, at least you understand where I'm coming from. Wait, so Dumbledore actually told my mum, you know, who is alive? I can't believe that she would be so calm. I think she would start stockpiling healing potions or something. Tonks said. Harry thought about that. You know, I bet he didn't tell her he was alive. I bet he just told her that there was a threat to my life. When I mentioned Voldemort up in the hospital wing, McGonagall said I was cursed and was having trouble recalling the events correctly. I bet Dumbledore doesn't want it to get out about Voldemort. That makes sense. Why cause a panic when there isn't anything to worry about? I mean, if you know who is less than a ghost, he isn't really a big threat. Tonks said. Yay, I guess we should probably keep this between us then. Harry said. Tonks nodded. Yay, I don't think people would want to be told you know who is actually still alive somehow. Harry and Tonks spent the rest of the day talking about less stressful things, watching some TV, and doing some of their summer essays. Mrs. Tonks came home from the ministry at 7:30 and the three of them sat down to an uneasy diner. Well, what did you two do all day? Mrs. Tonks asked. Harry waited for Tonks to say something, but when it became apparent that she was ignoring her mother, he said, nothing much. We watched some television and worked on our potions essays. Are you too nervous about your grades? I understand that they are being mailed out sometime in July this year. Mrs. Tonks said. Not really, ma'am. I know what classes I did really well in and which class one probably failed. Harry said with a smile. How about you, Nymphadora? Hopefully you didn't fail any classes. Mrs. Tonks said. Tonks again just ignored her mother's question, so Mrs. Tonks turned her attention to Harry. So Harry, what are you going to be doing the rest of the summer? Are your relatives treating you better? Mrs. Tonks asked darkly. Well, we had a misunderstanding on the second day of summer, but we've reached an agreement. Harry said darkly. Oh, what kind of agreement? Mrs. Tonks asked. If they hit me, Salazar will bite them in their sleep. Harry said viciously. Andromeda shuddered involuntarily at Harry's suddenly dark and angry tone. She also didn't for a second doubt that he was serious. Andromeda always found Harry's familiar unsettling. She also suspected that it was in fact poisonous after she saw it bite a large rat in her garden last summer. The rat got away from the Salazar after the first bite, but it only made it another 2 steps before it stopped moving and collapsed. Andromeda wasn't sure how poisonous Harry's familiar was to humans or even what kind of snake it was, but she had a feeling she didn't want to know. I see, well, I'm glad they are leaving you alone. So no plans then? Andromeda asked again. Oh, well, I'm expecting an invitation to stay with Draco for a while, and Blaise Zabini and Susan Bones also invited me to spend the last week of summer with them down at the shore. So I'm looking forward to that. Harry said honestly. Andromeda's face darkened with the mention of the young Malfoy, but her distrust quickly turned to surprise when Harry mentioned Susan Bones. Amelia's niece. You're friends with her? Andromeda asked. Yes, Tonks and I are friends with her. Harry said. Andromeda's head was spinning as she tried to process how Harry could be friends with both Lucius Malfoy's son and Amelia Bones' niece. Do you know Madame Bones from the Ministry? Harry asked. Indeed I do. I'm the head spellcrafter for the Ministry and Madame Bones is the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. We have tea every Tuesday and discuss the kinds of spells she wants to be developed for the Aurors and Hit Wizards. Mrs. Tonks said. Oh, well, Tonks is also invited to the beach as well. Harry said. Really? I would have thought Amelia would have said something. Mrs. Tonks said. Oh well, the invitation came from Blaise, but they are staying with the Bones, so Madame Bones might not have known Blaise and Susan invited Tonks and I. Harry said. Mum, do you think I will be able to go? Tonks said, speaking to her mother for the first time. Andromeda was pensive. Perhaps, Nymphadora, I'll speak to Amelia about it next Tuesday when I see her. I doubt that Amelia would have gone to stay with the Zabinis if they weren't trustworthy. They were neutral during the war, but the Zabini family has never really been one to choose a side during a conflict. I suppose it couldn't hurt to have Nim and Blaise be friends, and Amelia has told me all kinds of wonderful things about Susan. I also doubt that Amelia would be very receptive of Lucius' son, so perhaps it will be okay. It's going to be fun, Mrs. Tonks. Susan is inviting her friends Ernie Macmillan and Hannah Abbott as well, so it should be a good time. Harry said. Andromeda's eyes widened slightly. I haven't seen Michelle Abbott in some time, and I'm sure her daughter is a very nice young lady. While I never really liked Arnold Macmillan, the family is very much against dark magic. I suppose that would be a fun group. Michelle Abbott and I were dorm mates in Ravenclaw back in the day. Mrs. Tonks said. So I can go? Tonks asked again hopefully. Yes, remember to thank Blaise and Susan for inviting you though. Mrs. Tonks said. I won't, Mum, thanks. Tonks said happily. Are you close with Susan, Hannah, and Ernie? Mrs. Tonks asked curiously. Well, Harry and I are friends with Susan and Hannah. Ernie kind of annoys me, and he doesn't like Harry because McGonagall had Harry grade some transfiguration tests and Harry failed him. Tonks said with a grin. Andromeda laughed. Oh, if Ernie is anything like his father, I'm sure he just took that very well. The rest of the meal had a considerably more relaxed atmosphere. Tonks was finally speaking with her mother again, and Mrs. Tonks didn't get as tense when either Harry or Tonks brought up Draco in passing. Harry was ready to go back to Privet Drive later that night, but Mrs. Tonks said that it would be fine if he wanted to spend the night, which Harry accepted. Tonks spent the rest of the night gleefully showing Harry all the outfits she wanted to buy for their trip to the beach. At 3 in the morning, Harry officially regretted buying Tonks a doll that could model clothing. He fell asleep in her room, but Tonks didn't even notice as she continued to flip through magazines. Harry and Tonks spent the next 4 weeks together. However, Mrs. Tonks was very resistant to Harry coming over every day. Tonks always told him about the stupid arguments she and her mom had the night before about him. Harry felt bad, but Tonks refused to let him blame himself. Tonks finished telling Harry about a particularly bad argument, which her mother threatened to set the wards to ban Harry's magical signature, when she took out a house key and gave it to Harry. Harry was at first shocked, but then thanked Tonks profusely. Tonks just laughed and told him that he spent more time at her house than at his anyway, so he might as well be able to come and go. As angry as Harry was with Mrs. Tonks, he figured that she was one of those people who put a lot of faith in the headmaster. Harry's suspicions were pretty much proved correct when he received a letter from the headmaster during the first week of July. Harry and Tonks were at first shocked and awed by the magnificent-looking phoenix that seemingly appeared out of nowhere. However, once Harry opened the headmaster's letter, both he and Tonks scowled. Apparently, when Mrs. Tonks realized that she could not keep Harry and Tonks apart while she was at work, she had written to the headmaster for help. After Harry read the first 3 lines of the letter, he handed it to Tonks, who got just as far before tossing it into the fire. The headmaster's note simply chastised Harry for his blatant disregard for a credible threat, and selfishly endangering Ms. Tonks' life. Tonks and Harry just called the headmaster a few choice names before giving Fawkes a note to the headmaster that politely told him to bugger off. Apart from outside interferences, Harry and Tonks had a lot of fun together. Much to Harry's shock, Dobby was actually a lot of help once Tonks gave him orders to not gush about how great Harry was. Dobby acted as their personal chef, maid, and owl. Tonks, owl, smarty, was rather annoyed at being replaced by an elf for a summer, but Dobby allowed for them to communicate quicker with Draco, Blaise, Susan, and Ginny. Harry was so impressed by the elf, he decided he would speak to Lucius about getting one of his own. Writing Ginny Weasley was one of Harry and Tonks' favorite things to do. Ginny seemed to be rather smitten with Harry, something that Tonks constantly teased him about. One of the benefits to the young Weasleys' crush though was that it gave Harry and Tonks a way to annoy the hell out of the other Weasleys. Together Harry and Tonks had written Ginny several letters, all of which encouraged her to think for herself and not just accept what her family and brothers told her to be true. Draco had also helped by suggesting some things to write to the impressionable Weasley. After the young Weasley's latest letter, which she described how she had gotten into yet another fight with her family about Harry, Harry bet Tonks and Draco 10 galleons that the young Weasley would be sorted into Slytherin. Harry and Tonks didn't just goof off with their time though. The book Tonks bought on occlumency had finally arrived. Tonks seemed to find it a lot harder to find a place where she could begin constructing her mental walls, but after a good 2 weeks she had finally found something. Harry pestered her for a week to tell him what imagery she used to start defending her mind, but every time she refused and said it was private. Harry was annoyed, but eventually let it drop and began describing how she should go about building her first mental wall. Harry's occlumency was also progressing rather well. He now had 3 completed mental walls and he was busy constructing his 4th. His 4th wall though was unlike the other ones. After the ease Harry had building his 3rd mental wall, Salazar wanted him to try something more difficult. Harry's 4th mental wall was that of a large fence with barbed wire around it. Unlike his other mental walls, Salazar had him start his 4th mental defense further away from the others' 3 walls. Salazar had previously told him that by building his walls practically on top of each other would take an invading mind longer to breach. By building his 4th mental defense further away from the other 3, his 4th mental wall would be weaker than the other mental barriers, however, it would alert him of an incoming attacker before they reached his main defenses. Harry had finally received a letter from the Malfoys inviting him and Tonks to the manor on the 14th of July. Harry wrote back asking for the portkey time to be changed to the 15th as Tonks would be leaving to go to France on the 15th as well. Mr. Malfoy had immediately provided a new portkey for him, and wished Tonks well on her trip. Tonks would be returning from France on the 29th and Harry was adamant that she come to the manor to celebrate his birthday. Unfortunately, Mrs. Tonks had overheard them talking and promptly said that Tonks would never set foot in Malfoy Manor. This led to a rather large argument between Tonks and her mother. In the end, Mrs. Tonks banned Tonks from going, and Tonks hadn't spoken to her since. The day of the 15th arrived, and Harry, Salazar, and Dobby departed the Dursleys. Harry had to fight a strong urge to tell Dobby to place silencing wards up and then letting Salazar have at them in their sleep. While the Dursleys better than they ever had been, Harry still wanted to do nothing more than to make them sorry for what they had done to him. Once they were outside, Dobby placed an invisibility charm around himself and Harry's trunk. The 3 of them proceeded to walk to Tonks' house at 6 in the morning. Harry walked up the stairs to her room and found a rather annoyed Tonks rushing around looking for her clothing. "Busy, Tonks?" Harry asked from her doorway. "Harry, I can't believe you stopped by," Tonks said as she brought him into a hug. "Yes, well, I can't have my friend going to a foreign country without saying goodbye," Harry said with a smile. "Oh, this is great, you can help me pack," Tonks said excitedly as Harry groaned. "Why don't you just do that packing spell?" Harry asked. "Because we can't do magic over the holiday, stupid," Tonks said exasperatedly. "So get your mum to do it," Harry said. "We, had another fight last night," Tonks admitted sheepishly. "Oh Merlin, another one. What was the topic of this fight?" "Wait, let me guess, was it about Draco or myself?" Harry asked. Tonks just sighed. We were talking about all the shops in Paris, and I mentioned wanting to get you a birthday gift. One thing led to another, and now we aren't speaking. I'm sorry, Tonks, but I'm sure once you get into the shops you'll forget all about that stuff," Harry said with a smile. "Yay, maybe," Tonks said sadly. "It'll get better, Tonks," Harry said. "Harry, if I don't get to see you on your birthday, happy birthday in advance," Tonks said, disappointment dripping in her voice. "Tonks, don't worry about it. You'll see me on my birthday. If your mum won't let you go to the manor, we'll just all go to Diagon Alley that day to pick up our stuff for school," Harry said. Tonks' face brightened. "Promise?" she asked. "Of course, now I've got a gift for you," Harry said with a grin. "A gift?" Tonks asked, bouncing up and down in excitement. "Well, more like a loan, I guess. I figured that if you ever wanted to explore Paris by yourself without your mum finding out, you could use this," Harry said as he handed Tonks his invisibility cloak. "Harry, I can't take your cloak." What if I lose it? I mean, it was your dad's. Tonks said, pushing it away. Please Tonks, you might find some use for it, and I don't use it that much. Besides, I trust you not to lose it. Harry said. Tonks blushed at Harry's compliment and accepted the cloak from him with a smile. I'll take good care of it, she said. I know you will, Harry said with a grin. Harry helped Tonks pack the rest of her belongings, and at 7:59, Harry hugged Tonks, wished her well on her trip, and grabbed his trunk. A minute later, his portkey activated, and he was taken to Malfoy Manor. Malfoy Manor, unploatable. The portkey dropped Harry off in the middle of Malfoy Manor. Harry was glad he was still keyed into the wards so he didn't go smashing into the ground with his trunk. Ah, Harry, you have arrived, Lucius said. Yes, thank you for the invitation again, Lucius. Harry replied with a smile. Lucius just waved him off. I'm sorry we weren't able to get you away from your relatives sooner, Harry. Well, it actually wasn't so bad this year. I spent most of my time at Tonks actually. Harry said. Yes, it's a pity that Tonks won't be able to join you here. Draco tells me that she and her mother are arguing rather badly right now. Lucius said. Yes, I don't think Mrs. Tonks is really all that happy with Draco and Tonks being friends. Harry said. Well, that's Andromeda for you. Once that woman has an opinion, you can't get her to change it. Draco told me that Professor Dumbledore's Phoenix also paid you a visit this summer. Lucius said as they began walking towards the kitchen. No offense, Lucius, but I don't want to talk about the headmaster right now. Harry said through gritted teeth. I understand. So how is your occlumency coming along? I'm actually rather proud of how well Draco has come along with his study. I suspect he will begin building his first mental wall any day now. Lucius said. That's good. I've already built up 3 mental walls and I'm working on my 4th. Tonks has almost completed one of her mental walls as well. Harry said casually. You have 3 walls already built and my niece has already begun constructing one. Lucius said in amazement. Yes, Salazar helped us with some advice that wasn't in the occlumency book she purchased. Harry admitted. Ah, well, perhaps you'll be able to work with Draco some. Lucius said as they took seats in the kitchen. I'm sure I will. Harry said. Good. Trixie. Lucius called. The little elf appeared with a pop. Yes, Master Malfoy. Trixie said. Harry's trunk is in the second living room. Please take it up to the room you prepared for him. Lucius said dismissively. Yes, Master Malfoy. Trixie said as she disappeared with another pop. Oh Lucius, I'd like to thank you for letting me borrow Dobby. Harry said. He wasn't a bother, was he? After that daft elf took your mail, I was ready to bash its skull in for its stupidity. Lucius said in annoyance. No, he wasn't a bother at all. Actually, he was rather useful once Tonks got him to stop worshipping me every 10 seconds. In fact, he was so useful I was hoping you could tell me where I might be able to get an elf of my own. Harry asked. Oh well, most house elves are inherited through bloodlines. I'm quite sure that being the heir to 4 families there are most likely several elves that are bound to you, but if you want a personal elf, then we will have to go to Nocturne Alley. Lucius said. Why Nocturne Alley? Harry asked. Ah well, once an elf is free or not bonded into a family, they usually seek out a temporary bond. A man in Nocturne Alley bonds many of those elves to him and then sells them out of his shop. Of course this is all highly illegal. There is an old law that states someone may only have 2 personal elves bonded to his person and not to his family. Lucius said. I see. When do you think we could go? Harry asked. Well, I suppose we will go when we get Draco and your school supplies. I need to visit Nocturne anyway. Lucius said. Oh, why's that? If you can tell me, that is. Harry said. Lucius' face darkened. Cornelius was kind enough to give me and some of my friends the heads up that Arthur Weasley has been given the go-ahead by the DMLE to start conducting raids to find dark objects. I see, but surely Weasley wouldn't dare try to raid the manor. Harry said in shock. Arthur Weasley and I hate each other. I have no doubt the manor will be among the first places targeted. Lucius said in annoyance. So why are you going to Nocturne Alley because of this? Harry asked. Ah well, you see, there are merchants in Nocturne Alley that will purchase some of the objects I do not have a purpose for. Those that are important are family memorabilia I've almost finished storing in the Malfoy family vault in Gringotts. Lucius said. Harry was about to reply when Draco entered the room. Hey Harry. Draco said with a grin. Hi Draco, how was Italy? Harry asked. It was all right, great food. Draco drawled. Great food, Draco. What about the culture? The exquisite history. The museums alone made the trip worthy. Narcissa said entering the room. Yay, that was good too. Draco said with a smile. Hello Harry, how are you? Narcissa asked. I'm doing well ma'am. Thank you for having me. Harry said. Oh, it's no problem Harry. I just wish you could have come sooner, but I understand you were practically living with Nymphadora. Narcissa said. Yes, much to her mother's annoyance. Harry said. Yes, well Andy always was stubborn. I hope Tonks will be at least able to come here for your birthday. Narcissa said. I wanted to talk to you about that. It looks like she won't be able to come to the manor. Do you think that we might be able to go to Diagon Alley that day so that we can all hang out? Harry asked. I suppose that would be fine. Since it is only 2 weeks away, we can have our trip to Nocturne Alley the same day. Lucius said. Nocturne Alley? Draco asked with a grin. Yes, I have business there and Harry wishes to purchase a personal elf. Lucius said. Really why? Draco asked Harry. Harry just rolled his eyes. Draco was a great friend, but sometimes his prejudice against non-wizards were just idiotic. Draco elves are dead useful. You probably don't realize how useful since you've grown up with 3 of them serving you. Besides I don't have an owl and an elf will be able to carry my mail. Harry said with a smirk. That's one expensive owl, Harry. Besides what are you going to do with it when you are at Hogwarts? I mean the teachers barely put up with Salazar. Do you think they'll let you have your own personal elf? Draco drawled. That's a good question. Lucius, what do you suggest? Harry asked. Lucius seemed to think for a moment. I suppose you could take it with you and allow it to work at Hogwarts when you are not using it. That way Hogwarts gets another house elf for the kitchens and you would still be able to summon it. Do you think the headmaster would allow that? Harry asked. I'll bring it up at the next board meeting in a few weeks. I'll get their approval and take it out of the headmaster's hands. Lucius said with a grin. Harry just smirked. He loved that Mr. Malfoy had a certain authority over the headmaster because of his position on the board. I appreciate that, sir. Harry said with a grin. So Harry, do you want to go play some? Draco stopped abruptly though when 2 large brown owls swooped into the kitchen and landed in front of Harry and Draco. It looks like your first-year grades have arrived boys. Lucius said as Draco and Harry paled slightly. Now there is no need to be nervous. I'm sure both of you did very well. Narcissa said. The words or else were left unsaid as Harry and Draco took the letters. Father, Mother, before we open these letters, I feel obligated to say that I most certainly failed history of magic. Draco said quickly. Yay, me too. Harry said. Both Lucius and Narcissa looked rather annoyed. Open the letters, they said together. Harry gulped. He was used to being nervous about opening report cards in front of the Dursleys if he ever did better than Dudley, which was always, he was punished for cheating. This time though, Harry was nervous that he would disappoint the Malfoys. Saying a silent prayer, Harry quickly opened his letter. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Draco doing the same. Dear Mr. Potter, congratulations on completing your first year at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Below are the marks for your first term and the first-year class rankings. The class rankings are done by averaging your marks. Note that an outstanding is equal to 6 points, exceeds expectations 5 points, acceptable 4 points, poor 3 points, dreadful 1 point, and troll negative 1 point. Minerva M. McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Harry James Potter, Slytherin. House. Class, Grade, House Rank, Year Rank. Astronomy 0 2nd, 8th. Charms 0 1st, 1st. Defense against the Dark Arts 0 1st, 1st. Herbology 0 2 th, 6th. History of Magic P 8th, 43rd. Potions 0 4th, 9th. Transfiguration 0 1st, 1st. Overall grade exceeds expectations, outstanding. Year rank 4th. Top 10 first years. Name, House, overall grade. 1. Hermione Granger, Gryffindor, outstanding. 2. Terry Boot, Ravenclaw, outstanding. 3. Sue Lee, Ravenclaw, outstanding. 4. Harry Potter, Slytherin exceeds expectations, outstanding. 5. Padma Patil, Ravenclaw exceeds expectations, outstanding. 6. Lisa Turpin, Ravenclaw exceeds expectations. 7. Susan Bones, Hufflepuff exceeds expectations. 8. Draco Malfoy, Slytherin exceeds expectations. 9. Blaise Zabini, Slytherin exceeds expectations. Goldstein, Ravenclaw exceeds expectations. Harry put down his letter. Wow, he said in shock. Wanna swap? Draco asked with a grin. Harry handed Draco his letter and Draco gave Harry his. Harry quickly scanned Draco's letter. Astronomy E, 4th, 18th. Charms O, 2nd, 3rd. Defense against the dark arts O, 2nd, 2nd. Herbology A-7th, 39th. History of magic P, 5th, 37th. Potions O, 1st, 1st. Transfiguration O, 2nd, 3rd. Overall grade exceeds expectations. Numerical grade 5.14. House rank 2nd. Year rank 8th. Not bad, Draco. Harry said with a grin. You too, Harry. Draco said. Will you two tell us already? The suspense is killing me. Narcissa said in annoyance. Harry and Draco smiled. Well, we both failed history of magic. Harry said with a grin. Seeing that Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy were actually starting to get truly annoyed with them, Harry said, we also both got O's in charms, defense against the dark arts, potions, and transfiguration. What about astronomy? Lucius asked. I got an outstanding. Harry said. I got an exceeds expectations. Draco said. Lucius nodded his head in approval at both grades. Herbology? Narcissa asked. I got an outstanding. Harry said with a big grin. I got an acceptable. Draco said, rolling his eyes. You would have got an outstanding as well if you just would have asked Neville for help. Harry chided. I don't need the help of that squib. Draco said. Well, I guarantee you that Neville probably got tops in herbology. Harry muttered. Whatever, it's just plants. Draco said. How did you rank in the classes you got outstandings in? Lucius asked. I got tops in potions, father. Draco said, smiling. Excellent job, Draco. I'm sure your godfather will be very proud. Severus did say that you were his best student all year. Lucius said proudly. How about your other classes? Narcissa asked. Well, I'm 2nd in defense against the dark arts, 3rd in transfiguration and 3rd in charms. Draco said. That's very good as well, Draco, but I thought you said you expected to be 2nd in both transfiguration and charms. Narcissa asked. I know. I don't know who could have done better than me. Draco admitted. I'd bet it was Granger in transfiguration, Draco. McGonagall likes her, and if push came to shove she would probably want to put a Gryffindor over a Slytherin. Harry said. A mudblood. A mudblood beat you, Draco. Lucius said darkly. She's the top student. Harry said quickly, launching to Draco's aid. I don't believe this. Lucius said, shaking his head in frustration. I'm sorry, father. Draco said, hanging his head in shame. What about charms? Narcissa asked, showing just as much contempt as Lucius. I don't know, Harry. Any ideas? Draco asked. Su Li most likely. Harry said. Who the hell is that anyway? I mean, we have charms with the Ravenclaws and I have no idea who that girl is. Draco said. She's that tiny Asian girl who sits behind Terry Boot. She doesn't ever raise her hand and she's incredibly quiet, but she is very good at the subject. Harry said. Any relation to Chan Li? Lucius asked. I don't know. Li is a pretty common name. Harry said. It's not a common name among wizards, Harry, especially in England. Chan Li is the Chinese ministry's ambassador. He's a very influential and wealthy pureblood. Lucius said. Perhaps I'll have to speak with her this year. Harry commented. Yes, Draco, you should get to know Ms. Li as well. Her father is very powerful internationally as well as a charms master. Lucius said. Harry was glad that Lucius didn't seem to have any problem with Draco being bested by Su Li. Lucius clearly didn't mind Draco being beaten out by a pureblood witch with a charms master for a father. How about you, Harry? Narcissa asked. Well, I was tops in charms and transfiguration, of course. I was also 1st in defense, 6th in herbology, 8th in astronomy and 9th in potions. Harry said. That's very impressive, Harry. What was your overall ranking? Lucius asked. I was 4th overall in the year with a grade of exceeds expectations, outstanding. Harry said. 4th. Who beat you? Those are impressive scores. Narcissa asked. Granger, Terry Boot, and Su Li all had outstanding overall. How exactly did they rank them if they all had perfect scores? Harry asked. Oh, they look at their ranking on the exams and then order them accordingly. Lucius said. Draco, did you make it into the top 10? Narcissa asked. Yes, mother, I'm 8th overall. Draco said proudly. That's very good, Draco. Who was ahead of you? Lucius said. Harry, 2 Ravenclaws, and Susan Bones. Draco said. Really? Well, I suppose Amelia's niece takes after her. Who were the last 2 on the list? Lucius asked. Blaise Zabini and another Ravenclaw named Goldstein. Harry answered. You are friends with the young Zabini, right? Narcissa asked. Yes, Harry and I are friends with him and Susan Bones. Draco said. Lucius nodded his head in approval. Well, you both did an excellent job this year. I expect you to keep it up though. We will, Father. Draco said. I wonder how Nymphadora did. Narcissa said. Oh, I imagine she did really well. McGonagall told me over Christmas that she was tops in defense and charms as well as among the top in transfiguration. Harry said. Yay, and Uncle Severus started to go a little bit easier on her this year. Draco said. Yay, not much though, she is still a Gryffindor. Harry commented. Oh, I don't think Severus really sees her as one anymore though, Harry. Lucius said. Really, why? Harry asked. After Nymphadora asked for a transfer into Slytherin, Severus seemed to have a soft spot for her. At least he alluded to that over dinner, when we had him over during April. I think knowing that one of McGonagall's Gryffindors so desperately wanted to defect to his house caused him to re-evaluate the girl. Narcissa said. Really? Wow. I never noticed. Harry said. Yes, well, we aren't in her potions class. I bet he doesn't treat her like the other Gryffindors. Didn't you notice that she stopped complaining about Uncle Severus' class? Draco said. Yay, I did notice. Harry stopped talking though when a very loud ringing echoed through the kitchen. Someone just breached the manor's outer wards. Lucius said as he drew his wand. Harry, Draco, and Narcissa all drew their wands at the same time. Boys, get upstairs. Narcissa said. No, we stick together. If we separate they could be attacked and we couldn't protect them. Lucius said as he waved his wand and taped Harry, Draco, Narcissa, and himself. Harry felt a chill run down his spine and then looked at Lucius. He was shocked to see that he could barely see him. He completely blended in with the surroundings. I've placed a disillusionment charm on us. Let's go, Lucius said. Harry made a mental note to talk to Flitwick about that charm as they walked out of the kitchen. They walked down a flight of stairs and down a hallway. When they reached the main entrance, Harry spotted a man with his wand drawn, standing by himself. He was wearing bright purple robes with red lining. Lucius, Narcissa, and Draco clearly didn't see him. Not wanting to blow their cover by informing Lucius, Harry drew his wand and shouted, Expelliarmus. The man turned around just in time to see Harry's spell strike him in the chest. Harry was shocked though when the man flicked his wrist drawing another wand. Stupefy. The man shouted. Harry dodged the stunning spell and sent one back at the man. Suddenly several more people entered the room, all firing stunning spells. Harry dropped to the ground and shouted, Defindo, Expelliarmus, at the nearest man. Harry grinned as his cutting curse struck the man's wand arm, causing him to drop his wand. The disarming spell flung him across the room a half a second later. Stop, Harry. Stop now, Lucius yelled as he removed all the disillusionment charm. Harry turned to look at Lucius in disbelief. His lapse in concentration cost him though when several men hit him with a myriad of spells. A disarming spell caused him to lose his wand and smash against the wall. Before he was stunned, 2 more spells struck him, causing an arm and a leg to break. Harry woke up and let out a muffled scream. He looked over to his left arm and gasped. The bone in his arm was exposed. Mr. Potter, try to relax, a woman said. Harry looked around in a panic. He appeared to be in a hospital bed. Where am I? Harry asked. You are in St. Mungo's, Mr. Potter. From what I understand, you were involved in an altercation with some Aurors. The woman said. What are Aurors? Harry asked. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot you lived with Muggles for a little. They are like police, Mr. Potter. They were there to supervise Mr. Arthur Weasley when he went in search of dark objects. The woman said. Who are you? Harry asked. Oh, where are my manners? I'm Healer Smith. Now I'm sorry to say, but I can't mend your arm. Now this won't hurt, Mr. Potter, but I'm going to vanish the bones in your left arm. I meant to do it before the stunning spell wore off. Healer Smith said as the woman muttered an incantation. Harry watched as she sent a blue spell at his arm. As soon as it hit, Harry felt so much better. The pain in his arm was instantly gone, but his arm just hung loosely. It was a rather odd sight to see his arm just flopping around. "You're going to fix that, right?" Harry asked as he poked his glove-like arm. "Yes, Mr. Potter, but I'm sorry to say you are in for a long night. Scalo Grow isn't the most comfortable potion," Healer Smith said. "Great, do you happen to know where Mr. Malfoy is?" Harry asked. The healer just shook her head in the negative. Harry was about to ask another question when the door to his room opened and Draco, Lucius, Narcissa, an intimidating-looking woman, and a portly man wearing a bowler hat entered the room. "Harry, how are you?" Draco asked. "I've been better," Harry said as he waved his boneless arm. "Was it really necessary to remove the bone?" The portly man asked. "Unfortunately, Minister. Believe me, I would not subject a child to Scalo Grow unless it was necessary. The bone could not be mended, and regrowing it is the only way to ensure he doesn't have any lasting damage," Healer Smith said. The man Harry assumed to be Minister Fudge winced slightly. "Mr. Potter, I am Amelia Bones, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. I would like to apologize on behalf of all the Aurors who attacked you. By failing to identify themselves when they entered Malfoy Manor, they broke several very important search and seizure laws. I cannot express how sorry I am that you have to regrow bones because of their idiocy. I just hope that you do not blame our entire department for the failures of a few Aurors, who have all been suspended for their breach of protocol," Amelia Bones said. Harry nodded his head. "It's all right, Madam Bones. Susan has told me too many good things about you for me to ever blame you or your department for what happened today," Harry said. Harry noticed the minister relaxed a lot at his words. "Mr. Potter, I am Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge. I am so sorry that this event ever took place." Senior Auror McNeil and Arthur Weasley knew the protocol, but apparently in Mr. Weasley's haste to ensure no artifacts were hidden, they forgot. "Know that I have spoken very harshly with Mr. Weasley and he is waiting out in the hall to offer an apology," Minister Fudge said. "Thank you, Minister, I just hope nothing like this happens again," Harry said. "I assure you, Mr. Potter, it will not. I just hope that you do not lose faith in the ministry or myself because of this mishap," Minister Fudge said. "Don't worry, Minister, I don't hold you responsible. After all, it wasn't your fault. The protocol, as Madam Bones said, was there to ensure incidents like this didn't happen, it just wasn't followed," Harry said. "Well, I thank you, Mr. Potter. I was hoping though that we could perhaps keep this incident out of the papers," Minister Fudge said hesitantly. Harry was at first shocked that the minister was asking that. After a few seconds, Harry realized that the minister was actually starting to sweat. Deciding that he needed to give at least some answer, Harry said, "I don't see anything I could possibly gain from informing the press of this, Minister." Harry enjoyed watching the minister sag in relief. "Thank you for that, Mr. Potter. Know that Amelia and I agree that you will face no charges of underage magic, as this was the ministry's fault. Also, if I can ever do anything for you, please let me know. Lucius has told me nothing but good things about you, and I would be only too happy to assist you if you require it," Minister Fudge said. "I'll keep that in mind, Minister, thank you," Harry said as he mentally smirked. It was nice to know he had some blackmail on the ministry if he ever needed it. "Madam Bones, it was a pleasure to meet you, and please tell Susan and Blaise that I'm looking forward to joining them at the beach at the end of the summer," Harry said. Madam Bones hid her shock at the news that Harry Potter would be visiting them at the beach. When she thought about it, though, it did make sense. Susan had said Mr. Potter was in Slytherin along with Mr. Zabini, and that they were all friends. "I will look forward to seeing you at the end of the summer then, Mr. Potter," Amelia said with a smile. "Well, if you'll excuse me, Mr. Potter, I must be getting back to the ministry," Minister Fudge said. "Of course, Minister," Harry said as Fudge bowed slightly and left. "I also must be going, Mr. Potter, but I look forward to seeing you at the beach. Susan and Mr. Zabini have told me nothing but good things about you," Amelia said as she also bowed slightly and departed. When Healer Smith departed to go get the Scalo Grow, Mr. Malfoy leaned in to speak to Harry. Harry, I'd like to thank you. After you were injured and Cornelius found out what had happened, the raid was immediately terminated. I had some very controversial objects in my study that I was planning on taking to Gringotts later today. I would have had to answer a lot of annoying questions about them. I'm glad something good came out of this, Harry whispered back as the door opened and a red-haired man stepped into the room. Harry eyed the man, who had to be Arthur Weasley, with disdain. Can I help you? Harry asked, pretending he didn't know the man. Yes, Harry. I'm Arthur Weasley. Mr. Weasley said. First of all, Mr. Weasley, you may address me as Mr. Potter. I may be on a first-name basis with your daughter, but I certainly am not with you. Minister Fudge and Madam Bones both had no problem addressing me as such, and I would have expected you to do the same. Now what exactly can I do for you? Harry said confidently. Harry smirked as the man's face colored with embarrassment and slight anger at being put in his place by a soon-to-be second-year Hogwarts student. I am sorry, Mr. Potter. I forgot myself. We have never been introduced, so it was presumptuous of me to address you by your first name. My daughter speaks very highly of you, and I'd like to apologize for what happened today. Those orders were under my supervision, and in my haste I broke protocol. Mr. Weasley said. So I've already been told. Harry said evenly. Mr. Potter, drink this, Healer Smith said as she walked into the room and handed him a chalk-white potion. Harry quickly downed the thick potion and winced at its taste. A second after he had finished it, Harry grimaced. A sharp aching pain started to build in his left arm. Harry looked up and saw very sympathetic faces from everyone, especially from Arthur Weasley. You had to use Scalo Grow for his arm. Mr. Weasley said. That is obvious, Weasley. Now that you've apologized, leave so that Harry can heal in peace. Lucius said dismissively. Mr. Weasley sighed. I am sorry again, Mr. Potter. Mr. Weasley said as he turned to leave. Wait, Mr. Weasley, Harry said as an idea popped into his head. Mr. Weasley turned around wondering what the boy who lived had to say to him. Dobby, Harry called. The small elf popped into the room and looked at Harry with wide eyes. Is Mr. Harry Potter all right? Dobby asked. I'll be fine, Dobby. Can you go into my trunk and retrieve my latest letter to Ginny Weasley? Harry said. Dobby nodded and popped away. A second later he returned with the letter. Mr. Weasley, could you give Ginny this letter for me? It would save me time if you brought it to her. Harry said. Arthur took the letter, albeit a bit hesitantly. I will give it to her, Mr. Potter. I am again terribly sorry this happened, and I hope you get well soon. Mr. Weasley said as he left the room. As soon as the door closed behind Mr. Weasley, Harry laughed, but then winced at the pain in his arm. What's so funny, Harry? Draco asked. Oh, I'm just thinking about how he will have to explain to Ginny how he got the letter from me. I'm sure she will just love that her father is responsible for putting me in the hospital. Harry said as Draco grinned madly. It took an entire day for Harry to regrow all the bones in his left arm, and another 2 days making sure that all the nerves, muscles, and joints were working properly. When Harry was finally able to leave Street Mungo's, he vowed to never return. The next 2 weeks at Malfoy Manor passed by very quickly for Harry. Harry informed Draco what Salazar told him about occlumency, and Draco had completed his first mental barrier. Harry had completed his 4th and 5th mental walls, and was beginning to work on his 6th. Whenever Salazar wasn't hunting the grounds, Harry's familiar would provide any advice that he could to the 2 young wizards. Tonks had sent Harry and Draco a letter from France. Apparently she and her mum were still not speaking, and Tonks had just started to explore Paris by herself. She was spending most of her time in the French version of Diagon Alley, Chuchoter Lale. Mr. Malfoy said that the name was roughly translated to Whisper Alley. Tonks closed the letter by saying she was looking forward to seeing both of them on Harry's birthday at Diagon Alley. Draco and Harry spent most of their free time practicing Quidditch out on Nathaniel Pitch. The two of them would constantly go over the pros and cons of Harry changing positions. On one hand, Harry had never lost a match as Slytherin's Seeker, however, it clearly wasn't his best position. Finally they decided that if a half-decent Seeker showed up, Harry would move to Chaser. Otherwise he would remain as the Slytherin Seeker. Harry continued to read the book Advanced Charm Theory. Harry had read about where an advanced third year should have been in the book. Harry really did love Professor Flitwick for getting him the book. Even if he couldn't do any practical charms work over the summer, Flitwick had at least given him a way to get ahead in theory. Harry's letters with Ginny Weasley also continued. Harry and Draco burst out laughing at the huge apology letter Ginny sent him for her father's mistake when he raided Malfoy Manor. By the time that the two boys had finished reading, Draco had tears in his eyes from laughing so hard. They had decided to simply give a short reply saying that she didn't have to apologize for as she did nothing wrong. Slowly, Harry and Draco were noticing that the youngest Weasley was starting to stand apart from her family. She had told Harry that she had completely stopped talking with Ron, Percy, and the twins. She also got into a large row with her father after he put Harry in the hospital. She described how angry she got when her mother constantly babied and talked down to her like she was two. In fact, Ginny openly admitted that the only people she even remotely enjoyed speaking with were Bill and Charlie, and they were both abroad. In her last letter, she confided in Harry that if it weren't for his letters over the summer, she would probably have gone insane. Harry and Draco just grinned wildly after they finished the letter. Harry's plan to turn the youngest Weasley into a Slytherin was coming along even better than he had ever planned. Harry woke up at 7 in the morning on his birthday. When he sat up in his bed, he had a large grin plastered on his face. He had a feeling that today was going to be a good day. It was his birthday, he was meeting up with Tonks in Diagon Alley, he was going to get his personal elf, and he would be getting all his new school stuff. Harry made his way down to the kitchen where he found Mr. Malfoy eating some eggs and sausage with Mrs. Malfoy. "Happy birthday, Harry," Lucius said when Harry walked into the kitchen. "Happy birthday, dear," Narcissa added with a smile. "Thank you, Lucius." "Narcissa. Is Draco still asleep?" Harry said. "I believe he is in the shower. I woke him up a little while ago. We really do need to get going. It's going to be a very long day, and we still need to go to Gringotts. If you are serious about getting an elf, you are going to need some serious coin to make the purchase. We might have to get you a bottomless money bag for the day." Lucius said. "How much are elves, sir?" Harry asked. "Well, that depends. An old elf near the end of his life will be rather inexpensive, say 70 galleons. A middle-aged elf will most likely be around 100 galleons. An elf who is in their prime would be around 250 galleons. And a young elf will cost you around 500 galleons. Lucius said. "What do you think I should get?" Harry asked. "You are well off financially with the Potter vaults that you should be able to choose whatever elf you would like, Harry. Don't worry about the price, just make sure that the elf you choose is the one you like. After all, you will most likely have to put up with the little creature for most of your life." Narcissa said. "That makes sense," Harry said as Draco came into the kitchen. "What makes sense?" Draco asked. "Oh, your mum was just telling me that I shouldn't worry about the cost of the elf I want. Lucius, did the Board of Governors agree to letting me bring an elf to school?" Harry asked. "Yes, the board to agree to a bill that allows any student's personal elf to serve Hogwarts if the master wishes his elf to be close at hand at school. The only catch is that you will not be allowed to summon it during class as it would be a distraction." Lucius said. "That makes sense," Harry replied. "Draco, Harry, eat quickly, I want to get to Gringotts before the crowd gets too big," Lucius said as he stood up. Draco and Harry nodded and began to quickly their breakfast. At 8:15, Harry and Draco finished their breakfast and Lucius removed a portkey. "Minister Fudge provided us with a portkey that will take us directly into Gringotts, boys. Harry, I want you to change your appearance, and then put up your hood. Draco, raise your hood up as well. I don't expect any trouble in Gringotts, but I don't want anyone to recognize us and then follow us into Knockturn Alley," Lucius said. Harry nodded and used his metamorphagus skill to spike his hair and turn it blonde. He also hid his scar, and changed his eyes to a very light blue. When he was done, he raised his hood and took the portkey with Lucius and Draco. He felt the familiar pull behind the navel as they left Malfoy Manor. Gringotts, Diagon Alley. Harry, Draco, and Lucius landed in the marble flooring inside of Gringotts Wizarding Bank. At the early hour, the bank was practically deserted. Lucius led Harry and Draco up to the counter with a free goblin. "How may I help you?" the goblin asked icily as he eyed them with distrust. Lucius nodded to Harry, and Harry dropped his hood. I need to withdraw some money from my vault and possibly get a bottomless money bag. Harry said. I see, do you have your key, sir? The goblin asked. No, it was never given to me. I was supposed to get it last year, however, I was taken to a meeting with Director Horick and in the confusion it was never turned over to me. Harry said. The goblin looked clearly taken aback by Harry's flippant way of mentioning the director of Gringotts. Your name, sir? The goblin asked this time with a lot more politeness. Harry Potter. Harry responded quietly. The goblin eyed him with wide eyes for a full minute before he said, Mr. Potter, please place 1 drop of blood on the counter to confirm your identity. The goblin said as he extended a small pen knife to Harry. Harry pricked a finger and let a drop of blood fall on the counter. The goblin withdrew a key from underneath the counter and placed it on the blood. The key immediately lit up and glowed. A vault number was inscribed on the key. I see everything is in order, Mr. Potter, here is your key. The goblin said. Thank you, sir. Harry said. Mr. Potter, I'm afraid that the director will wish to speak with you. The goblin said before Harry could walk away. Why? Harry asked. I do not know, Mr. Potter, but all teller goblins have been told that should you arrive, you are to be summoned to the director immediately. Griphook will escort you. Your guests must remain here though. The teller goblin said. I see. Well, Mr. Malfoy, perhaps you should go do your business in Nocturne Alley while I'm meeting with the director. Harry said quietly. Lucius Malfoy just shook his head in shock. No, Harry, I'll just put off that bit of business for another time. Draco and I shall wait for your meeting to be done. Lucius said. Harry nodded his head and followed the goblin named Griphook through several corridors up to the same room Harry visited over a year ago. 2 large security goblins glared at them as they approached. Griphook stepped forward importantly. Harry Potter to see Director Horick and the council. The 2 goblins nodded and opened the doors for them to pass. Harry instantly noticed that the room had not changed at all in a year. There was still a large round table with several annoyed-looking goblins sitting at it. Goblin, what is the meaning of this interruption? Horick said sharply. Director Horick, I have brought Harry Potter to your summons. Griphook said as he bowed deeply. Very well, you are excused, Goblin. Horick said sharply. Griphook backed out of the room and the doors closed. Mr. Potter, please take a seat. Horick said as a chair appeared at the far end of the table. Several goblins moved out of the way to make room for Harry to sit down. Director Horick, I'm sorry, but I don't know why I'm here. Harry admitted as he sat down. The director just grinned toothily. We have summoned you to deliver our report on the fraud committed against your account, Mr. Potter. When we realized that you would not receive any information via OWL, we had to wait for you to enter the bank. Sending a goblin to inform you would have been obvious as to who was trying to contact you. Informing a human employee or an elf could have resulted in the perpetrator finding out that we were onto him. Horick said. So you found out why I am still not receiving any mail from you? Harry asked. Indeed, it seems as though your magical guardian, Albus Dumbledore, has been intercepting all your mail from Gringotts. It seems that a majority of your mail goes into a ministry screening room as you are a celebrity of sorts in the wizarding world. Dumbledore used his influence as chief warlock of the Wizengamot to direct your Gringotts letters there where he collected them once a month. Horick said. As soon as Horick said Albus Dumbledore, Harry began to get enraged. That manipulative bastard. He's been keeping my financially information from me, how dare he? Horick, what can be done to stop this? Harry said sharply. Several of the goblins grinned madly at him. I'm very glad that you wish to do something, Mr. Potter. Most wizards or witches would simply accept Dumbledore's actions as for the best. To answer your question, we would remove Dumbledore as your magical financial guardian. He violated the terms of agreement by not showing you your statements. Horick said. Excellent, do so immediately. Harry said. Unfortunately, it isn't that easy. While we can remove Dumbledore from any financial aspect of your guardianship, he would still retain the overall title. Horick said. What? Why? Harry said strongly. To have Dumbledore removed completely, you must petition the ministry. We would of course provide you with all the information we have collected against him if you seek to do so. Horick said. I'd appreciate that. Harry said. Now do you have someone you trust to handle your trust fund vault? You will need a temporary magical financial guardian until you are 16 years of age. Horrocks said. Lucius Malfoy should be fine. Harry said. Very well, we will send the necessary papers to Mr. Malfoy later today. We are again sorry for this, Mr. Potter. Is there anything else Gringotts can do for you today? Horrocks asked. Well, I needed a bottomless money bag for the day. Harry said. Horrocks snapped his long fingers and a goblin ran out of the room. A few moments later he returned, and handed Harry a brown pouch. Please put your key into the pouch, Mr. Potter. Horrocks said. Harry did as the director said, and he watched as the pouch absorbed the key and then displayed a rather large number. The number you just saw was the total amount of gold in your trust vault. Horrocks said. Merlin. Harry said in shock. Yes, well, having not touched your vault for 12 years, it has compiled a great deal of interest. Not to mention that the vault receives a certain amount of coin annually from the main Potter vault. Horrocks said. Harry just numbly nodded, still in shock that his trust vault had so much money. And to think he was scared that buying an elf would burden him financially. If that is all you need, Mr. Potter, you may leave. We will begin to process the paperwork to remove Albus Dumbledore as your magical financial guardian, and we will petition the ministry on your behalf to remove him as your magical guardian. You will receive a secure owl for the day of the hearing. Horrocks said. Thank you, sir. Harry said as he bowed and left the room. As he walked towards where Mr. Malfoy was waiting, Harry's mind was racing. So Dumbledore is my magical guardian. Why was he bothering to keep my finances a secret? What the hell is going on with the headmaster? How was your meeting? Lucius asked as Harry pulled up his hood. Informative. It appears the Dumbledore is my magical guardian. He was also stopping all my financial information from reaching me. I've asked the goblins to petition for his removal because of that. I've given your name as a temporary financial guardian. I hope that is all right with you. Harry said as they left Gringotts. Lucius Malfoy for his part was shocked. Dumbledore was Harry's magical guardian, and Harry was going to have him removed. This would be huge if it got out in the press. I would be honored to serve as your temporary guardian, Harry. Lucius said as they approached the entrance to Knockturn Alley. Harry, Lucius, and Draco entered Knockturn Alley. Harry immediately used his Shadow Mage abilities to blend into his cloak while projecting his green eyes for everyone to see. Harry could hear Lucius trying to suppress a laugh as everyone started to avoid them as much as possible. I wish I shopped down here with you all the time, Lucius commented. The three of them walked for about 5 minutes before they reached a store named Timothy's Collectibles. Lucius opened the door and Harry and Draco followed him inside. May I help you, gentlemen? The man behind the counter asked. Yes, you can show us the elven silverware, Lucius said. The man blinked once and then nodded his head. If you gentlemen would follow me. Harry and Draco followed Lucius into a back room. The shopkeeper turned to them and said, "Assemble." Harry's eyes widened when there was a loud pop and at least 100 house elves appeared. Salazar stuck his head out of Harry's hood to get a closer look at the elves. Harry smirked at the terrified look the shopkeeper had once he saw Salazar. Are you looking for any particular kind of elf? The man asked hesitantly. Such as? Harry asked, masking his true voice slightly. AC cook, or AM maid? The man asked weakly. I'm looking for an elf who will serve me in all capacities as my personal elf. Harry said darkly. All the elves did their best to make themselves look more presentable when they heard Harry was looking for a personal elf and not just a cook or housekeeper. I see. Well, how long are you looking to keep the elf? The man asked. A long time. I will not be purchasing a week-old elf, Harry said. Several of the elder-looking elves looked down and their ears fell at this. Harry was shocked at how pathetic they actually looked. Master, may I inspect this creature's SS? I will find one that ISSS worthy. Salazar hissed. Yes, you may. Harry hissed in return, causing the shopkeeper to pale dramatically and the elf's eyes to widen. Harry lowered Salazar to the floor and his familiar began to slither in and out of all the elves while Harry walked around looking at all the elves and asking a few of them questions. Harry wanted to make sure his elf looked strong, or as strong as a house elf could look. The elf would be representing him, and he didn't want a sniveling little creature like Dobby if it was possible. Master, I have found one with SS strong magic. Salazar hissed. Harry walked up over to his familiar. Where? Harry hissed. This elf, Salazar said, motioning to the elf who was in front of him. What can you tell me about this elf? Harry asked the shopkeeper. Well, she is rather new. I believe her previous master was the last of his family line, and when he died she was set free. It's very young, I believe, and clearly a fine elf. The shopkeeper said, growing bolder as he continued to speak. What is your name? Harry asked. Andy, sir. The elf said proudly. Harry inspected the elf. She looked stronger than the other elves in the room, and she was a lot younger looking. The elf also held herself up with some shred of dignity. Do you have any talents? Harry asked. I is sorry, sir, but I does not. I was the last elf of my previous master. Master's older elves all died before they could teach me. The elf said sadly, but still looking up at Harry. Are you certain about her potential? Harry asked Salazar. Yes, this elf has strong magic in her. Salazar said. While Harry spoke to Salazar, Harry watched the little elf's reaction to his Parseltongue. He was presently surprised to see that she did not show the slightest bit of fear. What is the price for this elf? Harry asked. 900 galleons. The shopkeeper said. Harry turned his head to the shopkeeper, his eyes blazing under his hood. He bent down and picked up Salazar, never breaking eye contact with the shopkeeper. I meant 700 galleons. The shopkeeper stuttered. Salazar asked curiously about what the man was saying, but all the man heard and saw was Harry holding a very angry snake who was hissing like mad. 500 galleons, sir. The shopkeeper said weakly. I will pay 350 galleons. Harry said flatly. The man was about to respond when Harry decided to answer Salazar's question. The shopkeeper's face paled dramatically at the Parseltongue, and he nodded his head in agreement. Very well, sir. Harry took out his bottomless money pouch and said, 350 galleons. Harry poured the coins out on the floor and the shopkeeper instructed a few elves to count it. When he was assured that it was all there, he gave Andy a sock, freeing her of her bond to him. You will leave while we do the bond. Lucius told the man who was all too willing to leave the room. When Harry was sure he was alone, he lowered his hood, and heard Draco howling with laughter. Merlin and I thought you were good at bargaining, father. Draco said. Yes, well, Harry seems to have the ability to naturally intimidate people. Now I believe we should do the bonding before the man gets curious. Lucius said. Very well, what do I do? Harry asked. You need to cut your palm in the palm of the elf, mix the blood, say your name, and that you bond the freed house elf Andy to your service. Lucius said, handing Harry a small dagger. Harry cut both his palm and the little elf's before saying, I, Harry James Potter, bond the freed house elf Andy to my service. There was a powerful wave of magic, and when Harry looked down at the little house elf, he was surprised to see that she was now wearing a very elegant robe. He was further surprised to see the Potter crest appear over the left beep of the robe. The black crest appeared over the right beep. The Slytherin crest appeared on the right shoulder, and the Morgan crest on the left shoulder. Well, this is a surprise. Lucius commented. Merlin, Harry, what did you do? Our elves don't look like that. Draco said in shock. Well, I wanted Andy to look good as she would be representing me. I guess the magic just took care of the rest. Harry said. Master Harry is a most wonderful master. Andy said happily, inspecting her robes with tears in her eyes. I expect a lot from you, Andy, do not disappoint me. Harry said sternly. Immediately, the elf straightened up. I will not let Master Harry down. Andy said. Good, now we will be shopping today. You will take my packages back to Malfoy Manor once they are bought, is that understood? Harry asked. Yes, Master, Harry. Andy said. Ready to go? Harry asked as he shifted his appearance and raised his hood up. Yes, Lucius said. The three of them left the room after Harry instructed Andy to charm the crest to not be seen. Harry told the little elf that she could show the Potter crest once they were out of Nocturne Alley, but not the others. They quickly made their way out of Nocturne Alley and entered Diagon Alley. When they entered Diagon Alley, Harry reverted to his normal form and lowered his hood. What time is it, Draco? Harry asked. 10 o'clock. Your meeting at Gringotts sort of took a bit of time. Draco commented cheekily. Mr. Malfoy, we are supposed to meet up with Tonks at the Leaky Cauldron at 12. What do you want to do? Harry asked. Well, I suppose we could restock both of your potion supplies at the apothecary. Lucius said. Harry and Draco nodded and followed Lucius to a terribly smelly shop at the end of the alley. When they stepped inside, they were shocked to see Professor Snape at the counter. "Severus," Lucius said happily. Snape looked up quickly and Harry swore that a smile flickered across his face. The smile lasted as long as it took for him to notice Harry standing next to Draco. "Lucius, Draco, Mr. Potter, what brings you here today?" Snape asked. "Ah well, it is Harry's birthday and we are here to celebrate. We figured that we would do our school shopping though beforehand and get it out of the way," Lucius said. "Indeed, well, happy birthday, Mr. Potter," Snape said with only the slightest bit of sarcasm. Now Severus, be nice to Harry, I dare say he is nothing like James Potter. I mean, surely you can see that. Would James Potter ever have been in Slytherin? Did he possess a single characteristic of the serpents?" Lucius asked. Snape looked like he didn't want to be having this conversation, but nonetheless nodded his head in acceptance of that. "Yes, I dare say that you are correct, Lucius. Potter, your father was an arrogant bastard who lived to make my life miserable, but he didn't have a single characteristic of a Slytherin," Snape said, clearly trying to get a rise out of Harry. "Well, I'm sorry to hear that, sir. I will always wish that I had the chance to meet my father, but I am sorry to hear that he treated you so poorly," Harry said, trying to suppress his anger at the professor. "Severus, be nice to Harry, it's his birthday after all. You can curse James Potter every other day of the year," Lucius said with just a hint of a threat in his voice. Snape clearly picked up on Lucius' darkening tone. "You are of course correct, Lucius. Mr. Potter, I apologize, I should not have mocked your father on your birthday," Snape said. "It's all right, sir. I don't imagine that I will ever be on speaking terms with the Weasleys. So I understand how you might resent my father," Harry said. Snape nodded. "Well, I take it both of you are here to pick up your potion supplies." "Yes, sir," Harry and Draco said together. "Very good. I expect both of you to keep up the good work in potions this year. Especially you, Draco, you seem to have a knack for brewing," Snape said. "Thank you, Uncle Severus, I'll keep up the good work," Draco said proudly. "Good, I know you'll do Slytherin proud. Have you been practicing any Quidditch this summer? I have grown accustomed to seeing the trophy on my desk." The look on McGonagall's face whenever she sees it is priceless, Snape said with an honest grin. "Yes, we were actually thinking about whether Harry should change positions," Draco said. "Why? Mr. Potter is an excellent seeker," Snape commented. "Well, Harry's best position isn't seeker. He's a natural chaser. We figured that since Flint graduated, if anyone shows any skill at seeker, Harry could join me as a chaser," Draco said. "Ah well, there is one problem with that, Draco. Mr. Flint did not graduate. He will be returning to Hogwarts to retake his newts," Snape said. Draco and Harry's eyes rose slightly before Harry smacked his head. "Another year of Flint as captain, Merlin help us." Snape actually snickered at that. "Indeed. Well, I must be off. Have a good birthday, Mr. Potter." "Lucius, Draco, a pleasure as always," Snape said as he gathered his ingredients and left the shop. Harry and Draco quickly gathered their ingredients and paid 6 galleons and 7 sickles for them. When they had paid, Harry had Andy take both his and Draco's purchases to Malfoy Manor. Before Andy left, Lucius gave the elf a small white orb that would allow her to pass through the wards. When Andy returned, Lucius, Draco, and Harry had already left the apothecary. It was now 11 o'clock, and they were heading to Flourish and Blots to get their school books. Draco took out the book list and whistled. "Looks like the new defense teacher is a real Lockhart fan." Harry looked at his own book list and nodded. "Sure does. We have to buy 6 of Lockhart's books," Harry said. "Clearly your defense teacher this year is an idiot then," Lucius commented. "Huh?" Harry asked. "Gilderoy Lockhart is a lying fool. He has not done a single thing that he claims he has in those books of his," Lucius commented. "Really, then I wonder why we have to buy them," Harry said. "The man is very popular, especially among middle-aged witches," Lucius commented. "Doesn't Mum have one of his book?" Draco asked. "Unfortunately, she was given How I Beat the Breckenridge Banshee as a Christmas present, and she refuses to get rid of it. I swear she keeps it just to bother me," Lucius said with a hint of humor. When Harry, Draco, and Lucius got close to Flourish and Blots, they were shocked to see a large line waiting to get inside. What in Merlin's name is going on here? Draco asked in shock. Lockhart, Lucius said in annoyance. Harry looked at the sign next to the doorway of Flourish and Blots. Gilderoy Lockhart will be signing copies of his autobiography. Magical Me. From 10 to 2 p.m. on the 31st of July. Harry just rolled his eyes. I know that book. It came out of a Christmas popper I shared with Dumbledore at Hogwarts. The man looked like a complete idiot. Harry said. This line is ridiculous. Draco, Harry, follow me. Lucius said as he walked past the large line and up to the entrance of the store. A teenage-looking boy was standing there making sure that the crowd didn't try to storm inside. You, boy, move out of my way, Lucius said with an air of authority. The boy looked up at the regal-looking Mr. Malfoy and gulped nervously. I'm sorry, sir, but you will have to wait in line with everyone else. Mr. Lockhart is a busy man and I am not here to get a book signed by that pompous fool. Now you will move, or I will have you fired by this time tomorrow. Lucius said. The boy again looked nervously at the large line. I'm sorry, sir, but do you know who I am? Lucius said dangerously. No, sir. The boy said weakly. I am Lucius Regens Malfoy. You will allow us to pass. Lucius snarled. Harry noticed that the boy now looked like he wanted to do nothing more than to run away. To the boy's credit though, he stood his ground and said, I'm sorry sir, but Mr. Flourish and Mrs. Blott were very clear when they said no one would be allowed to jump ahead in the door to the shop opened and a man wearing blue robes stepped out. Michael said in the next group of. The man stopped talking when he saw the enraged-looking Lucius Malfoy. Mr. Malfoy, AP, pleasure to see you again. The man said. Mr. Flourish, is there a reason that your idiotic help refuses to allow me into the store? Lucius demanded. I am terribly sorry, Mr. Malfoy. Brian is new here. Mr. Flourish said. I see, so clearly you will ensure that this mistake is immediately corrected. Lucius said. Of course, right this way, Mr. Malfoy. Mr. Flourish said as he motioned for Mr. Malfoy to step into the shop. Draco followed behind his father, but when Harry tried to follow, the man named Mr. Flourish grabbed his wrist. Where do you think you're going? No sneaking in behind valued customers. Back of the line for you. Mr. Flourish said sharply. Mr. Flourish, you will unhand my son's friend. That is unless you wish for the entire alley to know that you assaulted Harry Potter when he tried to enter your shop. Lucius said menacingly. Harry saw Mr. Flourish's eyes widen when Lucius mentioned his name. Mr. Flourish removed his hand from so fast it was as though he was being burned. A gust of wind blew Harry's bangs, exposing his lightning bolt scar, causing Mr. Flourish to pale. I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Potter. It was a foolish and stupid mistake of me. I should have recognized you immediately. Please, your purchases today will be on me. Mr. Flourish stuttered out very quickly. Harry just nodded his head and followed a smirking Draco and Mr. Malfoy into the store. As soon as Harry entered the store, he heard someone say, Harry. Harry and Draco turned to see Ginny Weasley standing in line with her brothers and mother. Clearly they were waiting to get some books signed by Lockhart. Harry and Draco shared a grin as they walked over to where she was standing. Hello Ginny, how are you? Harry asked. Bugger off, Potter. Ron said. Yay Potter, George said. Leave Ginny, Fred continued. Alone, they said together. Harry just smirked as Ginny stared daggers at them. Mum, I'm going to go talk to Harry away from these idiots. Ginny said. Harry noticed Mrs. Weasley looked pensive, especially when she saw Draco. Very well, just don't go wandering in the alley. Molly Weasley said. Ginny just pulled Harry away from her brothers. Draco was doing his best to suppress his laughter as he followed them. Sorry about my brothers, they're a bunch of asses. Ginny said apologetically. It's no problem, Ginny. By the way, this is my best friend Draco Malfoy. I don't think you got a chance to speak with him on the platform. Harry said, gesturing to Draco. Ginny hesitated for only a second before smiling and shaking Draco's hand. Nice to meet you, I'm Ginny. Ginny said. Nice to meet you as well, Ginny. From what Harry tells me, there is hope for you not to end up like your moronic brothers. Draco drawled. Ginny colored slightly. Yes, well, I hope I don't end up like them as well. Perhaps Slytherin is the house for you after all. Harry commented with a smile. Maybe, I just hope that I'm not in Gryffindor with them. Ginny said with annoyance. Draco and Harry shared a slight smile. That makes sense. So tell me, what are you doing waiting in a line to get books signed by that fraud? Draco said, gesturing to Lockhart. Ginny gasped, he's not a fraud. Is he, Harry? Ginny asked, his shock. Harry smirked, from what I've been told, he is a fraud. He's just a pretty face who is good at charming middle-aged witches. I don't believe it, Mum will be crushed. Ginny said. My stars, is that Harry Potter? A pompous voice cried out from across the room. Harry, Draco, and Ginny all looked over to where the voice was coming from. Harry saw a man with bright purple robes grinning madly at him from behind a desk. Harry immediately recognized him. After all, his picture was hanging all over the blasted store. Oh no, Harry said as Lockhart quickly started to walk towards him. Ginny gasped slightly as Lockhart made his way over. Mr. Potter, Gilderoy Lockhart, come this way please. Lockhart said as he took Harry's arm and began to pull him near several photographers. Lockhart looked like he was about to say something when Mr. Malfoy appeared at his side and pointed his wand at Lockhart's temple. You will release my son's friend, Lockhart. Lucius said menacingly. Lockhart immediately let Harry's wrist go. Harry noticed that Lockhart's knees actually started to quiver. Yep, definitely a fraud. Several men with cameras came over and were about to take a picture of Lucius with a wand to Lockhart's head. Before they could fire off a picture though, Lucius said, if I see a picture of this or a story about this incident in the Prophet tomorrow, not only will you be out of a job, but I will use every canute I have to make sure you are living on the street by the end of the weekend. Lucius said. Harry smirked as every single photographer lowered their camera and began looking at each other nervously. Once again Harry was very happy that he was friends with the Malfoys. Lucius, Lockhart started. You are not my friend Lockhart, therefore if you need to speak to me you will address me as Lord Malfoy. Lucius said darkly. Well, I'm sorry for the misunderstanding, Lord Malfoy. I was so excited to meet the legendary Harry Potter that I forgot myself. Lockhart said as Lucius removed his wand from his head. Harry saw Lockhart noticeably relax when Lucius removed his wand. To apologize, I will be giving both Mr. Potter and your son Lord Malfoy my complete works free of charge. Lockhart said, regaining his pompousness very quickly. Several people clapped, causing Harry to just roll his eyes. A moment later someone shoved a large amount of books towards Harry and Mr. Malfoy. Harry just accepted them and walked back towards Draco and Ginny. Well, that was unexpectedly annoying. Harry said. Indeed. Lucius said as he dropped all the Lockhart books into a bag and handed it to Draco. Harry just dumped all his books into Ginny's cauldron. You take mine. Mr. Flourish already said all my books were to be paid for by him. Harry said. Harry, I can't accept this. Ginny said in shock. Don't worry about it. It's not like I would even bother to read those books anyway. Harry said. As Ginny started to thank him profusely, Harry spotted Mr. Malfoy reach inside his robes and withdraw a small black book. While Ginny continued to thank him for the Lockhart books, Lucius dropped the black book inside her cauldron. Harry caught Lucius' eye, and the man smirked slightly. Not wanting anything to ruin his plans for the youngest Weasley, Harry said, Oh Ginny, I think I accidentally dropped another book into your cauldron when I gave you the Lockhart books. Harry reached down into Ginny's cauldron and plucked out the little black book Mr. Malfoy had given her. Got it, Harry said with a smile as he pocketed the black book. Ginny talked with Harry and Draco while they picked up their books and paid for them. After they had paid for their books, Harry, Draco, Ginny, and Mr. Malfoy began walking towards the exit. Well, I have to stay here, Ginny said in annoyance. What? Ginny, it'll be fine, besides, your mum seems rather occupied with Lockhart. Harry said as he pointed to where Mrs. Weasley was gushing over the man. Ginny just rolled her eyes. I suppose I could sneak off for a little while. Harry was about to say something when the door to the store opened and Harry's least favorite person in the world stepped into the shop with her parents. So they decided to let you come back, did they, Granger? Pity. Harry said with contempt. Potter, don't you ever get tired of hating me? Granger asked. Why would he? There are just too many reasons to hate you after all. Draco commented darkly. I don't remember inviting you into this conversation, Malfoy. Hermione barked. So this is the famous Hermione Granger. Lucius said with disdain. And who are you, sir? Mr. Granger asked as he put a hand on Hermione's shoulder and stepped forward. I am Lord Malfoy, Draco's father. Lucius said. And he has an inflated sense of self-importance. A voice from behind called out. Harry, Draco, and Lucius all turned around with a sneer on their faces. Mr. Weasley stepped forward. Hello Lucius, surely you aren't bothering this poor girl. After all, Ms. Granger was the top student this year at Hogwarts. Arthur Weasley said. I was simply introducing myself. Lucius commented darkly. Well, maybe you should learn that no one asked you to. Mr. Weasley said menacingly. Daddy. Ginny said in shock at her father's rudeness. Ginny, what are you doing here? Mr. Weasley said, only now realizing that his daughter was standing next to Draco. Oh, I dare say she had the good sense to find some friends, who were worthy, Arthur. Lucius said with a smile. Ginny, get over here right now. Mr. Weasley demanded. Dad, you don't have to be so rude to Mr. Malfoy. Ginny huffed as she walked over by her father. You know, Arthur, it looks like you finally had a child who was brought up a proper pureblood. And to think it only took you 12 tries. Lucius said with a grin. Mr. Weasley's face darkened. Well, at least I know now why you wanted to introduce yourself to Ms. Granger, Lucius. You wanted to meet the Muggle-born girl who did better than your pure-blooded son at school. Mr. Weasley said. Lucius sneered. You have a lot of nerve to talk, Weasley. My son and his closest friends were all in the top 10 for their year. I don't recall seeing your son's name on the list. Harry couldn't help but let a laugh slip out, causing Mr. Weasley and the Grangers to glare at him. Deciding that it would be best to avoid a confrontation, Harry said, Andy. The regal-looking elf appeared before him with a bow. Yes, master, Harry, sir. What is that? Hermione said in shock. Harry just sneered at her. That is my house elf, Granger. Andy, take Draco and my books back to the manor. Harry said. Of course, Master Harry. Andy said as she and the packages disappeared. You could have said please. Hermione said once the elf had left. I could have. Harry agreed, enjoying the look of outrage on Hermione's face. How much do you pay her to work? Hermione asked darkly. Draco and Lucius laughed. Only a Muggle-born would try to pay a house elf. Draco commented. You mean you don't pay her? She's some sort of beep. Hermione said in shock. No, she is a house elf. Harry said simply. You're a monster. Hermione said in outrage. Harry just rolled his eyes. Andy. He called. The little elf appeared. Before him. Yes, Master Harry. This little Muggle-born wants to know if you would like to accept payment for your work. I will tell you right now, if you request it I will pay you. Harry said, hoping what Draco had told him about house elves was true. Andy's eyes widened in horror. Oh no. Andy would never accept payment from Master Harry. Andy said strongly. But you deserve it. Hermione said strongly. Andy is a good elf. She will not ask for payment from Master Harry. Andy said with contempt for the girl. Do you see, Andy? Muggle-borns just don't understand. Harry commented. Yes, Master Harry is most right. She is a bad witch. Andy said, shaking her finger at Hermione, who looked shocked at being called a bad witch by Harry's elf. Now see here. That is uncalled for, Mr. Potter. Just because Ms. Granger had better marks than you doesn't mean that you have to insult her so. Mr. Weasley said. Harry actually laughed heartedly at that, causing everyone to stare at him. When he composed himself, he said, Mr. Weasley, I could care less if Granger is the top student. The fact is, if I actually opened a book in history of magic, I probably could have been the top student. You see, Mr. Weasley, I prefer to focus on the courses that actually matter. You know, transfiguration, charms, defense against the dark arts, potions, hell, even astronomy, and herbology. I got O's in all those classes and was first in the year in 3 of them. Not every class Hogwarts teaches is important, Mr. Weasley. For instance, did you know that there is a Muggle Studies class? I mean, how could learning about Muggles make me a better wizard? No self-respecting witch or wizard would bother to take that class, not when something like ancient runes or arithmetic was available as an elective. Hell, if you just wanted a couple of blow-off classes, take Dinovation and Care of Magical Creatures, at least those classes can help you in the magical world. Harry said. Now see here, Harry. My name is Mr. Potter to you, Mr. Weasley. I thought we had this conversation when you put me in St. Mungo's. Harry said darkly. Salazar rose out of his robes and hissed at Mr. Weasley, who was clearly shocked to see a snake appear from under Harry's robes. Harry smirked as he saw Mr. Weasley's face pale when Salazar started to hiss at him. Hi, Salazar, Ginny said as she extended a hand and pet the snake. Harry was rather shocked to see Salazar actually move into Ginny's hand. He smirked slightly. He would have to ask Salazar when he changed his opinion on being pet. Arthur, you are aware that this is the second time Mr. Potter has had to correct your poor manners, Lucius said with a smirk. What happened next took everyone by shock. Mr. Weasley lunged at Mr. Malfoy and the two of them got into a fist fight on the floor. Daddy, stop it, Ginny shouted as several wizards rushed over to pull the two off of each other. Harry noticed that Hermione was so shocked by the fight that she didn't notice her handbag was wide open at her side. Harry smirked as an idea popped into his head. He withdrew the little black book that Mr. Malfoy had tried to give to Ginny, and slipped it into Hermione's bag. Several wizards pulled Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Weasley apart. Arthur, what is the meaning of this? Mrs. Weasley said, stepping forward from the assembled crowd. Sorry, dear, Mr. Weasley said. Mr. Malfoy, perhaps we should leave, we need to meet Tonks at 12 at the Leaky Cauldron. Harry put forth. Lucius tore his eyes away from the now bleeding Mr. Weasley and turned to Harry. Very well, he said shortly as he led Harry and Draco out of the store, stopping only to sneer slightly at the Grangers. When the Malfoys and Harry had left, a nervous Dan Granger looked at his daughter. Are you sure you want to go back to that school? He asked, hoping his daughter would change her mind. I can't abandon what I am, Daddy. Besides, I'm good at magic. Even Potter told you I had talent. Hermione said weakly. I don't like that boy, Hermione. You really should stay away from him. Emma Granger said. Harry is, well, I understand why Harry hates me, Mum. Hermione said as a slight stabbing pain shot through her chest. You do? Why? Mr. Granger asked curiously. Hermione was about to answer when the stabbing pain in her chest increased dramatically, and she fell to her knees trying to gasp for air. Hermione, are you all right? Mrs. Granger said in shock at her daughter. Oh my, are you okay, dear? A large red-headed woman asked, leaning down to look at Hermione. I am, ma'am. I think my magic was warning me. Hermione said, gasping for air. What are you talking about? Mr. Granger asked. Yes, dear, what do you mean your magic was warning you? Mrs. Weasley asked curiously. I made a witch's oath not to say something and I was close to saying it. Hermione said. Mrs. Weasley gasped. Dear, how old are you? Why would you make a witch's oath? What is a witch's oath? Mrs. Granger asked, now very concerned. It's very serious and ancient magic. The person swears an oath and magic itself holds the person accountable for it. If someone breaks the oath, they will be stripped of their magic before being killed most painfully. Also, the families of oath breakers are generally looked down upon as it is a very shameful death. Mrs. Weasley explained. Hermione, why would you do such a thing? Mr. Granger asked, now very irate. I can't tell you, Daddy. Know that I don't regret making it. It's helped me understand something. Hermione said as she stood up. Well, dear, I hope that you do not forget about your oath ever again. If you are going to dabble in magical contracts, you really do need to be careful. I'm Molly Weasley, by the way. Mrs. Weasley said as she shook Mr. and Mrs. Granger's hands. Mum, what's going on? Ginny asked. Oh, this girl was just feeling a little ill, Ginny. Mrs. Weasley said. Oh, I hope you are better. I'm Ginny Weasley. Ginny said, extending her hand. Hermione Granger. Hermione said. Ginny instantly retracted her hand and glared at the girl. I've heard of you, Ginny said. Hermione was shocked at the girl's quick dark turn, but then remembered who her brothers were. I assure you that whatever your brothers told you about me isn't true. Ron, Fred, and George aren't close friends of mine, Hermione said quickly. I don't believe a thing my idiotic brothers tell me. Harry's told me all I need to know about you, Ginny said, narrowing her eyes. Harry. You mean Potter? How do you even know Potter? You haven't even started Hogwarts yet. Hermione asked. Ginny and Harry have been pen pals this summer. Mrs. Weasley said. Why? No offense, Ginny, but Harry hates your brothers more than he hates me. Hermione asked curiously. I know that. Harry wanted me to know that he won't hold my brother's idiocy against me. Ginny said sharply. Oh, well, I don't know what you've heard about me, but I'm not a bad person. Hermione said, defending herself. Harry told me that you are a know-it-all who thinks that she's always right. He also told me that you were arrogant enough to think that you could stop a teacher from getting the Philosopher's Stone at the end of term. Ginny said firmly. Hermione's face darkened slightly, but then she blushed. Well, I wouldn't call it arrogance. I just wanted to do what was right. Hermione said. I'm sure. Ginny drawled. Ginny. Apologize, you're being terribly rude. Mrs. Weasley admonished. I'm not going to apologize, Mum. Ginny said. It's all right, ma'am, thank you for your help, but if Ginny is friends with Harry, then I don't expect us to be very close to her, even if she is sorted into Gryffindor. Hermione said sadly. Ginny just walked away and muttered, I sure hope I don't end up in Gryffindor. I'm sorry about my daughter. It seems like our entire family has been rather torn this summer over the topic of Mr. Potter. Mrs. Weasley said sadly. Yes, we had the pleasure of meeting the boy at Hogwarts. He was rather rude to us. Dan Granger said. Really? He was such a polite young man when I met his earlier this summer. Mrs. Weasley said, shocked. Dan is exaggerating. The boy was clearly recovering from injuries and was rather blunt with some of his points. I wouldn't call him rude, but he was certainly direct. Mrs. Granger said hesitantly. I see. Mrs. Weasley said. Well, we had better get your books, Hermione. Mr. Granger said. It was nice to meet you, Mrs. Weasley. Hermione said politely as she and her parents moved past the woman. Lakey Cauldron, Diagon Alley. Harry, Draco, and Lucius all entered the Lakey Cauldron at exactly 12 o'clock. Lucius went over to the bar where a toothless man was standing, and Harry spotted Tonks sitting in the corner of the pub by herself. Harry tapped Draco on the shoulder and pointed her out. The two of them quickly made their way over to where she was sitting. When Tonks saw Harry and Draco, she smiled, got up, and gave both of them hugs. It's great to see you too. What have you been up to the last 2 weeks? Tonks asked curiously. A lot of Quidditch, they said together, causing Tonks to laugh. How was France? Harry asked. Horrible, Mum and I fought for the entire trip. We still aren't speaking. The only reason I'm here is because I used our flow and snuck out after she had to go to work. Tonks said sadly. I'm sorry. Harry said honestly. It's not your fault. She's just being ridiculously stupid. Tonks said. I've obtained a private room. Lucius said, striding over. Hi, Uncle Lucius. Tonks said brightly. Hello, Tonks. I'm sorry to hear that you were unable to come to the manor with Harry. Lucius said. Yay, me too. Tonks said as they followed Lucius into a back room. The private room was very simple. It consisted of a single table with several chairs around it. A pitcher of pumpkin juice was in the middle of the table. So what have you been up to today? Tonks asked. Harry quickly launched into an explanation about what Dumbledore had done to his Gringotts account, and how he had kept his financial information from him. Tonks was shocked to hear that the headmaster had done such a thing, and by the end of the story, she was as angry as Harry. That's terrible. I can't believe Dumbledore would do such a thing. Tonks said. I know. Hopefully I'll be able to remove him as my magical guardian. Harry said. So besides finding out the headmaster is a bastard, what else have you done today? Tonks asked. Harry actually grinned. Andy. Harry called out. The little elf appeared with a pop of displaced air. How may Andy help you, Master Harry? The elf asked. Tonks, this is Andy. Andy, this is Tonks. Harry said, smiling. Blimey, you got your own house elf, Harry. I heard those were incredibly expensive. Her robes are really amazing as well. Dobby just wore that ridiculous pillowcase. Tonks said. Well, she wasn't as expensive as you'd think. It turns out the shop owner was rather frightened of me, so I got a good deal. Harry said with a smirk. Oh Harry, what did you do to the poor man? Tonks asked with a grin. Nothing much, just a little parseltongue while using some of my shadow mage talents. I actually think it was Salazar who scared him most of all. Harry said as he laid his familiar on the table. By the way, since when do you like being pet, Salazar? Harry asked. I do not. I am no dog. Salazar replied in dignity. You are lying. You liked it when Ginny pet you in the SS shop. Harry hissed. Fine, I enjoy it, but I am still no dog. If the rabbits try it, they will be bit immediately. Salazar hissed. Harry actually laughed out loud and rubbed Salazar's head, causing his familiar to hiss in approval. What was that about? Tonks asked. Oh, it's nothing. Draco, Lucius just never tried to pet Salazar. Harry said as he continued to stroke his familiar. What about Tonks? Draco asked in dignity. Salazar didn't mention her. Harry replied cheekily. So what are you going to do with Andy once you go back to Hogwarts? Tonks asked. Ah yes, well I guess this is good of a time to tell you, Andy. When I return to Hogwarts, you will learn from the house elves in the castle. You said that your former master's elves all died before they could teach you anything. This will let you learn how to cook and such. Harry said. Master Harry would let Andy learn from Hogwarts, elves. Andy asked in shock. Yes, but should I need anything, you will drop whatever you are doing and see to it. Is that understood? Harry asked. Oh yes, Master Harry. Andy is a good house elf. Andy would never put any other work ahead of serving you. Andy said quickly. Good. Well, that's all, Andy. You may return to the manor for now. Harry said, dismissing the elf. Andy bowed and disappeared. She seems like a really good elf, Harry. I love how her robes have the Potter family crest on it. Tonks commented. Oh, the robes actually have all 4 of my family crests on it. I just instructed her to hide the other 3 for right now. Harry said. That reminds me, time for you to open your birthday present. Tonks said excitedly. Harry grinned at his best friend's smile. Okay, let's see it. Harry said with a smile. Tonks took out a wrapped parcel and handed it to Harry. Harry took the gift and tore off the wrapping, exposing a simple brown box. He removed the cover of the box and inside was a silver robe. Harry touched the robe and was amazed at how incredibly soft it felt. It was like touching his invisibility cloak. He removed the silver robe from the box and gasped along with Draco and Lucius. The crest of the Morgan family was stitched in gold on the back of the robe. Tonks, I can't accept this. This must have cost you a fortune to buy. Harry said in shock. No, Harry, take it. It's your family after all. Tonks said with a smile. Lucius felt the robe and gasped. This feels like Archimantula silk. Tonks, this must have cost you several hundred galleons to have made. The craftsmanship is exquisite, and the crest is done expertly. Lucius commented. Well, you see, don't be mad at me, okay Harry, but I didn't buy it. Tonks admitted. I don't understand, how did you get it? Harry asked. Well, you see, my mum and I went on a muggle tour of the Bastille, you know, that really famous French prison. Well, we were in this section of the tour where they showed the formal robes that were confiscated during the ensuing revolution. I instantly noticed the Morgan crest on the back of one of them. I don't know, but I think your ancestors' home must have been raided or something, because they were in the same section with other French aristocratic families. Tonks said. Okay, well, that explains where you found it, but how did you manage to get the robe, Tonks? Harry asked again. Well, I sort of took my mum's wand later that day and went back to the Bastille under your invisibility cloak. I snuck in with the last tour group, and went to the room where the robes were. I sent a few simple spells into the room to short out any electric security cameras, and then I just sort of walked over and took it. Why, you aren't mad at me, are you? Tonks asked hesitantly. Harry, Draco, and Lucius were just staring at Tonks in shock. After a good minute of not saying a word, Draco broke the silence. How were you not a Slytherin, Tonks? He asked. That seemed to snap Harry and Lucius out of their shock. Tonks, that was brilliant, Harry said as he brought her into a hug. You aren't mad at me? Tonks asked again. Mad. My family robes were in some muggle exhibit. I'm so glad you got them for me. Harry said. I'm so glad. I was so worried that you would be angry with me for stealing them. Tonks admitted. I could care less about you returning them to me, Tonks. I mean, please don't ever do something like that again. You could have gotten in so much trouble, but the gift is brilliant. Harry said. Indeed. I would definitely suggest that you not do something like that ever again, Tonks. However, I must compliment your slitheriness. Lucius said with a grin. Slitheriness. Did you just make that up, father? Draco asked with a grin. So what if I did? It perfectly describes Tonks' actions. Lucius said with a grin. Well, I don't know if our gift will be able to top Tonks, but here it is. Draco said as he handed a package to Harry. Harry opened the gift, but was rather confused by what was inside. The Malfoys seemed to have gotten him 4 very tiny black objects. Oh, I'm sorry, Harry, I forgot the shrinking spell. Lucius said as he tapped each of the objects with his wand. Harry watched as each of the objects grew into 4 very thick books. Harry curiously looked at the titles. He gasped as he saw the big book of Transfiguration. He quickly looked at the others. Lucius had gotten him 1001 Charms to Curse Your Enemies by Phileas Flitwick, and Defensive Transfiguration by Albus Dumbledore. Thank you, sir. I wasn't aware that Professor Flitwick wrote a book. I would have thought he would have told me about it. Harry said. Harry, Professor Flitwick was a 5-time dueling champion in his youth. His book is a restricted by, meaning that the Ministry monitors everyone who purchases it. In fact, all of these books are restricted. Do not show anyone these books to anyone, Harry. As soon as you are done reading them, lock them securely in your trunk. If the right people found you with these, it would raise some uncomfortable question. Lucius said. I'll be very careful with them, sir. Thank you very much for them. I'm sure they will all help me a lot in my quest for a mastery. Harry said. Harry, I didn't get you these books to help you get a mastery. Lucius said. I don't understand. Harry asked. You see, Harry, a lot of masters in charms and transfiguration can do amazing things, but they are utterly useless when trying to defend themselves. I doubt that McGonagall and Flitwick will take the time to teach you curses, hexes, and jinxes that their field can offer. This is a huge mistake on their part. With your name, Harry, a lot of people look to you as an icon. Some of them might not be your friends. It is important for you to learn offensive and defensive magic to defend yourself from people who might want to harm you. Lucius said strongly. Harry felt himself pale. He had never thought that someone might try to make a name for themselves by hurting him. I will read them then, sir. Harry said. Good, now don't try to do any of the advanced spells, Harry. You would do better to just learn the theory behind the spells for right now. Your magic simply isn't mature or advanced enough to do most of the spells. Is that clear? Lucius said strictly. Yes, sir. Harry said. Good. Lucius said with a bit of relief on his face. Harry thanked the Malfoys for their gift and they proceeded to eat their meal in the leaky cauldron. When they finished, they paid the bill, and departed the private room. Harry was again thanking Tonks for her gift when he heard a rather familiar voice scream out, Nymphadora Gamma Orionis Tonks. Harry was about to burst out laughing at Tonks' full name, however, the sight of an irate-looking Andromeda Tonks took the grin right off his face. What are you doing here, young lady? Andromeda said sharply. I'm here for Harry's birthday. Tonks said weakly. And you took it upon yourself to sneak out and come all the way to London without any supervision. I thought you had more sense, Nymphadora. Andromeda admonished as several people began to take notice of the increasingly irate Mrs. Tonks. Your daughter wasn't unsupervised, Andromeda. I was here, Lucius said, coming down the stairs with Draco. Harry had never been as frightened of Mrs. Tonks as he was at that moment. She looked like she was about to kill Lucius. Nymphadora used the flow and go home immediately. Mrs. Tonks said icily. But it's Harry's birthday, Mum, and we were going to go, Tonks said. Nymphadora, you will flow home now. Andromeda yelled, causing Tonks, Harry, and Draco to take a step away from the enraged Mrs. Tonks. Harry was rather impressed that Lucius seemed to be holding his ground. Perhaps it would be best if you listened to your mother, dear. Lucius said. Harry could practically feel Mrs. Tonks' hatred as she glared at Lucius. Tonks just nodded her head. I'm sorry I can't stay long, Harry. Have a happy birthday though. Tonks said as she pulled Harry into a hug. Don't worry about it, Tonks. You being here made it great. I can't thank you enough for your gift, and I'll write to you as soon as I get back. Andy will deliver the letter to you. Harry said. They separated and Harry could see that Tonks was close to tears. He leaned in and said, Really, Tonks, it's okay. I don't want you to get in any more trouble by arguing with your mum. Tonks just nodded her head and left without another word, although she did send her mother a very dark glare as she passed her. Andromeda though didn't notice as she was just staring daggers at Lucius. After Tonks had used the flow to leave, Andromeda started in on Lucius. "How dare you encourage my daughter to deceive me?" Andromeda said menacingly. "I assure you, Andromeda, I did nothing to encourage your daughter's deception of you. The fact is Harry informed her that we would be in Diagon Alley today for his birthday, and she arrived to celebrate it with him. If you had simply allowed her to accept the invitation to Malfoy Manor, none of this would have happened." Lucius said, "How dare you tell me that this is my fault? You manipulated my daughter into sneaking out of her home in the middle of the day." Andromeda said harshly, "I beg to differ. The girl simply asked what Harry's plans were for his birthday. He wrote back with what we were planning on doing, and she replied that she would join us. It was her decision, and what was so bad about it? She wanted to celebrate a friend's birthday." Andromeda, "You are acting irrational. It's not like she wasn't supervised, I was here the entire time." Lucius said. Harry noticed that Andromeda looked ready to whip out her wand and hex Lucius where he stood. "My daughter doesn't need to be exposed to people like you and your son, Lucius." Andromeda hissed. Draco narrowed his eyes at his aunt's insult, and Harry felt that Andromeda was now stepping over the line. "You will not insult my son, Andromeda. I would also like to remind you that my son is one of your daughter's best friends." Lucius hissed darkly. "My Nymphadora has clearly been brainwashed. You and Sissy couldn't have a son that was anything less than a dark wizard who praises blood purity." Andromeda said. "This is your last warning, Andromeda. You will not insult the Malfoy name. I would have thought you would have learned by now that your insults have consequences. After all, the last time you insult a notable pureblood family, you were disowned, weren't you?" Lucius said menacingly. "How dare you?" Andromeda said, drawing her wand. Lucius was just as quick and drew his own wand. Several wizards who were standing nearby began ducking behind their tables. "Okay, let's just all calm down and put our wands down. After all, we wouldn't want to get into a fight in such a narrow area. I mean, a stray spell could hit someone you didn't want it to." Harry said, stepping between the two. "Yay, like me," Draco said. Harry watched as both Lucius and Andromeda reluctantly lowered their wands. "Harry, you are coming back with me." Mrs. Tonks said, shifting her gaze from Lucius. Sorry ma'am, but I'm staying at Malfoy Manor." Harry said. "Harry, you should not stay with that trash. They are only your friends because of your fame. Trust me, they don't care for mixed bloods." Andromeda said. Harry decided that it wouldn't be all that wise to tell someone who talked to Dumbledore that he was a pureblood. Regardless of their stance on blood purity, Draco is my friend. Harry said. Mrs. Tonks looked very angry at his refusal to come with her. "Fine, but Lucius and his scion will only lead you down the path of a dark wizard, Harry Potter," Andromeda said sharply as she strode over to the flow and departed. "Well, that was fun," Harry commented dryly as they left the leaky cauldron. Andromeda always had a knack at showing up when she wasn't wanted. Lucius said darkly. Harry was about to ask exactly what Lucius meant, but Draco interrupted his question. "Father, can we go to the Quidditch store?" Draco begged. Lucius just rolled his eyes. "Very well, Draco, but don't expect to buy anything." Draco nodded his head as he pulled Harry into the store. Once they were inside, Harry groaned. "The feeling's mutual, Potter," Fred Weasley said darkly. "Leave Harry alone," Ginny said. "Ginny, stop taking the dark wizard's side, we're your family," Ron said. "So that means you can't be an idiot," Ginny said sharply. Draco snickered and Harry laughed outright at the shocked look on Ron's face. "What do you want anyway, Potter? Here for more free handouts?" George asked. "Yay, we all saw all the free stuff you and Malfoy got from Lockhart. Don't expect to get the same attention everywhere you go, Potter," Fred said menacingly. "What are you doing here, Weasley? Can you even afford these brooms?" Draco asked. Harry noticed all the Weasleys colored slightly, including Ginny. "Fine, I'll just leave. Draco, you can look around for a little and I'll meet you at Madame Malkin's for our robes in 20 minutes or so," Harry said as he turned to leave. "Harry, just stay. You don't honestly care what the Weasleys think, do you?" Draco asked in shock. "Nah, I'd just rather not put up with them after what happened with Tonks, Mum," Harry said as an idea popped into his head. "Hey Ginny, want to check out some other stores?" Ginny's eyes widened at being asked to hang out with the famous Harry Potter. "She isn't going anywhere with you, Potter," Ron snarled. Bugger off, Ron, I'd love to. Ginny said as she walked over to Harry. Ginny, Mum said to stay with us. You'll get in trouble. Percy said sharply. I don't care. I'd rather be grounded than have to listen to you all the rest of the summer. Ginny huffed as she left the store with Harry smirking madly behind her. So where do you want to go? Harry asked. Well, wherever you do. Ginny said shyly. Oh come on Ginny, we've ridden each other all summer, surely you can talk normally with me. Harry commented, flashing a smile. Ginny blushed. I'm sorry, it's just that, well, you're like this big hero. Harry actually laughed, causing Ginny to blush further. I'm sorry Ginny, don't be embarrassed. I just really don't see myself as a hero. Everyone seems to have all these fancy titles for me. I just think it is silly, I'm just Harry. Ginny's blush faded slightly. Yeah right, Harry Potter, also known as the boy who lived, hero of the wizarding world, and slayer of the Dark Lord. Ginny said. Was that some sarcasm I detected, Ginny? You know that's usually the first sign of a true Slytherin. Harry said with a smile. Ginny just grinned at that. So what left do you have to get for school? Harry asked. Oh well, I'll get everything later with my parents. Ginny said, her blush coming back now very quickly. Oh forget that, do you have your wand yet? Harry asked. Ginny mumbled something under her breath that Harry couldn't hear. What was that? Harry asked curiously. I said that I've got my aunt's old wand already. Ginny said as she colored profusely. What? But you need your own wand. Ollivander said you won't have the best results with another person's wand. Harry said. Well, my family, well, we don't exactly have enough money to get me a new one. Ginny said, clearly embarrassed. Oh, well, I kind of put my foot in it, didn't I? Harry said. Don't worry about it, Harry. I bet running around with Draco kind of makes you forget about stuff like that. Ginny said honestly. No, I made an ass of myself. How about I take you to Ollivander's and buy you a wand to make up for it? Harry said. Ginny was floored. Harry, I couldn't let you do that. Wands are really expensive. Harry just waved her off. Don't worry about it. My trust vault was just collecting interest for 12 years, Ginny, believe me, I've got plenty of money. Still, I can't accept that, Harry. Ginny said. When's your birthday? Harry asked. August 12th. Ginny said, distracted. Well then it'll be an early birthday present. Harry said as he led them towards Ollivander's. Harry, really, it's okay, you don't have to get me anything, especially a wand. Ginny said again as they reached the shop. Ginny, it's a present. It's the least I can do. Harry said as he opened the door for Ginny. Ginny reluctantly stepped inside and Harry followed. Ah, Mr. Potter, back so soon. Tell me, how is that amazing wand of yours? Mr. Ollivander asked. It's excellent, sir. Harry said with a smile. Glad to hear it. Now who do we have here? If the hair is any indication, I'd say you are a Weasley. Mr. Ollivander said with a smile. Yes, sir, I'm Ginny Weasley. Ginny said with a bright smile. Ah well, I'm very pleased to meet your acquaintance. I haven't seen a Weasley since your twin brothers came in here a few years back. Mr. Ollivander said. Harry mentally filed away that Ron was clearly using someone else's wand. Well, Ms. Weasley, are you left or right-handed? Mr. Ollivander asked. Right. Ginny said reluctantly. Immediately tape measures began to measure her arm and every other part of her. When they were finished, Mr. Ollivander came back with several boxes. Try this one. You with dragon heart strings, 12.5 inches. Mr. Ollivander said. Ginny gave the wand a wave, but Mr. Ollivander snatched it away. No, no, no. Try this one, maple, unicorn hair, 10.75. Mr. Ollivander said. Again Mr. Ollivander snatched the wand away. He proceeded to give 5 more wands to Ginny before he said, oak with a phoenix feather, 12 inches. Ginny smiled slightly and flicked the wand. Harry grinned as several green sparks shot out of it. Oh bravo. It looks like we have a match, dear. Mr. Ollivander said. Mr. Ollivander, just so Ginny knows, what are your return policies? Harry asked. Return policies. Mr. Potter, once a wand chooses a witch or wizard, the wand cannot be returned. Mr. Ollivander said in dignity. Thank you. Harry said as he paid 10 galleons for Ginny's wand. They left the store with Ginny gushing her thanks again and again. Ginny, it really was nothing, happy birthday. Harry said. Well, when is your birthday? I'll have to get you something as a thank you. Ginny asked. Harry smirked. July 31st, he replied. Ginny's face was in shock, but that's today. Yep, Harry said with a grin. Happy birthday, Ginny said as she gave him a hug. Thank you, Ginny, Harry said. So I guess it's a little late to get you a present, huh? Ginny said. Don't worry about it. In fact, I have another gift for you. Harry said with a grin. Really, Harry, the wand was more than enough. Ginny said emphatically. Oh, don't worry, this is free. I just thought that you would like to know that they don't place the tracking charms on your wand until you get to Hogwarts. So basically you've got 1 month to study and practice to get ahead of your classmates. Harry said with a grin. Ginny's mouth just dropped. Are you serious? Ginny asked in shock. 100%, Draco and I did it last summer. Harry said with a smile. Ginny just smiled brightly up at Harry as they made their way back to the Quidditch shop. They were about to enter when the door opened and an irate-looking Molly Weasley came out of the shop. Ginevra Weasley, how dare you leave your brothers and go wandering about the alley? Mrs. Weasley said sharply. I'm afraid that was my fault, Mrs. Weasley. I asked Ginny to come along when Ron and the twins made it clear that they didn't want me in the Quidditch shop with them. Harry replied. Mrs. Weasley immediately softened her voice. Oh Harry, I'm sorry for whatever they might have said to make you leave, but Ginny knew that she was to stay with her brothers. Mrs. Weasley said. One of them could have come with me, Mum. They just insulted Harry and let us leave. Ginny said in her defense. Mrs. Weasley again looked back into the shop where the twins and Ron were. Harry noticed that when she glared at them, their smirks disappeared, and Ron quickly exited the shop. Mum, whatever Potter just said is a lie. Ron said. So you didn't insult him and make him leave the Quidditch shop? She asked. I didn't make him leave. Ron said defensively. Hush, Ronald. Also, could not one of you tag along with your sister when she left with him? What if she had gotten hurt? Mrs. Weasley said. Well, then we would have known who did it and beaten the crap out of Potter. Ron said. Harry's eyes darkened and Salazar rose up out of his robes. I'd like to see you try to beat me up and survive, Weasley. Harry said darkly as Salazar hissed menacingly. He is such an evil wizard, why can't you see it, Ginny? Ron shouted. Ronald, be quiet. Ginny, I'm sorry, but you should have stayed with your brothers. You will be grounded for the rest of the summer. Mrs. Weasley said. But Mum, Ginny said. That's what you get for hanging out with Slytherin trash like Potter. Ron commented airily. Shut up, Ginny said as she pointed her new wand at Ron. Ginny, where did you get that wand? Mrs. Weasley asked in shock. Ginny immediately blushed, and Harry decided to step into the conversation. I bought it for her, ma'am. I sort of put my foot in my mouth and embarrassed her on accident. To make it up, I took her to Ollivander's and bought her wand for her birthday. Harry said. Harry, really, that is very nice of you, but really a wand is very expensive. She should know that she can't accept that kind of thing. Mrs. Weasley said. It was a birthday gift, ma'am. Besides, Mr. Ollivander doesn't accept returns, so she is stuck with the wand. Harry said. Mrs. Weasley looked hesitantly towards her daughter. She knew of Mr. Ollivander's no-return policy, and unless she wanted to snap her daughter's new wand, Ginny would have to keep it. Very well, Harry. Ginny, I hope you thanked. Mum, you can't let Ginny keep that. It's bloody charity. Ron yelled, causing several people to stare at him. It was a birthday gift, Weasley. Harry said with a smirk. Ronald, Mr. Ollivander does not accept returns, and since I will not be snapping your sister's wand, she will have to keep it. Mrs. Weasley said. You might not be willing to snap it, but I won't let my sister be in Potter's debt. Ron said as he grabbed Ginny's wand from her, and put it between his two hands. Realizing what the idiotic Weasley was going to do, Harry immediately shouted, Expelliarmus. The disarming spell hit Ron before he was able to snap the wand and flung him into the Quidditch shop. Harry caught the wand in his free hand and gave it to Ginny. Why, you just did magic, Ginny said in horror. Well, I wasn't about to let your idiotic brother ruin your birthday gift, Harry said, shaking his head as he realized what he had just done. Mr. Potter, I don't know what to say, Mrs. Weasley said in shock. Harry was about to tell her exactly how stupid her son was when a brown owl landed right in front of him. Sighing, Harry took the letter with the ministry emblem on it. Dear Mr. Harry Potter, today at 2:15 p.m. The ministry tracking charm on your wand found that you performed the disarming charm in Diagon Alley. Since you have no previous record for underage magic, this is a warning to not do any further magic during the summer until you have reached your 16th birthday. Department of Underage Magic, Ministry of Magic. Harry sighed, since it's my first offense it's just a warning. Ginny, I'd suggest keeping that wand away from your idiotic brothers when you get home. Harry said. Getting expelled Potter. Ron yelled as he came out of the store. Ronald Bilious Weasley, you will apologize to Harry this instant. Mrs. Weasley shouted. But Mum, he cursed me. Ron yelled. Because you were going to snap your sister's new wand. Now apologize this instant or you will be grounded for the summer and Christmas vacation. Mrs. Weasley said. I'm sorry. Ron gruffed. It's fine, Mrs. Weasley. I doubt the ministry would expel me. After all, I'm what were my titles again, Ginny? Ah yes, the famous Harry Potter, the boy who lived, hero of the wizarding world, and slayer of the Dark Lord. Harry said as Ginny giggled. Well, at least you know them all now. Ginny said with a smile. As fun as this has been, Ginny, I really do have to go meet up with Draco and Mr. Malfoy to get measured for my robes. Remember to write me, Harry said as he left the group of redheads. I can't believe that Ginny has her own wand and I don't. Ron said as soon as Harry was out of earshot. What's this Gin has her own wand? Fred asked as the other three Weasley brothers exited the Quidditch shop. Yes, Harry bought it for her birthday. Mrs. Weasley said, glaring at the boys. Mother, I can't believe you allowed Potter to do that, especially after he cursed Ron. Percy said. The only reason Harry cursed the idiot was because he tried to snap my wand. Ginny said sharply. You what? Fred, George, and Percy yelled at Ron. What? It was a gift from Potter. She was better off without it. Ron huffed. You would actually snap your own sister's wand? Fred asked in shock. You do realize that's the biggest insult you can do to some. George said. Yay to Potter for thinking he can buy our family. Ron said. No, Ronald. The insult is to the person who the wand belongs, as it is the wand who chooses the witch or wizard. You'd basically be saying your sister wasn't worthy of doing magic. Percy said. Clearly the Sorting Hat, George said. Never considered him for Ravenclaw. Fred finished. Shut it. I still say Ginny should snap it herself then. Ron said. Stop being such a jealous git, Ron. Ginny barked. I'm not being jealous, Ginny. Potter is just bad news. You should be careful around him. Ron said. Ginny just rolled her eyes and put her new wand securely into her robe pocket. Madame Malkin's, Diagon Alley. Harry entered Madame Malkin's and spotted Mr. Malfoy. Hello, Mr. Malfoy. Harry said, walking over. Ah, Harry, I was about to go look for you. Where did you and young Ms. Weasley go? Lucius asked. Oh, I bought her a wand. Then I got a warning for using magic when her idiotic brother tried to snap it. Harry said with annoyance. You did magic. Harry, why would you even bother buying a Weasley a wand anyway? Lucius asked. Harry smirked. Don't worry, the ministry just sent me a warning, and the look on all the male Weasleys' faces when their sister is sorted into Slytherin will be priceless. Harry said with a grin. You really think she'll be a Slytherin? Lucius asked in shock. Oh, young Ginny is seriously at odds with her family right now. She wants nothing to do with them, and I think I've convinced her that Slytherin is the house for her. Harry said proudly. Lucius grinned. Well, you'll have to write me if she is sorted into Slytherin. If she is, I'll have to pay Arthur a visit for actually having one decent child. Now you had best get fitted for your new robes. Harry nodded and joined Draco in the fitting room. 30 minutes later, the three of them departed Madame Malkin's, and Harry had Andy take their clothes back to the manor. Well, I suppose that is everything, Lucius said as he took out the portkey. Harry and Draco reached out and touched it. Activate, Lucius said, tapping his wand against it. A moment later the three of them felt a pull behind the navel as they were taking back to Malfoy Manor. The three of them landed softly in the living room. Happy birthday, Harry. Harry's eyes widened when he saw Blaise, Susan, and Hannah all standing in front of him with huge grins on their faces. What is this? Harry asked in shock. Well, it sure isn't your surprise party, Potter. Blaise said sarcastically. Harry's face broke into a huge grin. Happy birthday, Harry. Narcissa said. This is why you didn't come to Diagon Alley. Harry said in shock. Yes, well, it took some time convincing Amelia to bring the kids over from the beach for the day. Narcissa said with a smile. I'd like to think I'm not that difficult. Madame Bones said, walking forward with two other women. Of course not Amelia. Narcissa said sarcastically. Sarcastic Slytherins. Amelia muttered. Hey, I'm a Slytherin. Harry protested along with Draco and Blaise. Well, it's not like it isn't true, you three. Happy birthday, by the way, Mr. Potter. Madame Bones said. Thank you, and please call me Harry, ma'am. Harry said. Very well, Harry. May I introduce Amanda Zabini and Michelle Abbott? Madame Bones said, pointing to the two women with her. It's nice to meet you, Miss Zabini. Harry said. You also, Mr. Potter. Blaise has told me nothing but good things about you and Mr. Malfoy. Mrs. Zabini said as she shook Harry's hand. Hello, Mrs. Abbott. Mrs. Tonks mentioned that you two were in Ravenclaw together when she was in school. Harry said, extending his hand to rather intimidated-looking woman. Harry noticed Mrs. Abbott seemed too noticeable relax with the mention of Mrs. Tonks. You know Andy? Mrs. Abbott asked as she shook Harry's hand. Yes, her daughter and I are best friends. Harry said. I haven't seen Andy in ages, Mr. Potter. If you see her, please say hello for me. Mrs. Abbott said with a smile. I will, ma'am. Harry said politely. Come on, Harry, we didn't come here for you to talk with our mums. Open your presents. Hannah said excitedly. Harry smiled and followed Hannah to a table where two wrapped gifts were sitting. You know you didn't have to get me anything. Harry said honestly. You were so much fun, Potter. Blaise said, rolling his eyes. Harry playfully shoved Blaise before he opened the first present. He took out a book entitled Quidditch Through the Ages. Oh, that's from me, do you like it? Hannah asked. Harry grinned. It's brilliant, thanks, Hannah. Harry said with a smile. Yay, well, I figured if you had that you might not have to spy on us puffs to beat us this year. Hannah said cheekily. Are you kidding me? If Diggory is made captain, I'll have no choice but to spy on you. Harry said with a grin. Blaise and I went in on our gift together. Susan said as she pushed the small package towards Harry. Harry smiled and opened Susan and Blaise's gift. Once the wrapping was gone, Harry saw that it was a small wooden box. Harry tentatively opened the lid and gasped. Inside the box was a golden snitch that was struggling to get out of the bindings holding it in place. He was able to read the words, Happy Birthday, Harry, engraved on the ball. Thanks, guys, this is awesome. Harry said as he made to undo the bindings. Harry, wait. That's a professional grade snitch, it'll be a lot harder to catch than the ones at Hogwarts. I wouldn't let it out in the house unless you wanted to spend the rest of the break looking for it. Blaise warned. Harry immediately withdrew his hand. Thanks for the warning. This will be great, I always love a challenge. Harry said with a grin. The party lasted until 8 o'clock when Madame Bones provided a portkey to take Blaise, Susan, Mrs. Zabini and herself back to the beach while Hannah and her mother flew home. Before they left though, they all wished Harry a happy birthday again, and said that they looked forward to seeing Draco and him the last week of August. When everyone was gone, Harry walked into the living room and sat down on the couch exhausted. Mr. Malfoy joined him a moment later. Long day, Lucius commented. Yay, I'll say. Harry replied as Andy handed him a bottle of butterbeer. Harry, before Draco comes into the room, I'd like for you to return that book of mine. Lucius said quietly. Harry looked at Mr. Malfoy curiously for a second before he remembered the little black book that he slipped into Granger's bag. I don't have it anymore, Lucius. Harry said with a smirk. What? Why? Where is it? Lucius said quickly. Well, whatever that book is, can I assume that it's something Mr. Weasley would get in trouble for if an Auror decided to search his home? Harry asked. Lucius nodded ever so slightly, causing Harry to laugh out loud. Harry, what did you do with the diary? Lucius asked, now truly curious. Oh well, let's just say that I will have to inform the ministry to raid the home of the smartest witch in our year at some point this summer. Harry said with an evil smirk. It took Lucius a moment to put two and two together, but when he did, a massive grin spread across his face. Harry spent the next 3 weeks at Malfoy Manor with his nose buried in his new books. Harry was truly amazed at the powerful magic the books described. Harry was shocked to learn that the Big Book of Transfiguration was not just a theory-oriented book like Advanced Charm Theory. The book actually listed hundreds if not thousands of ways to transfigure and then animate something to use as a means of attack or defense. Harry of course desperately wanted to try out some of the more complex spells, but he knew he was not ready. His work with animation was only on par with an advanced second-year, maybe a third-year Hogwarts student. Most of the defensive and offensive spells in the book required a far more thorough knowledge of using charms and transfiguration together. The Big Book of Transfiguration also had a massive section on becoming an animagus. Harry recalled that his purity test saying that he had the potential to become an animagus, and he began to read up on it. After he read a few pages, Harry was officially convinced that he wanted to become an animagus. While the process was incredibly difficult and very painful, it seemed like such a useful talent. According to the book, in order to become an animagus, one must first find their form. There are two ways to do so. The first is to meditate into a dream-like trance. Once in the trance, your form will reveal itself. This way was the older method of finding one's form. It would take possibly several months and there was no guarantee that you would find your correct form. The second way was a very recent invention known as the Animagus Reveillus potion, which was a powerful hallucinogen. Once someone drinks the potion, their mind will instantly begin to create a dream world where you will set out to find your form. There is no consistency to the potion as everyone's form has the potential to be something else. Also, if someone does not the ability to become an animagus, their body will reject the potion, causing a 3-hour-long nightmare. Harry didn't really care about that though. His blood purity test already told him he had the animagus gift. The only problem for Harry was that getting the potion would be incredibly difficult as it was labeled a Class C dark substance. Which meant that the potion is legal, but only to those people who go to the ministry, take a very extensive test, and agree to place their name on a list registering them if they found a form. Harry didn't want the ministry to know that he wanted to become an animagus. It just seemed like an invasion of his privacy. Once someone has found their form, the second part of the animagus process started. In order to change your internal organ and bone structure to make your forms, the person transforming has to closely study the form's anatomy. Also, spending time with the animal your form has taken was recommended to understand its physiology. The last part of the process is the actual transformation. This is supposed to be very painful and dangerous. It is also the longest of the 3 steps. Since human transfiguration is very difficult, it was necessary to practice transfiguring small parts of your anatomy at a time. For instance, if you were to turn into a cat, you would begin by elongating your teeth or turning your hand into a paw. Only when you are able to transfigure every aspect of your body and back again should you attempt to change entirely. The entire process is very time-consuming, and even with the animagus potion, the best wizards cannot complete it in under 6 months. Studying up on the animagus transformation wasn't the only thing Harry was reading though. Harry found all the books Lucius had gotten him incredibly interesting. Professor Flitwick's book, 1001 Ways to Use Charms to Curse Your Enemies, was shockingly violent. When Lucius had told Harry that Flitwick was a dueling champion, Harry clearly underestimated what that meant. Flitwick's book described some of the most violent charms work Harry had ever seen. The book also claimed that many of the spells were created by Flitwick himself. Harry made a mental note to try out several of the charms he felt he could do. This included the Scorching Hex and the Bone Vanishing Charm. While the Bone Vanishing Charm was fairly complex, Harry knew he would be able to do it as he had felt its effects early this summer when the healer at St. Mungo's used it on him. The most impressive spells though in Flitwick's book had to be the elemental spells. Apparently during his dueling years, Flitwick liked to use the elemental magic or spells that focus the effects of earth, wind, fire, water, and lightning. Flitwick had created an entire arsenal of spells to increase the standard elemental spells. Flitwick turned the standard fire curse, Incendio, into a 70-foot-tall pillar of fire. He transformed the water-spouting curse, Augmentee, into a spell that shot water out of his wand with the force of a cannon. Flitwick had an entire chapter on how he transformed a basic cleaning charm for removing dust into a powerful spell that sent hurricane winds at an opponent. Flitwick also improved upon the Concussion Hex, turning it into an earthquake spell. For lightning, Flitwick poured out a large amount of raw magic into a single spot. When the magic got too condensed, it shot out bolts of red lighting, which Flitwick controlled. Harry could only shake his head at the power his docile charms teacher must possess. Dumbledore's book, Defensive Transfiguration, was the book Harry thought he would get the most immediate use of. As angry as he was with the headmaster, Harry could not deny that the man was clearly a genius. Dumbledore's book described how simple transfigurations could be effectively used during battle to conserve energy. Dumbledore listed about 100 very easy transfigurations, many of which Harry could already do. He then described how simply focusing on enlarging the size or animating the transfiguration could provide excellent and easy shielding. Dumbledore cited several real-life examples of how this worked for him. Harry's favorite of these examples was during a fight against Grindelwald. Dumbledore wrote that he was caught off guard by several of Grindelwald's spells and was flung against a tree. Grindelwald sent the killing curse at him, and Dumbledore transfigured a nearby mouse into a 7-foot-tall matchbox to block it. When Harry really got to thinking about Dumbledore's book, he came to the conclusion that if simple transfiguration could be used for defense, they could also be used for offense. If he was able to turn a match into a 7-foot-long pin and launch it at someone's chest, that would be an incredibly effective offensive spell. When Harry wasn't being an insufferable bookworm, as Draco liked to say, the two of them would work on occlumency or play Quidditch. Harry had successfully built his 7th mental barrier while Draco had just started on his 3rd. Draco also convinced Harry to use the professional snitch that he was given for his birthday. Harry was hesitant as he didn't want to lose such a great gift, but he eventually relented. That turned out to be a mistake. It took Harry nearly 4 hours before he was able to catch the little golden ball once it was loose. Harry had actually chased after the snitch, only to be eluded, 7 times before he caught it. The only time Harry was disappointed during the 3 weeks was when his anonymous tip that Hermione Granger had a dark artifact was discarded by the DMLE. Lucius had inquired about it, and he told Harry that the Aurors didn't find any substantial evidence to back the claim. Harry had been corresponding with Tonks and Ginny a lot during the last 3 weeks. Since Harry didn't have an owl, Andy was his mail carrier, something his elf was only too happy to do. This dramatically improved how fast Harry could get letters to his friends. Tonks would mostly write about how her mum and her were still on the outs, but how excited she was about seeing them at the beach. Ginny was at first shocked to find out that Harry had his own house elf, but she returned the surprise when she included a letter to Draco in her reply. Draco said that letter was rather simple and it was just her saying hello and how nice it was to meet him in Diagon Alley. Draco of course took advantage of the situation and immediately replied to her. Soon Ginny was writing letters to both of them daily. Harry and Draco would ask Ginny about everything from her relationship with her brothers to how far she had gotten learning magic. Ginny responded to all of their questions. She did write that on August the 12th Fred and George had seen Andy, but that nobody had believed them. On the evening of the 15th, Harry was surprised to find Draco talking to his house elf Trixie and handing her a letter. Flashback. Draco, what are you doing? Harry asked, causing Draco to jump in surprise. Nothing. Draco said quickly. Who are you sending that letter to? Harry asked. No one. I was just, Draco said. Oh, come off it, Draco. I don't care if you are sending a love letter to Parkinson. I mean, as long as you aren't writing Granger. Harry said with a grin. Draco made a disgusted face when Harry mentioned Parkinson, which was only topped when Harry mentioned Granger. Please, Harry, give me some credit. Draco drawled. So who are you writing? Harry asked. Draco sighed. Weasley. Why in Merlin's name would you be writing Weasley? Harry asked in shock. Well, not Weasley, I meant Ginny. Draco clarified. Oh, why are you writing her? Harry asked. Well, well, what I mean to say is she really isn't that bad. I mean, she's a pureblood, she'll probably be a Slytherin, and she really doesn't like her family. Draco said. Harry raised an eyebrow slightly, coming from Draco that was very high praise. Oh, come on, Harry, you can't tell me you don't think of her as a friend now. I mean, you might have started this off as a joke, but she's really a lot different than her brothers. You also can't tell me that you would have bought her a wand if you didn't like her a little bit. Draco said accusingly. Harry took a moment to think about that. It was true, he really didn't have anything negative to say about the littlest Weasley. She clearly was nothing like Ron, the twins, or Percy. Harry was now almost positive she wouldn't be a Gryffindor. She was funny, sarcastic, and held contempt for almost every member of her family. When Harry really truly thought about it, he did consider her a friend. I guess you're right. So what did you write her about? Harry asked. Oh, she asked me for a list of spells to practice. Draco said. Well, let me help, I might be able to add something. Harry said as Draco opened the letter to show Harry. End flashback. Eventually the two of them compiled a list of spells and potions that they thought she should learn before getting to Hogwarts. It was fairly simple stuff that she would learn in the first few weeks, but she was very appreciative of it. The only non-first year spell was the disarming spell, but Harry didn't think she would have time to learn it. The high point of the 3 weeks for Harry and Draco came on August the 19th. Ginny had written and told them that she was working on the flying charm in the kitchen when Ron had come downstairs. When Ron noticed that she was doing magic and no warnings from the ministry had come, he assumed that the decree for underage magic was not in effect. Ron proceeded to go upstairs and did several spells. Harry and Draco couldn't stop laughing when he read how the idiotic Weasley had gotten 3 warnings for underage magic within 2 minutes of each other. Apparently, Mr. Weasley had to call in every favor he had at the ministry to make sure Ron wasn't expelled and his wand snapped. Ginny did say that she had to explain everything to her mom, but she hadn't gotten in trouble as she did nothing wrong. However, she did mention to watch out for Ron and the twins as they had found out from her mother that Harry had been the one to tell her about the loophole to do magic. Finally, the day of August the 23rd had arrived. Draco and Harry were both ready to go to the beach where they would meet up with Tonks, Blaise, Susan, Hannah, and Ernie. Andy had already taken their trunks to Blaise's family's summer home, so Harry and Draco were just waiting for the portkey to activate. At 10 o'clock, Harry and Draco felt the familiar pull behind the navel as they were taken from the manor. Zabini family summer home, unploatable. Harry and Draco landed in a well-furnished living room. Harry, Draco, good to see you too. Blaise said walking into the room. You too, Blaise. Harry said. How's your summer been? Draco asked. Oh, it's been a blast. Thanks for telling us how that Sony worked, Harry. Between you and Tonks we were able to get it to work. Draco, Muggles have this weird box that shows pictures on it. There are like 500 different numbers and each number shows something different. Number 44 is actually dedicated to nothing but showing how to cook certain foods. Our house elves have been watching it non-stop for the last 2 days. Blaise said with a grin. Blaise, I'm sure they don't care about that stupid Sony. It's not that great. Hi guys. Susan said stepping into the room. Hi Susan. Harry and Draco said pleasant. So are Tonks, Hannah, and Ernie here yet? Harry asked. Nope, you're the first to arrive. Susan said. Can you explain to me why you invited Macmillan, Susan? Draco asked. Well, actually she didn't. My parents invited his parents. Blaise admitted. Seriously, Draco, just because I'm in Hufflepuff doesn't mean I like to listen to Ernie's condescending mouth. I wouldn't have invited him if you paid me. Susan said in dignity. Sorry, Susan. I just assumed you invited him as I don't think Ernie and Blaise spoke the entire year. Draco said. It's okay, I probably would have suspected me also. Susan said. So when is everyone else supposed to get here? Harry asked. Well. Tonks, portkey activates at 1 and Hannah and Ernie's are at noon I think. Susan said. Okay, so what do you want to do for the next 2 hours? Harry asked. I suppose we could show you around the house and grounds. It's pretty big so it'll take some time. Susan said. Harry and Draco proceeded to follow Blaise and Susan around the house and grounds for a while. The house was shockingly large with both a girls' and a boys' wing. There were 3 kitchens, 2 dining rooms, 8 guest bedrooms, and a swimming pool. They finished their tour 11:45 and walked into the kitchen where they found Madame Bones, Mr. and Mrs. Zabini, and Mr. Malfoy talking. Hello Auntie. Susan said smiling. Hello Susan. Have you and Blaise shown Harry and Draco around? Madame Bones said. Yes ma'am. Blaise said straightening up. Harry and Draco held in their snickers at seeing Blaise tense up so much around Madame Bones. So Mr. Potter, Mr. Malfoy, what do you think of our little summer getaway? Mr. Zabini asked. It's brilliant, they said together, causing the three adults to laugh. Well, I'm glad you like it. Mrs. Zabini said with a grin. What are you doing home already, Auntie? Susan asked as she sat down next to Madame Bones. Oh well, I spotted Lucius at the ministry, and since it's such a slow day, I took a half a day off and invited him over for lunch. Madame Bones said. And we've been talking about you four ever since. Mrs. Zabini said with a grin. Oh, what about? Blaise asked as he took a seat at the table along with Harry and Draco. Oh, mostly how you four were all in the top 10 students in your year. I can't believe I was nervous that your grades might not be as good because you were a Slytherin and not a Ravenclaw, Blaise. Mr. Zabini said with a grin. Were you a Ravenclaw, sir? Harry asked. That I was. Class of 73, however the love of my life was a treacherous serpent 2 years my elder. Mr. Zabini said, causing Mrs. Zabini to smack him on the head. So, Harry, Lucius tells us you were first this year in Charms, Transfiguration, and Defense. I must admit that is very impressive. Madame Bones said. Well, thank you, ma'am. Harry said, not exactly knowing what to say. And Draco, your father tells me you were number 1 in potions and top 3 in charms, defense, and transfiguration. Tell me, do either of you have an aspiration to becoming Aurors? Madame Bones asked. Harry and Draco looked at each other. Well, Draco said. Amelia, leave them alone. They are just first years, you'll have plenty of time to recruit all our children when they are older. Mrs. Zabini said with a smile. Madame Bones blushed slightly. Auntie already tried to recruit Blaise earlier this summer. I found him 20 minutes into her speech. He was too frightened to tell her to stop. Susan said as Blaise sputtered. That's not true. I was really just interested in hearing what she had to say. Blaise said, blushing slightly. Blaise dear, Slytherins are supposed to be good at lying. You really do need to work on that. Mrs. Zabini said with a grin. So have you been recruited? Draco asked Susan. Oh, I've been recruited for the proud ranks of the Aurors since I was 5. Susan said with a smile. Now I don't think I was that bad. Madame Bones said. No, you were wonderful, Auntie. Susan said with a grin as 2 thuds were heard from the room next door. Oh, sounds like the Abbotts and the Macmillans have arrived. Susan, be a dear and tell them where we are. Madame Bones said. Susan nodded and ran into the room next door. A few seconds later she arrived with several people in tow. Amelia, great to see you. Mrs. Abbott said as she came over. You also, Michelle. David, how are you? Madame Bones asked. Oh, we are grand, Amelia. I don't think Hannah has been this excited for some time. Mr. Abbott said. Hello, Hannah. Madame Bones said with a smile. Hello, Madame Bones. Hannah replied with a smile as Susan grabbed her arm. Hi everyone. Hannah said as she took a seat next to her parents. Hi Hannah. Blaise said warmly. How's your summer been? Harry asked. Oh, it's been wonderful. How was yours? Hannah asked. It was fun, I spent most of it with Draco and Tonks. Harry said. Yeah, your party was awesome. That was at your house, wasn't it, Draco? Hannah asked. Yep, what have you been up to these last few weeks? Draco asked. Oh, not much. I've been really excited waiting to come here. Hannah said. Excited? Really, I don't think excited adequately describes it. Mr. Abbott said with a grin. Dod. Hannah said, embarrassed. Hannah was in Madame Malkin's for almost 6 hours trying on clothing. Mr. Abbott said as Harry, Blaise, and Draco laughed. Thanks, Daddy. Hannah said, her face now bright red. Anytime, dear. Mr. Abbott said with a warm smile. Hello, David. Mr. Macmillan said, sitting down with his family. Ah, Michael, how have you been? Mr. Abbott said. Well, thank you. Mr. Macmillan responded. Harry had to roll his eyes. At least now he knew where Ernie got his pompous nature from. Hello all. Ernie said evenly. Hello, Ernie. Susan said. How's your summer been? Hannah asked. As expected. I was a little disappointed in my marks, but I did fairly well. Ernie replied as he stared daggers at Harry. Oh, come off it, Ernie, you still aren't mad at Harry for failing you on that transfiguration test, are you? Hannah asked. Of course I'm not. Ernie replied, even though everyone could tell it was a horrible lie. Well, that's good because McGonagall said I'd probably be grading a bit more this year. Harry said with a smile. "Ah, Harry Potter, I'm Michael Macmillan, Ernest's father." "Mr. Macmillan said. Harry fought the urge to roll his eyes at the man and shook his hand. "Nice to meet you, sir," Harry replied. "I must admit this is a rather impressively assembled group. What with yourself, Ms. Bones, Mr. Zabini, and Mr. Malfoy all being in the top 10 students this year," Mr. Macmillan said. Well, I guess," Harry said. "Tell me, do you four have some sort of study group? If so, I would love for Ernest to join you," Mr. Macmillan said. "Even if we had a study group, your son sure as hell wouldn't be invited," Harry thought. As he looked at Draco, Susan, and Blaise, he could tell they were thinking the same thing. "Actually, sir, there is no study group. We all pretty much work on our own. Harry helps Draco and I out in Transfiguration and Charms class, but he does that for all the Slytherins," Blaise said. "I see," Mr. Macmillan said as he turned away and began a conversation with Mr. Zabini. Harry spent the next 20 minutes talking to Blaise, Susan, Hannah, and Draco. They were all having a good time until Mr. Macmillan again decided to interject himself into their conversation. "Mr. Potter?" Mr. Macmillan asked. Harry tensed up and turned to Mr. Macmillan. "Yes, sir," Harry asked. "I was just talking with Lucius, Marcus, and Amelia about my rather groundbreaking reform bill, and I wanted your opinion on it," Mr. Macmillan asked. "Politics. This guy wants my opinions on politics, is he kidding me?" Harry thought. "Michael, I very much doubt that Harry has ever bothered to read your bill," Lucius said condescendingly. "Well, perhaps he should. After all, a lot of people will listen to his opinion." "Harry, my bill will stipend 40,000 galleons a year to allow Muggleborns to receive a better introduction to the wizarding world. I would like for you to publicly support the bill. After all, your mother could have greatly benefited from this," Mr. Macmillan said pompously. Harry was now desperately trying to rein in his temper. "Okay, this pompous idiot wants me to support a horrible bill, and he tried to manipulate me by brining up my mother." Draco and Lucius could tell that Harry was very close to lashing out at Mr. Macmillan. Deciding that having Harry Potter assaulting a member of the Wizengamot might not be the best idea, Lucius said, "Really, I hardly doubt Harry cares one way or another." "Actually, Mr. Malfoy, I do," Harry said icily. "See, Lucius, you shouldn't underestimate Harry," Mr. Macmillan said with a broad grin. "Mr. Macmillan, what exactly is the exchange rate for a galleon to British pound? That might help me figure out exactly how much you want to give away," Harry said, desperately trying to not scream at the man. "Oh well, I'm not sure of the exact number, but I believe it fluctuates between 10 and 20 pounds to a galleon," Mr. Macmillan said dismissively. "So you want to give 40,000 galleons to provide Muggleborns with what again?" Harry asked icily. "To allow for an easier transition into the wizarding world, Harry. You know, reduce the shock. And all. It would probably help Muggleborns do better at Hogwarts," Mr. Macmillan said with a smile. "Well, that has to be one of the dumbest things I've ever heard," Harry said strongly. Harry never took his eyes off Mr. Macmillan, but he could tell that everyone was staring at him. "Excuse me," Mr. Macmillan said in disbelief. I think that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. You are aware that a Muggleborn witch was the top student at Hogwarts this year, correct? So clearly not only is your plan unnecessary, but it's a waste of money. Madam Bones, what would you do if you were given an extra 40,000 galleons to your budget?" Harry asked, not taking his eyes away from an increasingly angry Mr. Macmillan. I would probably use half of it on research and development, then split the rest between some tactical units as well as trying to recruit a necromancer. England is the only of the elite wizarding nations without one, and 15,000 galleons should be able to obtain one, Madam Bones said. "Well, I think that would be a far better use of ministry funds," Harry said with a grin. "I see," Mr. Macmillan said, clearly annoyed. "Madam Bones, Mr. Malfoy, if our ministry is the only one without a necromancer, then we should surely get one. I would suggest going to Minister Fudge and bring up taking 15,000 galleons from Mr. Macmillan's proposal and using it for that. After all, if the Wizengamot is willing to spend 40,000 galleons on something as unnecessary as his bill, then surely they will have no problem approving 15,000 for something that is useful. Harry said with a grin. I guess you were right, Lucius. Clearly Mr. Potter doesn't understand, Mr. Macmillan started. On the contrary, I think Harry makes an excellent point. Your bill isn't necessary at all, and England could use a necromancer, wouldn't you say, Madam Bones? Lucius asked with a grin. Well, I've been trying to convince Cornelius for 6 years now that we needed one. Every time he has claimed that we didn't have the available funds. I think Harry makes an excellent suggestion. Madam Bones said, smiling. Now see here, I think that spending 15,000 galleons on a necromancer is clearly unnecessary. The French have always been willing to lend us theirs when we are in need. Mr. Macmillan said. And you don't find it embarrassing to call upon the French to help us? Harry asked. Indeed we do, Harry. I hate having to contact Minister Roqueret. He's a rather pompous and annoying man. We also have to pay 5,000 galleons a fortnight to the French government for the use of their necromancer. Madam Bones said. Let's leave Harry alone about politics, Lord Macmillan. After all, he is only 12. I'm sure he would rather be talking about Quidditch. Mrs. Abbott said. Harry was about to ask exactly what made someone a lord, but his thought was interrupted when Mr. Abbott said, Harry, Draco, Hannah tells me you were both on the Slytherin Quidditch team. That's rather impressive. I was a keeper for Gryffindor from my second year on. Who do you think will be your biggest challenge this season? Probably the Gryffindors, Harry said. Yeah, I'd say the Gryffindors as well. Draco said. What? I think we'll end up beating you this year. After all, if you didn't spy on us during the Ravenclaw game, we would have had your entire playbook. Ernie said. You did have our entire playbook. After Montague was kicked off the team, he gave all of our plays to Diggory. Draco commented. Even with all of our old plays, you still only scored twice on us. Harry said with a grin. And let's face it, if it came down to Harry and Diggory it wouldn't even be close. Draco said with a grin. Ernie just snorted indignantly, and stopped talking to them, which made Harry and Draco very happy. They talked for a few more minutes before 2 loud thuds were heard in the next room. That must be Tonks. I'll go get her, Harry said with a smile. I'll come with you, I want to see Andromeda. Mrs. Abbott said. Wait, Mrs. Tonks came with her, Harry asked hesitantly. Yes, I invited Andromeda to spend the week. Madam Bones said. Ah, well I guess I should take my leave then. Lucius said, standing up. Lord Malfoy, surely you can stay a little longer. Mr. Macmillan said sarcastically. No, Lord Macmillan, I'm afraid I cannot. Andromeda and I do not see eye to eye on a lot of things, and I believe it would be best if I depart. Besides, I need to speak with Cornelius about using the money from your bill to acquire England a necromancer. Lucius said, causing Mr. Macmillan to stare daggers at Harry. Good day, Lord and Lady Abbott. Marcus, Amanda, Amelia, a pleasure as always. Lucius said as he apparated away. Was that really necessary? I know he and Andromeda have had their problems, but surely, Madam Bones said. I'm sorry ma'am, but it was. Harry said shortly. Very well, Harry. Madam Bones said as Tonks and Andromeda walked into the room. Hey guys. Tonks said with a grin as she ran over and gave Harry and Draco a hug. Michelle, how have you been? Andromeda asked, hugging her old school friend. Oh, I've been great, Andy. How have you been? Mrs. Abbott said as she pulled a chair out for Mrs. Tonks to sit on. I've been well, Nymphadora and I just came back from France a few weeks back. Andromeda said. How was it? I haven't been to France in many years. Mrs. Abbott said. Paris was beautiful as always. Andromeda said. Parker and Amanda Zabini. Glad you could join us, Mrs. Tonks. Mr. Zabini said, extending a hand. Thank you for your hospitality. Andromeda said, shaking their hands. It's quite all right, Blaise had nothing but wonderful things to say about your daughter. Mrs. Zabini said. Hello, Andromeda. Madam Bones said. Oh, Amelia, how have you been? Andromeda said, smiling. I've been good. Now, if Lucius is able to convince Cornelius and the Wizengamot that we need 15,000 galleons for a necromancer, I will be a lot happier come November. Madam Bones said with a smile. Really, Amelia, I doubt that the Wizengamot will be willing to do so. Andromeda said. Well, actually, Andromeda, we might be closer to having our necromancer than ever before. Amelia said as she began to describe the conversation between Harry and Lord Macmillan. So you're going to take the money from education reform for Muggleborns to pay for a necromancer? Amelia, you can't be serious. I mean, there hasn't been a bill to help Muggleborns in the last 50 years, a necromancer just isn't worth it. Wait, does that mean that Lucius was here earlier? Andromeda said as she looked up and saw Nymphadora and Draco Malfoy talking to each other. Yes, he just left, not 5. Andromeda tuned her friend out though when she saw her daughter laughing with Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy. Suddenly a terrible fear spread throughout her body. No, my Nymphadora will not stay here with a Malfoy. I left the Black family because of their damn blood purism. I won't let my daughter befriend the people I fought so hard to keep her away from. Amelia, I thank you for the invitation to spend this week with you and the Zabinis, but unfortunately Nymphadora and I will have to leave now. Andromeda said, standing up. Andy, is everything all right? Amelia asked as everyone stopped talking and looked on in shock. Yes, I am terribly sorry about all of this, Amelia, but we must go. Nymphadora, gather your things. Andromeda said strongly as her daughter's eyes rose in disbelief. In 10 years, Amelia had never seen Andromeda Tonks so antsy and uncomfortable. Very well, Andromeda, I'm sorry to hear that. Amelia said, still not sure of the problem. Perhaps we will be able to do something next summer. Andromeda said. Mum, why can't we stay? Tonks asked weakly. Andromeda did her best not to look at the young Malfoy heir, but her eyes couldn't help but flicker to him once. Unfortunately her daughter seemed to catch it. No, you can't be serious, Mum. Tonks said, standing up. Nymphadora, get your things, we will be leaving in 5 minutes. Andromeda said sharply. No, Mum, I'm going to stay here with my friends. Tonks said defiantly. Nymphadora, Gamma Orionis, Tonks, we will be leaving in 5 minutes now, get moving, young lady. Mrs. Tonks said icily. No. Tonks said, matching her mother's cold tone. Harry and everyone else watched as mother and daughter stood defiantly at opposite ends of the table. Harry wanted to say something, anything that might resolve the situation, but nothing came to mind. Never in 100 years would Harry have imagined Andromeda would be so uncomfortable around Draco that she would force Tonks to leave, especially after how much Tonks had been looking forward to this all summer. Mum, I'm staying, Tonks said. Fine. Then next year I'll be transferring you to Beauxbatons. I'm glad you were able to pick up French so quickly, Nymphadora. Andromeda said. Why you wouldn't? Tonks said as unshed tears started to well up in her eyes. Why not? You said you liked the school when we visited. Now unless you come home with me right this instant, I'll be filing the paperwork later today. It might be too late for you to leave Hogwarts this year, but next year is another option entirely. Andromeda said. Tonks had never been so frightened in her life. Mum wouldn't, she couldn't. Not when I have such good friends at Hogwarts now. She wouldn't make me leave. Seeing that her mother was still staring at her impatiently, Tonks hugged Harry goodbye. I'll see you on the 1st, Harry. She whispered as a single tear fell down her face. Harry for his part was stunned. He could only reach out and wipe the tear off her face before Tonks left the table and joined her mother. I will see you at the ministry, Amelia. Andromeda said as she guided Tonks upstairs to gather her things. What just happened? Hannah asked a few minutes later when it became apparent that they both were gone. I'm not sure, dear. Mrs. Abbott said. What's Beauxbatons? Susan asked. It's the Magical Academy of France. Draco responded sadly. She was going to pull her out of Hogwarts. Harry asked in shock. I'm sure she was just threatening. Beauxbatons doesn't have the reputation that Hogwarts has. Madame Bones said. Harry could only shake his head and hope Madame Bones was right. Harry and Draco were both glad that the next week passed fairly quickly at the beach. Harry had sent a letter to Tonks the night she left, however, she didn't write him back. When Harry asked Andy why Tonks wouldn't reply, Andy simply said that Tonks was very sad. This of course made Harry and Draco very uncomfortable. They were so used to Tonks being so happy that they weren't exactly sure what to do. The only time Harry had ever seen Tonks really sad was Christmas. Draco and Harry spent most of the week at the beach by themselves trying to figure out what to do about Tonks or practicing occlumency. Harry was now working on his 8th mental wall while Draco had finished his 3rd. Harry spent most of his night speaking with Salazar about Tonks. Unfortunately, his familiar refused to do anything but play the devil's advocate as he completed agreed with Mrs. Tonks' opinion about Draco. September the 1st arrived, blissfully for Harry and Draco. They said goodbye to everyone early the morning of the 1st and took a portkey back to Malfoy Manor where they had breakfast. Harry had never been happier that he had Andy's help as she traveled between the Zabini Beach House and Malfoy Manor gathering all his missing possessions. At 10:30, Harry took a portkey and disappeared with Draco, Lucius, and Narcissa to an alley behind King's Cross. Harry and Draco walked behind Lucius and Narcissa into the station and through the barrier that separated the Hogwarts Express. Harry was pleasantly surprised to see that the station was fairly empty with 40 minutes till the train's departure. "Well, I guess this is goodbye," Narcissa said as she hugged Draco. "Bye, Mum," Draco said with a smile. "Be good this year, son," Lucius said strictly. "I will, father," Draco said seriously. "Good, now Harry, please try to be careful this year," Lucius said with a hint of a smile. "Hey, I was very careful last year," Harry said with a grin. "Please Harry, how many times were you in the hospital wing?" 5, 6. "I don't consider that being careful," Narcissa said with a smile. Well, I'll do better this year, I promise," Harry said with a grin. "Good," Narcissa said with a smile. "Andy," Harry called out. "Yes, Master Harry," Andy asked, popping next to Harry. "Andy, please find an empty compartment near the end of the train and put Draco and my trunk in there," Harry said. "Yes, Master Harry," Andy said as she and the two trunks disappeared. "Harry, I must admit that you did pick an excellent house elf. She almost acts normal," Lucius said. "Yes, well, Salazar did say she had strong magic," Harry said as he stroked his familiar who was asleep on his shoulders. "What iss it?" Salazar hissed sleepily. Harry looked around before hissing, "Nothing, my friend. I was just telling the rabbits how you said Andy would be a good house elf. Go back to sleep. Damn rabbits always think they know everything. Don't bother waking me up for them," Salazar mumbled before falling back asleep. "What did he want?" Draco asked with a roll of his eyes. "Oh, he was just wondering why I said his name," Harry said. "He can understand English?" Draco asked in shock. Well, no. He knows his name in English, and he usually wants to know why he's being talked about," Harry replied. "Oh, so if I said Salazar, 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 Salazar," Draco said with a grin. Salazar stuck his head up. "What is the rabbit saying? Why does he constantly call me? He is teasing you. I told him that you know your name in English," Harry hissed. "Tell him if he does it again, I will bit his tongue." "I need my sleep," Salazar said menacingly. "Salazar says if you continue to mock him he'll bit your tongue. He's rather grumpy when he's tired," Harry said, causing Draco's grin to disappear. "Damn snake," Draco grumbled. "Master, Harry, I have placed your and Mr. Draco's trunks in an empty compartment," Andy said, bowing low. "Excellent, well, I guess this is goodbye. Andy, show us the compartment," Harry said. "Right this way, Master Harry," Andy said with a big smile. Harry and Draco followed Andy till they reached an empty compartment near the back of the train. They stepped inside and found their trunks already placed above their seats. "Is this to Master's liking?" Andy asked hesitantly. "Yes, Andy, this is good, thank you," Harry said dismissively as the little elf smiled and then vanished. "Where do you think elves go when they aren't doing anything?" Draco asked. "Dunno. I guess we could ask sometime," Harry shrugged. Harry and Draco sat together talking for about 20 minutes. Harry was beginning to get nervous. He had yet to see Tonks. He was silently praying that her mum didn't try to transfer her when he saw someone with spiked pink hair lugging a very large trunk. He was about to tell Draco to look at the girl when he got a clearer look at her. Harry stared open-mouthed when he realized that the girl with spiked pink hair was actually Tonks. "Nothing, I'll be right back," Harry said. "If you say so, just be back before the train leaves," Draco said. Harry quickly ran out of the compartment and off the train. He started to look for Tonks, but in the dense crowd of people, he couldn't find her. He was about to give up and go back on the train when he heard someone yell, "I don't need your help, Mum, leave me alone." Harry instantly recognized Tonks' voice and began making his way over to her. He spotted her standing about 20 feet away with Mrs. Tonks. Judging from the look on Mrs. Tonks' face and the way Tonks' hair was beginning to turn from pink to red, Harry would say they were having a bit of a row. Harry stayed where he was since he didn't want to make the situation any worse. Harry watched as Tonks and Mrs. Tonks proceeded to get into a full-blown argument in front of everybody in the station. Harry wasn't sure what was being said, but as Mrs. Tonks' face started to turn the same shade of purple that Harry was accustomed to seeing right before his uncle hit him, he decided to intervene. However, Tonks stomped off before he could make his way over to her. Harry began forcing her way through the crowd trying to catch up with Tonks, but the Weasley twins spotted her and caught up to her first. "Oh look Fred, it is little Nymphadora without her Potter protector," George said with a grin. "I like the hairdo nymph, I bet all the Slytherins will be all over you this year." Fred said. "I guess we know why her mum named her Nymph," George said. "Shut it you two," Tonks said weakly as a tear threatened to fall down her face. "All looks like," Fred began. "Little Nympha," George continued. "Dora is going to," Fred said. "Cry." They finished together. Harry was close enough to hear what the twins were saying. He pushed his way through the crowd and tackled the closest Weasley twin. Harry and either Fred or George crashed to the ground and Harry brought back his fist and slammed it into the twin's side, eliciting a sharp yelp of pain from the twin on the ground. Harry was able to throw a few more punches before the other twin pulled him off of his brother and hit him in the gut. When the Weasleys' punch connected, Harry let out a beep of pain. The Weasley twins had very bony hands and their fists hurt almost as much as Dudley's. Harry was about to throw another punch when the twins' eyes rolled to the back of his head and fell to the ground. Harry looked up and saw Tonks standing before him with a look of pure hatred etched on her face. Harry saw the other Weasley draw his wand and cast a spell at Tonks. Harry watched in slow motion as the purplish spell was about to hit her. At the last possible second though, there was a loud pop and a silver dome appeared in front of Tonks blocking the spell. Harry drew his wand to cast a spell at the twin, but Tonks beat him to it and sent the full body bind at the twin causing him to topple over. With both twins incapacitated, Harry walked forward and hugged Tonks very tightly. "Thank you for the shield," Tonks said. I didn't do that," Harry said as they pulled apart. "Who did then?" Tonks asked. "I casted the spell on Master Harry's friend," Andy said appearing out of nowhere. "You cast that shield?" Harry asked in shock. I is sorry Master Harry." Andy saw that Master Harry's friend was going to be cursed by the bad wizard. "Should Andy punish herself?" Andy asked weakly. "No," Harry and Tonks shouted. "No, Andy, you did good, thank you. You may go now," Harry said. Andy bowed deeply and disappeared. "I love that little elf," Tonks said with a smile. "Potter, what did you do to my brothers?" Harry and Tonks turned to see several angry Gryffindors led by Ron Weasley marching towards him. "I didn't do anything." Tonks, here on the other hand, gave them exactly what they deserved. Harry said menacingly. "You had better watch it this year, Nymphad." Ron stopped talking though when he felt a wand being drawn to the back of his head. "I would suggest, Weasley, that when someone tells you to call her by her surname, you abide by her request," Draco said menacingly. "What is going on here?" Mr. Weasley yelled, walking towards the group. "I believe I can answer that," Harry said. Mr. Weasley looked up at Harry and said, "Well, start explaining." "The twins said some rather horrible things to my friend Tonks. I lost control and tackled that one," Harry said, pointing to the Weasley in the body bind. "We got into a fist fight, which ended when that attacked me from behind. Tonks ended that fight before it could really begin by hitting him with a stunner," Harry said, pointing to the stunned Weasley twin. "Then that one," Harry pointed to the Weasley in the body bind, "sent a spell at her, but my house elf managed to cast a shield to block it. Tonks then hit him with a full body bind." Mr. Potter, this is unacceptable. I know Fred and George can be a little crude, but certainly they didn't say anything that merited this kind of attack," Mr. Weasley said strongly. "Sir, were you here?" Harry said menacingly. "No," Mr. Weasley said, narrowing his eyes. "Then I will simply tell you that what they said was horrible, and that they deserved what they got. If they try anything on the train, it will only result in them being hurt more," Harry said as he stared at the Weasley in the body bind. "Don't worry, Father, I shall notify the professors about this," Percy said importantly. "Good, and I'll inform Mr. Malfoy about the twins' horrible behavior towards Tonks over the past few years. I think it's about time the Board of Governors does something. They really are a menace to the entire school. Harry said, locking eyes with Percy. Harry, let's just leave. I don't want to spend any more time with Fred and George. Tonks said, practically spitting at the twins' names. Fine, Andy. Harry said. Yes, Master Harry. Andy asked after appearing at his side. Please take Tonks' trunk to Draco and my compartment. We'll be in there shortly. Harry said, ignoring the shocked look of several Gryffindors. Yes, Master Harry, sir. Andy said as he grabbed Tonks' trunk and disappeared. Harry, Tonks, and Draco pushed past the group of Gryffindors and Mr. Weasley. They proceeded to get on the train and enter their compartment. Sorry about all that, Tonks. I guess I kind of lost it when I heard what they said to you. Harry said, blushing slightly. It's all right. I was going to hex them anyway. Bloody Weasleys. Tonks huffed. Do you really want to inform my father about this? Draco asked. No, as I sort of started the fight, nothing good could happen. I do think we should start to make a list of everything the twins do, and then try to get them kicked out. Harry said vehemently. Good idea. Draco said as there was a knock on the compartment door. Harry, Draco, and Tonks all drew their wands and Draco said, it's open. The door slid open to reveal a very embarrassed-looking Ginny Weasley. Can I sit in here? She asked hesitantly. Sure. Harry and Draco said as Tonks said, no. Ginny looked between Harry, Draco, and Tonks, unsure of what to do. Harry, she's a Weasley. Tonks said flatly. Tonks, she's really not like her brothers. Draco said, causing Tonks to look at him in shock. Draco's right, Tonks. I'm sure Ginny would have cursed the twins in a heartbeat. Harry said. Wait, you cursed the twins? Ginny asked in astonishment. Yes, do you have a problem with that? Tonks asked. Yay, I wish I was there to see it. What happened? Ginny asked, sitting next to Tonks. Tonks looked at the little redhead in disbelief. Harry got into a fist fight with one of them after they said some stuff to me. I stunned the one Harry was fighting before putting the full body bind on the other one. How long have you been able to do the stunning spell, Tonks? Draco asked. Oh, at the very end of last year I finally got it to work. It's actually a fairly easy spell, really. Tonks said. I wish I could have cursed them all summer, but Mum said if I did she would take my wand away and not let me practice anymore. Ginny said. Whatever. Tonks mumbled as the compartment door opened. Blaise and Susan walked inside and smiled at Tonks. Hey Tonks. Blaise said pleasantly. Hi Blaise, sorry about the stuff at the beach, my mum's, well, we aren't getting along right now. Tonks said. Yeah, I think was obvious, Tonks. Don't worry about it though. Susan said with a smile. Blaise, Susan, this is Ginny Weasley. Ginny, this is Blaise Zabini and Susan Bones. Draco said. Weasley? Blaise asked, raising an eyebrow. She's apparently not like her brothers. Tonks said sarcastically as the train started to move. Come on Tonks, be nice. Harry chided with a grin. Tonks just huffed, looked out the window, and turned her hair purple. Wow, how did you do that? Ginny asked in shock. Tonks seemed to be ignoring the little Weasley's question, so Draco answered for her. Tonks is a metamorphagus. She can change her appearance whenever she wants. Wow, that's so cool. I bet all the boys really like you. Ginny said quietly. Yes, your brothers were saying something similar on the platform. Tonks said icily. I'm sorry about Fred and George, they aren't the best brothers. Truthfully, the only two brothers I can stand are living abroad. Percy is such a rule master. Ron actually tried to snap my wand when Harry bought it for me, and the twins, well, the twins are assholes. Ginny said. Harry noticed Tonks look at Ginny with a little less contempt after that little revelation. Maybe Tonks actually started to pity that Ginny actually had to grow up with that kind of family. As long as you recognize it, I guess you can't be that bad. Just don't end up in Gryffindor, like your moronic brothers. Tonks said sharply. I won't, I swear. What house are all of you in? Ginny asked. Hufflepuff. Susan said. Slytherin. Blaise replied. Slytherin, of course. Draco said proudly. Salazar woke up and began hissing at all of them to be quiet. Harry fought the urge to laugh at his familiar's annoyance and said, Slytherin. Gryffindor. Tonks practically spat. Ginny's eyes rose in shock. You're a Gryffindor. Unfortunately. Tonks drawled. Ginny was about to respond when the compartment door slid open, and a very irate-looking Ron Weasley stood there with the twins, Lee Jordan, an Irish Gryffindor Harry had never spoken to before, and a black boy named Dean Thomas. "Go away, Weasley. Unless you want a repeat of what happened outside," Harry threatened as everyone but Ginny fingered their wands. "Piss off, Potter, we are just here to rescue Ginny from you." One of the twins barked. "I'm fine right where I am, George." Ginny spat. "Ginny, Potter's a dark wizard, you need to be with family." "We'll protect you from his group of," Ron started. Quote. Ginny said, standing up. "It doesn't matter, Ron. Once she's a Gryffindor they won't talk to her anymore. After all, she doesn't have any kinky talents like Nimmy over there." Fred said menacingly. "Expelliarmus." Harry, Draco, Tonks, Blaze, and Susan all shouted. Ginny watched in shock as the 5 spells all slammed into Fred. Her brother was flung from the compartment, smashed against the closed compartment door behind him, and fell to the ground unconscious. Ginny had a brief urge to go and check on him, but she quickly pushed that thought away when she remembered her brother's crude words. She always knew her brothers could go overboard with their jokes. "You'll get yours this year, Potter." Ron spat as the Gryffindors quickly grabbed Fred and left. "I guess we shouldn't put this one on the list either, huh?" Draco asked Harry. "Nah, I don't think so," Harry replied. "What list?" Blaze asked. "It's nothing, Blaze. It's just a private joke between Harry, Draco, and I," Tonks said. The rest of the train ride went by without any interruptions. Harry, Draco, Tonks, Susan, Hannah, and Blaze all shared a carriage up to the castle while Ginny followed Hagrid with the other first years. "I don't like her," Tonks commented as soon as Ginny was out of earshot. "Come on, Tonks, give her a break. She's not like her brothers," Draco said. "She'll end up a Gryffindor just like the rest of them regardless of your little manipulations." Tonks spat. "Manipulations?" Susan asked. "Oh well, Harry and Draco took it upon themselves at the end of last term to," Tonks said. "Tonks, regardless of how it started, Ginny is Draco and my friend. So please try to get along with her," Harry said, cutting off Tonks. "Fine, but when she ends up in Gryffindor and your whole plan was for nothing, I'll say I told you so," Tonks said. Everyone was quiet the rest of the trip. When they arrived at the Great Hall, Tonks sat down at the Gryffindor table next to Granger while Susan and Hannah went to Hufflepuff table. What's up with Tonks? I mean, I understand that she hates the Weasleys, but she seems to be really upset," Blaze said as he sat down at the Slytherin table. "I don't know," Harry admitted as the first years entered the Great Hall. The sorting slowly started and the anticipation of Ginny's sorting was starting to get to Draco. "Can't that hat sort them any faster?" Draco said. "I know it didn't take this long for us, did it?" Harry asked. "Actually, I think it did," Blaze said. "Just because your last name starts with AZ, Blaze," Draco commented. "So what will you do if Weasley ends up in Gryffindor?" Blaze asked with a grin. Draco and Harry shared a look with each other. Neither of them had considered Ginny getting into Gryffindor. That won't happen," Draco said. "Yay, no way," Harry said. "But, what if it does? Will you just drop her as a friend as Tonks rubs that you were wrong in your faces?" Blaze asked. "Ginny won't be a Gryffindor, Blaze. I can feel it. It's like when I met Harry and knew he was a Slytherin," Draco said pompously. Harry snorted. "Yeah, you knew I was meant for Slytherin after I tackled you for calling me a Muggleborn in Madame Malkin's." Well yeah, but after you did that I knew you were a Slytherin," Draco said with a sheepish grin. "Weasley, Ginevra," Professor McGonagall said. "This is it," Harry said with a grin. "Slytherin, Slytherin. Come on, Ginny, Slytherin," Draco said. "Gryffindor, Gryffindor," Blaze said. "Blaze, what are you saying?" Harry hissed. "What? I think the look on your faces would be hilarious if she ended up in," Blaze said. "Slytherin," the hat screamed out. "Yes," Draco yelled in triumph. Harry couldn't contain his laughter when he saw the stunned looks on Percy, Ron, the twins, and Professor McGonagall. He was laughing so hard that he missed the hurt look on Tonks' face. Ginny walked over to the Slytherin table, and Blaze moved over to give her room to sit. "Congratulations, Ginny. I knew you had it in you," Draco said with a smile. "Thanks. I don't think that my brothers are all that happy though," Ginny said. "Forget them, Ginny. You don't want to end up like them anyway. Mindless Gryffindors." Harry said. Yeah, you're right, Ginny said reluctantly. I have some start-of-term announcements to make. First, I would like to remind all students that the Forbidden Forest is out of bounds. Some of our older students should also remember that. Next, I would like to welcome Gilderoy Lockhart. He will be the new Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor, Dumbledore said. Oh no. Harry and Draco beeped as the Great Hall broke out into applause. Harry and Draco continued to shake their heads in disbelief as Lockhart actually took a bow. This year is going to be horrible, Harry said, shaking his head. What's wrong with Lockhart? My mum owns almost all his books. Blaise asked. He's a fake, Harry said, rolling his eyes. Are you serious? Blaise asked. Yep, father hates him, Draco said. So you don't think he'll be a good teacher? Ginny asked. No, Ginny, I doubt he'll be any good, Harry said as the food appeared. The feast was wonderful as always, and when it was over, Harry, Draco, Blaise, and Ginny got up to head down to the common room. So Harry, do you think Andy helped make the meal? Draco asked as they left the Great Hall. I dunno, Andy, Harry called out. There was a pop and Andy appeared. Yes, Master Harry, sir. Andy, did you help in the opening feast? Harry asked. No, Master Harry, Andy arrived too late to help with the cooking. I is not that good at cooking yet either, sir, Andy said, her ears dripping slightly. Well, don't worry about it, Andy. You're here to learn from the others elves. I'm sure you will get good, Harry said. Potter. Malfoy. What have you done to my sister, and what is that? Ron said as he and the twins stormed over. Andy, you may leave now, Harry said. Yes, sir, Master Harry, sir, Andy said as she disappeared. That was the house elf we saw at the burrow, Fred said in shock. Yes, I suppose it was, Harry said with a smirk. You two weren't lying, Ron said, astonished. No, Harry's house elf would carry our letters, Ginny said smugly. Rather Slytherin of us, wouldn't you say, Weasleys? Draco commented. Ginny, how could you betray our family and end up in Slytherin? Ron yelled. How dare you? Just because I'm not some mindless Gryffindor doesn't make me any less of a Weasley, Ginny barked. Ginny, you need to stop hanging out with Malfoy and Potter. They are both dark wizards. You know what Dad always says about Mr. Malfoy, George said. What exactly does your father say about Mr. Malfoy, Weasley? Harry asked darkly. Stuff it, Potter, this is between Ginny and us, Fred said. If you think we are just going to let you turn Ginny against her house, then you are delusional, Weasley. Ginny will be an excellent Slytherin. Now, Ginny, you don't need to hear any of your brother's propaganda, let's go, Draco said as he started to walk towards the dungeons. Harry, Ginny, and Blaise all followed Draco away from the screaming Weasleys. When they reached the entrance to the common room, Draco said, Hydra, and the wall opened up. Monday. Harry woke up late Monday morning, quickly showered, and ran to the Great Hall for breakfast. When he entered the Great Hall, he noticed that Tonks wasn't sitting with Draco at the Slytherin table. Instead, she was sitting at the Gryffindor table with Granger and Neville. Hey, Harry said, taking a seat next to Blaise. You sleep in today? Draco asked. Yeah, Harry said, wearily running his fingers through his hair. Unintentionally, and I'm glad I didn't miss Snape handing out our schedules. I would have to agree, Mr. Potter, Snape said. He had approached the two boys silently and now loomed over their heads. Morning, sir, Draco said. Mr. Malfoy, Mr. Zabini, Mr. Potter, here are your schedules for this year. Don't lose them, as they will be your only copy. Here is yours, Ms. Weasley, Snape said as he handed out the pieces of parchment. Harry took one look at his schedule and beeped loudly. Is there a problem, Mr. Potter? Snape asked icily. No sir, I'm just amazed at how many times we are stuck with the Gryffindors, Harry commented. Surely the boy who lived can survive class with another house, Snape said condescendingly as he walked away. I hate him, Draco, Harry said as he stared at the potion teacher's back. And I know he's your godfather, but he's mental. We have potions, defense, transfiguration, and herbology, all with the bloody Gryffindors, Harry said exasperatedly. I could survive one class with them, but not four. Yay, we really got screwed over on the schedule this year, Draco said, agreeable. What do you have first today? Ginny asked. Double potions and transfiguration with the Gryffindors, Blaise said, rolling his eyes. At least we'll get to see Professor Snape take 30 points from that idiot Weasley and Longbottom. Draco said with a grin. Draco, Neville isn't that bad. Harry said. I know you like Longbottom, Harry, but he's barely more than a squib if you ask me. Draco commented. So Draco, Harry said with a grin, spoken to Parkinson lately. Merlin knows she can't stop staring at you. The pale blonde quickly looked down the Slytherin table and shuddered involuntarily when he saw Parkinson staring at him. Bloody wench, he muttered. Well, I'm going to get to class. Blaise said, standing up. Yay, we should go. Ginny, what do you have first today? Harry asked. Charms. Ginny said after checking her schedule. That's a good class. Flitwick's a great teacher, and he's fair to everyone. Harry said as they walked out of the Great Hall. Tonks sat down at the Gryffindor table with Hermione. Hey Tonks, why aren't you sitting over by the Slytherins? Hermione asked curiously. Do I need an excuse to sit at the Gryffindor table? Well, considering the only times you've sat at the Gryffindor table are before Quidditch matches, the entrance and leaving feasts, or that time you and Potter had your fight. So yes, you do need an excuse. Hermione said. I just feel like sitting over here today. Tonks answered flatly. Hermione shrugged her shoulders. If you say so. The two of them ate in silence for several minutes before Professor McGonagall walked over to them. Ms. Tonks, Ms. Granger, here are your schedules. Professor McGonagall said briefly. Thanks, Professor. The two girls said together. So what's your schedule look like? Tonks asked. Hermione was about to answer when Ron Weasley screamed, bloody hell. I think Ron pretty much summed it up. I've got double potions, transfiguration, defense, and herbology with the Slytherins. This is just great. I get to deal with Potter in 4 classes this year. 2 of which he is significantly better than me in. Hermione said in annoyance. Tonks looked longingly over at the Slytherin table as Hermione spoke. I'm sure it's not the end of the world. Tonks said absently. Easy for you to say, you haven't ever had Potter correct you in transfiguration before. Hermione ranted. He actually asked if I need tutoring from him last year. Can you believe that? Tutoring. Me. I was second in the class, but he treats me like I'm some helpless idiot. Oh, but of course Malfoy, Zabini, and the rest of the snakes can never do anything wrong, and does Professor McGonagall ever stop him? I don't think so. Hermione practically spat as she finished. Well, if he's so bad, I would think that Professor McGonagall would stop him. Tonks put forth. No, she can't. Because even though he's a condescending bastard, he's still right about everything he says. It just makes me so mad, and Potter is nothing compared to what I've got to deal with in potions. I mean, you've got Golden Child Malfoy, who can't make a mistake in Snape's eyes, and even if I do my potion perfect, I still have to fight for an O from Snape. Hermione said. You said Harry was better than you in 2 classes. Tonks asked. Defense. I don't know how. I don't think I saw him open the book all last year. Not that it mattered much with Q, well, you know, our teacher last year. Hopefully Lockhart will be a credible teacher. I read his entire collection over the summer, and I must say that he seems very impressive. Hermione said. Are you still having nightmares about what happened when you went to get the stone? Tonks asked quietly. Hermione suddenly stood up and stared towards the door. I think I should get to class, the bushy-haired Gryffindor said quietly. You know Snape will look for any reason to take points off. She then rushed off, tossing off a quick, bye Tonks, as she left. Potions classroom, Hogwarts. Harry and Draco took their normal spot right in front of the class as everyone filed into the room. Oh, why Potter, Malfoy, what did you do to my sister? Ron Weasley yelled as soon as he entered the room. No clue what you're talking about, Weasley. It's not our fault. Your sister actually has enough class to be in Slytherin. Draco commented. Everyone be quiet. Mr. Weasley, Mr. Longbottom 5 points each for not being seated at the start of class. Snape said, striding out of his office. But sir, Ron started. Another 5 for speaking without raising your hand, Weasley. The sallow potion teacher's eyes glittered as he spoke, practically daring the redhead to challenge him. Snape watched in amusement as Ron sat down hastily. Now that Mr. Weasley is seated, we can begin. This year we will begin to explore antivenoms. Now who can tell me what the Parisi potion is? Draco, Harry, and Hermione's hands all went up quickly. Mr. Potter. Snape said. It's a potion that will relieve paralysis from most snake bites. However, it has no effect on many magical serpents, and it can actually inflict death if given to someone bit by one. Harry said. Good 5 points to Slytherin. Now who can tell me what will happen if someone without paralysis from a snake bite takes this potion? Snape asked. Again Harry, Draco, and Hermione's hands went up. Mr. Malfoy. Snape said. It will cause the drinker to become poisoned as it contains the venom of several poisonous snakes in it. Draco said. Excellent, Mr. Malfoy, 5 points to Slytherin. Now can anyone tell me what snake gives its venom as the main ingredient? Snape asked. Hermione was practically jumping out of her seat waving her hand. Mr. Weasley, could you inform us? Snape asked as he stared right at Hermione, who looked like she was going to explode. Runaspore. Ron said weakly. Snape rolled his eyes. 20 points from Gryffindor, Weasley. Not only do you not know the subject material, but you also cannot seem to pay attention in class. As Mr. Potter already said, the potion has no effect on magical snake bites, Weasley. So why would the venom of a magical snake be present? Correct me if I'm wrong, but wouldn't that put the venom the potion couldn't help into the potion? Sir, the two most important serpents are the Egyptian cobra and the Arizona diamondback rattlesnake, both snakes give. Exact L, Hermione said. 10 points for speaking out in class, Granger. However, she is correct. Both the Egyptian cobra and the Arizona diamondback must give exactly 5 milliliters of venom to the antidote to make it effective. You will spend the rest of the class working on this potion. Begin, Snape said as the potion's ingredients wrote themselves on the board. You want to brew while I prepare the ingredients? Harry asked. Sounds good, this is a pretty simple potion, I doubt even Weasley and Longbottom could screw it up. Draco said loud enough for Ron to hear. Harry and Draco spent the next hour brewing their potion, and finished with 5 minutes to go in class. They quickly bottled the sample, and brought it up to Professor Snape. Here is our sample, sir. Draco said, handing him the vial. Snape took the cork out of the vial and sniffed it. He also looked at the color for a moment. Very good, Draco. 10 points to Slytherin. I'd say you could have used a tiny bit more powdered chicken's eggs, but full marks nonetheless. Snape said. Thank you, sir. May we go? Draco asked. No, I actually need to speak with you, Mr. Potter, and Mr. Zabini after class. You may return to your seats and read the text until after class. Snape said. Harry and Draco returned back to their seats after informing Blaise that Professor Snape wanted to talk to them. They spent the rest of the time trying to guess what their peers would get on their potions as they brought it up to Professor Snape. A galleon says that Granger gets full marks. Draco commented in annoyance as Hermione walked her potion up to Professor Snape. No bet. Granger's too much of a perfectionist to screw such a simple potion up. Harry said as Snape reluctantly awarded Hermione full marks. Fine then, how about a sickle that Weasley and Longbottom don't finish the potion at all? Draco said. Harry turned around and saw Weasley frantically throwing things into his cauldron while Neville was stirring madly. Deal, I say they finish it, but they fail. Harry said. Oh, what are we betting on? Blaise asked as he sat down at their station. Draco doesn't think that Weasley will finish in time. I said he would, but would still fail. Harry said. That's a tough one. Blaise said as Professor Snape got up and began inspecting the potions that weren't completed. When Snape reached Weasley and Longbottom's potion, he stopped and sneered. What is this supposed to be? Snape asked. The, Parisi potion. Ron ventured weakly. You are aware that the potion is supposed to be a light shade of blue, are you not, Weasley? What color is your potion? Snape spat. Orange, sir. Ron said. Indeed. Snape said as he took out his wand and vanished the potion. You and Longbottom will receive a 0 for today's class. So who wins? Snape didn't give them a chance to finish and there is still 2 minutes left in class. Harry said. Push. Blaise commented. Agreed. So what do you think Snape wants to talk to us about? Draco asked. Dunno. Can't be Quidditch since Blaise is with us. Unless you want to try out. Harry asked. Me on a broom, not bloody likely. Blaise scoffed. I'll be leaving the visits to the hospital wing to you and Draco. Come on, Blaise, you really should think about joining. I mean, Warrington is going to graduate next year. Draco said. Unless he pulls a Flint. Harry said. True. Draco said as the bell rang. The three Slytherins waited until everyone walked out of class before they approached Professor Snape's desk. Draco was about to ask a question when Snape cut him off. You three have been requested by a teacher to take on the role of a tutor outside of class because of your rankings on both the end-of-the-year theoretical exam and practical class work, Snape said. The three boys traded unhappy glances. What would we have to do, sir? Blaise finally asked. Well, that depends on the teacher. I know that Professor Sinestra makes you spend 2 hours a week with students who are struggling outside of class. Snape said. I'm not sure if I'll have enough time to do that, sir. I'm already spending 2 hours twice a week with Professors Flitwick and McGonagall, and when Quidditch starts, I'll be even busier. Harry said. Mr. Potter, perhaps you should wait to find out what teachers requested your help before you arrogantly deem it unworthy of your time. Snape retorted with a sneer. Harry was about to give a detention-worthy reply when Draco stepped on his foot. Sir, just who has requested our help? Draco asked politely. Mr. Malfoy, I have requested your assistance along with Professors Flitwick, McGonagall, and Lockhart. Now you cannot be a tutor in more than 2 classes, and I will tell you that I do require a lot of my tutors. If you agree to tutor in potions, you will have to spend an hour a week with a student I assign you discussing theory as well as an additional hour a week helping them on their practical application. Snape said. Well, I guess I'll tutor for charms and potions. Draco said. Very well, Mr. Potter, I have asked for your services along with Professors Flitwick, McGonagall, Lockhart, Sinestra, and Sprout. Snape said. Since I already help out during Transfiguration and Charms, I guess I'll do both of those. Harry said with a shrug. Snape made a small mark on a piece of parchment before looking up and saying, Mr. Zabini, Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, Sinestra, and Sprout have all asked for your assistance. I suppose Sinestra and Sprout, since those were the classes I was first in Slytherin. Blaise said. Very well, here is a note for Professor McGonagall. Snape said, handing them each a piece of paper as a group of 5th years sat down in the dungeons. Harry, Draco, and Blaise quickly walked up to the Transfiguration wing to get to McGonagall's class. Even with a note, they didn't want to be too late. So you were tops in herbology and astronomy, Blaise? Harry asked. Yep, I was 2nd in our year in herbology and 3rd in astronomy. Blaise replied. That's cool. I got 2nd in Slytherin for both of those. Harry commented. Yeah, well, from that list of teachers who wanted you as a tutor, I'm not surprised. Blaise said. Yeah, well, I didn't want to tutor at all, but I don't think Snape would have let me live it down if I decided against it. I just hope Flitwick and McGonagall will let me count what I do in class as tutoring. Harry said as they reached McGonagall's classroom. The 3 Slytherins opened the door, causing McGonagall to purse her lips. She clearly was in the middle of an explanation of some sorts. The 3 boys handed her their notes and quickly took a seat near the back of the room. As I was saying, this year in Transfiguration we shall begin to transfigure larger animals. Now can anyone tell me why we gradually increase the size of the animals, and not just jump into transfiguring horses and elephants? McGonagall asked. Harry had to roll his eyes as Granger's hand rocketed into the air. Yes, Miss Granger, McGonagall said. It's because the more complex the animal, the more difficult the transfiguration. Hermione said smugly. Correct. 5 points to Gryffindor. By the end of this year, you should be able to turn a cat into a footrest or a pillow without much difficulty. This year we will also. Harry just tuned out McGonagall and took out the book Defensive Transfigurations, which he had charmed to appear to look like his second-year Transfiguration book. Harry was fairly sure that he was close to an advanced 3rd year as far as Transfiguration theory was concerned. Unfortunately, that made the entire second-year Transfiguration class essentially pointless for him, and reviewing the book would get boring. So Harry decided before he got to school that he would spend most of this year reading up on dueling with Transfiguration in class. Since McGonagall didn't care about what he did on non-practical or tests days, she wouldn't bother him as long as she saw he was reading the book. Harry had read the first 4 chapters of Defensive Transfigurations, and he was almost giddy to begin reading Chapter 5. Dumbledore really was a genius as far as dueling strategy and incorporating transfiguration. Harry was amazed at how little McGonagall really taught as far as incorporating dueling into her subject. While Harry found turning cats into pillows fascinating, The simple spells Dumbledore used to turn any metal or stone into solid shield to block spells was far more impressive. Harry took out his Transfiguration notebook and began to copy down several spells he wanted to learn by the end of the year. Harry had nearly 30 spells written down when the bell rang and McGonagall said, "I want 1 foot of parchment on the theory of small mammal transfigurations for next class. Mr. Potter, Ms. Granger, Mr. Longbottom, please stay after class." Harry said goodbye to Blaise and Draco and waited after with Granger and Neville. "Ms. Granger, Mr. Longbottom, I have to congratulate you both for being requested as a tutor by an instructor." Professor McGonagall said. "Really? Oh wow, this is so amazing, Professor. What classes can I tutor in? How much time do I have to give up?" Granger asked quickly. "Who would want me to be a tutor?" Neville asked in shock. "Don't sell yourself short, Neville. You're really good in herbology. I bet it was Sprout who wanted you as a tutor." Harry said, still sitting in his seat. "Mr. Potter is correct, Mr. Longbottom. Professor Sprout said you were one of the finest herbology students she has ever had. Now if you wish to be a tutor in herbology, you will meet twice a week to help out a struggling first year. Do you want to take on this responsibility?" Professor McGonagall asked. Well, I guess. I do like herbology," Neville said hesitantly. "Very good. I'll inform Professor Sprout," McGonagall said as she made a mark on a piece of paper. "Now Ms. Granger, you placed in the top 10 in your year for all your classes. Every professor on staff has asked for you to be a tutor. Now you can only tutor in 2 classes, so you must choose which classes you would prefer to tutor students in." McGonagall asked. Well, if I can only choose 2, I'd have to say, Transfiguration and Charms." Hermione said. "Oh no." Harry grumbled a little too loud. "Something you would like to say, Mr. Potter?" McGonagall asked, her tone turning cold instantly. "Oh no, Professor," Harry said reluctantly. "Well, Ms. Granger, I should tell you that as a Transfiguration tutor you will spend 2 hours a week with a first-year student." McGonagall said. "Ma'am, I wanted to ask a question about that," Harry said, getting up. "Yes, Mr. Potter?" McGonagall asked. Well, I was wondering if I could just tutor during class like I've been doing." Harry said. "Mr. Potter, this tutoring is very different and is more personal than what you provide for you classmates during class time," McGonagall said as Harry deflated. "Very well, ma'am," Harry said. "I take it that you will be tutoring in Transfiguration and Charms as well, Mr. Potter?" McGonagall said. "Yes, ma'am," Harry replied. "Good, I was hoping that you would choose that. Tell me, is young Mr. Malfoy tutoring in Transfiguration as well?" McGonagall asked. No, ma'am, Potions and Charms," Harry said. "Pity, I was hoping to have him as a tutor along with you and Ms. Granger. Now Mr. Potter, I will see you tomorrow at 6:30 for your first private lesson. Give this note to Madam Pants and read over the selected material for our lesson. You may leave now. I need a private word with Mr. Longbottom and Ms. Granger," McGonagall said as she handed him a note. Harry accepted the note, nodded his head, and quickly left the room. The second he was outside, he saw Draco and Blaise grinning madly at him. "She didn't take your excuse, did she?" Blaise asked with a smile. "No, it looks like I'm stuck tutoring," Harry grumbled. "Beep it up, Harry. I'm sure they won't make you do much when Quidditch starts, and they see how busy you are," Draco said. "Hopefully," Harry mumbled. Tuesday, Great Hall, Hogwarts. Harry, Draco, Blaise, and Ginny sat at the Slytherin table for breakfast. "What's up with Tonks?" Harry asked as he eyed his best friend again sitting with the mudblood over at the Gryffindor table. "No clue," Draco said. "Maybe we should go talk to her," Harry put forth. "I guess we could. You didn't, make her mad at you again, did you?" Draco asked curiously. "No, Draco, I didn't," Harry answered flatly. "Well, I guess we should go talk to her. I mean, we can't have her just sitting over by the mudblood, can we?" Draco asked as Ginny gasped in shock. "What is it, Ginny? Did you choke on something?" Draco asked. "No, you just said the M word," Ginny said in shock. "So?" Harry asked. "Yeah, so what?" Draco asked dismissively. "So what? That's like a really big insult. Dad would ground me for all summer if he heard me say that," Ginny said. Harry and Draco just rolled their eyes. "Ginny, it's just a word." Harry said. But it's a really horrible thing to call someone, Harry. Ginny said as several Slytherins started to look at her like she had two heads. Ginny slowly began to notice that everyone was gawking at her like she was crazy. A rather large blush started to form around her neck and face. Well, isn't it wrong? Ginny asked weakly. I guess that depends who you ask. Blaise put forth. What do you mean? Ginny asked. Well, if you're for extending the rights of Muggleborns, then you consider it a horrendous slur that demonstrates ignorance. If you are a more traditionalist pureblood, then all that word does is demonstrate your beliefs that Muggleborns are corrupting our gene pool. Blaise said evenly. What do you think? Ginny asked Blaise. Blaise just shrugged his shoulders indifferently. The legendary Zabini neutrality at its finest. Draco said as several people laughed. So you don't really have an opinion. What about you, Harry? Ginny asked hesitantly. I'm not one for the whole blood purity thing, but I do use the word. Harry said. Really? But if you don't care about blood purity, why do you use it? Ginny asked astonished. Well, I don't like Muggleborns, and until someone comes up with a new word to insult them, I'm pretty much stuck with what's already available. Harry said nonchalantly. You don't like Muggleborns? Ginny asked in shock. Nope, can't stand Muggles either. Harry said, shrugging his shoulders. Wow, I would have thought that growing up with Muggles would have made you like them. Ginny said. Harry's face darkened quickly at the inadvertent mention of the Dursleys. Yes, well, you would be wrong. Harry said, far harsher than he intended. Ginny reeled back like she had been struck. She had never seen Harry look so cruel before. I'm sorry if I upset you, Harry. Ginny said quickly. No, you don't need to apologize, Ginny. Harry is just taking out some frustration on you for no good reason. Draco said, staring Harry down. Harry's anger deflated instantly. Yeah, I'm sorry, Ginny, Draco's right. I shouldn't have taken anything out on you. You didn't know that I hate my relatives. Well, it's okay. Let's just forget it then. I'm going to be late to Lockhart's class anyway. Ginny said, deciding a subject change was necessary. Yeah, you have to tell us about him at lunch. We have him after herbology. Draco said pleasantly. Okay, sounds good. Ginny said, smiling. Well, I guess we had better be going also. Greenhouse 4 is pretty far. Harry commented. Yeah, I agree. Bye, Ginny, Draco said, getting up. Yeah, see you later. Blaise said. Bye guys, see you at lunch. Ginny said, smiling. Harry, Draco, and Blaise made it to Greenhouse 4 a few minutes later. They were rather happy that the Gryffindors, with the exception of Neville, had yet to show up. Well, I guess class is about to start. Thank you for your help, Mr. Longbottom, Sprout said with a smile. The room quickly filled up with students from both houses. When the enchanted bell rang, Professor Sprout smiled and stood up from behind her desk. Welcome to second year herbology. This year we will be working in groups of 2. Now, in an attempt to promote house unity, I ask that each group be comprised of a Gryffindor and Slytherin. What? You expect us to work with them? Draco said loudly. 5 points for speaking out of term, Mr. Malfoy, and yes I do. Now I will give you all 2 minutes to find a partner on your own before I select one for you. Sprout said as she waved her wand and a magical clock appeared counting down from 120 seconds. At the 1-minute mark, no one from either Gryffindor or Slytherin made any attempt to move. Harry slowly started to have very paranoid thoughts about Sprout pairing him with Weasley or Granger. Deciding that he was not going to spend a whole year in herbology with one of them, Harry quickly stood up and walked over to where Neville and Hermione were seated. Harry could tell everyone was watching him as he approached their table. He didn't care though, the thought of working with Weasley or the know-it-all was incredible motivation. Neville, do you want to be my partner this year? Harry asked. Neville looked around and saw every single person in the classroom was watching him. His face paled, but he nodded his head in the affirmative. Excellent, Ms. Granger, please pick up your things, and let Mr. Potter take your seat, Sprout said, flashing a smile to Harry. The clock hit 0 and Sprout eyed the rest of the students in annoyance. Very well then, you give me no choice. Royal, you are partnered with Thomas. Zabini with Finnegan, not with Weasley. Malfoy with Granger, Sprout said. No. Draco yelled out in horror as Harry struggled to contain his laughter. I'm not exactly thrilled about it either, Malfoy. Granger said as she sat down next to him. Harry was now turning purple from suppressing his laughter. When Draco glared at him, Harry lost all control and started to laugh hysterically. "Is something funny, Mr. Potter?" Sprout asked. It took Harry a few seconds to regain his composure, but when he did, he just smiled and said, "No ma'am." "Very well. This year we shall begin our study of mandrakes. Now can anyone tell me what the properties of mandrake canta?" Sprout lectured. An hour and 30 minutes later, Harry left the greenhouse with Blaze and a very angry Draco. "I can't believe I got stuck with Granger," Draco said. "Yeah, well, you could have gotten up and asked someone," Harry said. "Oh, whatever, Harry," Draco said, rolling his eyes. "Hey, why do you think I did it? We have 6 guys in Slytherin and Gryffindor only has 4. That meant there was a chance that Sprout could have paired me with Granger or Weasley." "Thanks but no thanks," Harry said. Draco was about to retort when someone tapped Harry on the shoulder. Harry turned around and was surprised to see Neville looking very uncomfortable. See, can I talk to you, Harry?" Neville asked. "Go away, Longbottom," Draco said dismissively. Neville started to sputter an apology when Harry cut him off. "No, don't apologize, Neville, it's fine. Draco, save me a seat at lunch," Harry said. "Fine," Draco said, rolling his eyes. When Draco and Blaze were out of earshot, Harry turned to Neville. "Okay, what's up, Neville?" Harry asked. I was just wondering how you did in herbology last year," Neville asked hesitantly. Harry was taken aback by such a random question. "How I did in herbology? Does he think I won't be able to pull my weight? I got an O, and I was 7th in our year, why?" Harry asked. Really?" Neville said, clearly astonished. "Yeah, why?" Harry asked. "Oh, it's nothing, Harry. It is just that some people mentioned that you might only want to work with me because, well, you see, it's really stupid," Neville said. Harry slowly began to piece together what the problem was. "So some idiotic Gryffindors told you that I only wanted to be partners with you because you were really good at herbology," Harry said simply. Neville just nodded sheepishly. "Well, I did want to be partnered with you because I knew you were really good at herbology," Harry said. When Neville looked very hurt, Harry quickly added, "But that's not the only reason. Truthfully, if I had to be partnered with a Gryffindor, it would be you. I mean, I can't stand any of the other ones. I mean, can you imagine what would happen if I were paired with Granger or Weasley? Merlin, I think I'd end up killing one of them. Yeah, I can see that not working out," Neville said with a grin. Harry smiled at the shy Gryffindor. "So are we good then?" Harry asked. Yeah, Harry, I think we are. Actually, I wanted to ask you something else though, if that is okay," Neville said quickly. Harry had to withhold a smirk. "Really, Neville, you don't have to ask my permission to ask me something," Harry said. Right, sorry, I forgot. I was just wondering if you wouldn't mind, well, that is to say, if you had the spare time." "Okay, well, you see," Neville said, blushing. "Neville, please just spit it out," Harry said with only a hint of annoyance. "Okay, well, you see, after you left McGonagall's classroom yesterday, she told me that I should get a tutor for Transfiguration. McGonagall said that because of where my skill level was, that it would probably have to be either you or Hermione. When Hermione heard, she got all excited and started talking about making up study schedules and all this other stuff. She told me last night that she would be going over every assignment I turn in. It was overwhelming me too much, so I said I was going to ask you. So do you think you would you mind tutoring me?" Neville asked quickly. Neville's question shocked Harry. "No, I wouldn't mind," the boy who lived quickly answered, "and I can understand why you wouldn't want Granger to be your tutor. My schedule is really busy though, so how about we meet tomorrow for 2 hours before curfew this week? We can figure out a regular time to meet after that," Harry said. "Okay, no problem. Where do you want to meet?" Neville asked quickly. "Library should work. If we need to work on some practical stuff, I'll ask McGonagall about using an empty classroom," Harry said. "Thanks, Harry, I really appreciate this," Neville said. "No problem, I just wish I could have been there when you told Granger you wanted me as a tutor and not her," Harry said as he shook Neville's hand. Great Hall, Hogwarts. Harry entered the Great Hall to find lunch in full swing. He took a seat next to Ginny and across from Draco and Blaze. "Hey," Harry said cheerfully. "What did the squib want?" Draco drawled as he put a piece of chicken on his plate. Oh, I'm going to tutor him in Transfiguration. Harry said. Good luck with that, Draco said, barking a laugh. Hey, I'd taking tutoring Neville 2 hours a week over an hour and a half working with Granger, Harry said, causing Draco to turn a nasty shade of red. I always hated herbology, Draco said in annoyance. But Draco, now you get to hear about how useful every little thing is from Granger, Harry said with a nasty grin. Draco just grumbled before turning to Ginny and asking, so how was Lockhart? He is the worst teacher ever. He actually made us take a test on the first day, Ginny said in annoyance. Well, that's not uncommon. A lot of teachers like to see if you've read the books or not, Blaise said. No, well, the test was all about him. Like, what is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? What does Gilderoy Lockhart consider his greatest accomplishment? Ginny said. You have to be kidding me, Harry asked in shock. Nope, Ginny said. Something tells me I'm going to hate Tuesdays this year, Draco said, shaking his head. Okay, so what's got you so mad? Tonks asked as Hermione sat down with a huff. Malfoy, Hermione replied shortly. Tonks was unable to keep the grin off her face. Also, what did he do? He's my herbology partner, Hermione said, shaking her head. Huh, are you serious? Why? Tonks asked as she desperately tried to suppress a grin. Sprout's idea to promote inter-house unity, Hermione said. Bloody Hufflepuffs. Well, Draco isn't that bad, Tonks said. He spent the entire class mumbling mudblood under his breath, Hermione said in annoyance. Ah well, Tonks said. Hey Hermione, I need to talk to you, Neville said, sitting down. Oh hi, Neville. I was just going to find you before defense to go over our study schedule, Hermione said with a grin. Hermione, I told you last night that I would be asking Harry also, Neville said hesitantly. Yes, well, I'm just being prepared for when he turns you down, insults you, or has no proper schedule prepared, Hermione said. Hermione, Harry's not like that, Tonks said with some bite to her voice. I know you like him, Tonks, but to every other Gryffindor he's a terror, Hermione said dismissively. Tonks just glared at Hermione. She was about to say something to defend Harry when Neville said, Actually, Hermione, he agreed to tutor me. What? Well, surely you didn't accept. I mean, sure, Potter's good at Transfiguration, but it's all natural. He doesn't have to work for anything, Hermione said sharply. Hermione, that's not true. Harry has 2-hour sessions with McGonagall every week to hone his ability, Tonks said quickly. Yes, well, what I meant is that it comes easier for him. So he probably won't have a clue how to help Neville, who is clearly lost, Hermione said, not noticing the glare Neville was sending her. Well, I'm going to be working with Harry. If I don't improve, I'm sure McGonagall will have me switch to you, Neville said as he got up and walked away, leaving a stunned Hermione. I can't believe he chose Potter over me, Hermione huffed. Tonks just rolled her eyes. Hermione was a good friend, but she could be a handful sometimes. Defense against the Dark Arts classroom, Hogwarts. Harry, Draco, and Blaise entered Lockhart's room and beeped. The walls of the classroom were covered in large pictures of the man grinning or shaking hands with some famous person. Now I know I'm going to hate Tuesdays, Draco said under his breath. Ah, Harry, Mr. Malfoy, welcome. Please take a seat, Lockhart said as he exited his office and strode into the room. Harry, Draco, and Blaise all took seats in the back row of the classroom. Harry noticed that for once they weren't the first group of students in the class. Every girl from both houses seemed to have put house grudges aside and was sitting in the first 2 rows of seats. When the rest of Slytherin and Gryffindor arrived, Lockhart cleared his throat. Welcome to your first defense against the Dark Arts class. I am your new teacher, Gilderoy Lockhart. Now I'm sure most of you have heard of me, so I won't list all my various awards, accomplishments, and achievements. However, I will say that I look forward to winning Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile award for the 6th time this coming January, Lockhart said, flashing a smile. Harry, Blaise, and Draco all rolled their eyes in disgust. Now, before we start of the year, I'm going to administer a small pre-test to see how far you've read in my books, Lockhart said as he began handing out pieces of parchment. When the tests got to Harry, Blaise, and Draco, they all groaned loudly. It was the exact same test that Ginny had mentioned to them. At first Harry actually wrote down some answers that he knew, but halfway through the test, He got fed up and started to write the most obscure things he could think of. Harry heard Blaise and Draco snickering as they filed out their own tests, and assumed they were doing the same. When Lockhart summoned the tests, he smiled brightly at them. Good, now that that is out of the way, it is time to begin our lesson. Everyone wands out. The creatures I am going to introduce you to today are among the most fierce and menacing on the planet. Lockhart said as he lifted a cage with a blue cover over it. The cage shook and rattled slightly, causing Harry, Draco, and Blaise to raise their eyes in shock. He wouldn't bring anything dangerous, would he? I mean, he's clearly an idiot, but he wouldn't, Draco asked. Cornish pixies, Lockhart exclaimed as he took the cover off, revealing several small blue creatures with wings. Harry, Draco, and Blaise laughed very loudly. You think it's funny, do you? Well, let's see how you handle them, Lockhart said as he opened the cage door. Harry, Draco, and Blaise immediately stopped laughing when 30 pixies flew out of the cage and began to terrorize the classroom. Several of the pixies began picking up books and tossing them out the window, while others attacked students or dive-bombed Lockhart. Bloody idiot, Draco said as he pointed his wand and said, Expelliarmus. The disarming spell rocketed off towards a group of pixies, throwing them in different directions. This, however, only seemed to annoy the pixies, who decided to focus their attention on Harry, Draco, and Blaise. Well, I'll leave you all to take care of this, good luck, Lockhart said as he raced into his office and closed the door. Coward, Harry yelled as a group of pixies flipped over Lockhart's desk. Harry, think of something, Blaise yelled as pixies tried to grab his wand. What do you want me to do, Blaise? Harry asked. I don't know, get away from me. Expelliarmus, Draco screamed as several pixies grabbed his platinum blonde hair. Defindo, 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 Harry shouted, slashing his wand at a cluster of pixies who were trying to untie a chandelier. The cutting curse decapitated 3 pixies at once, as well as maimed several others, causing them to fall to the ground in beeps of pain. Cutting curse, Harry yelled to Draco and Blaise. Soon the 3 Slytherin boys sent a hail of cutting curses into the air, slicing the pixies apart. Stop it, Hermione yelled in shock as a pixie lost its head right in front of her. You got a better idea, Granger. Incendio, Harry roared as he sent a jet of fire at a group of pixies, causing the little creatures to let out horrendous screams. Stop it, Potter. You're killing them. Stop it, Expelliarmus, Hermione yelled, pointing her wand at Harry. Harry dodged the disarming spell and sent one right back, throwing Hermione into a wall. Damn Slytherin, Ron yelled as he lunged at Harry from where he was hiding under his desk. Harry skillfully dodged the attacking Gryffindor. A second later, Draco and Blaise hit Weasley with a disarming and cutting spell, throwing him against the back wall with a bleeding cut above his eye. Let's finish the pixies and get out of here, Harry said to Draco. Good idea, Draco said. Defindo, Harry, Draco, and Blaise shouted at the last group of pixies. All of the annoying creatures let out a shriek of pain as legs, arms, heads, and wings were cut off. The ones that were still alive fell to the floor twitching. Well, I say we leave Lockhart to clean this mess up, Draco drawled. Agreed, Harry and Blaise said. Wait, you can't just kill these poor creatures and leave, Hermione shrieked as all the Slytherins got up to leave behind Draco, Harry, and Blaise. Watch us, Draco said as he opened the door and stepped outside. Professor McGonagall's classroom, 6:15 p.m. Hogwarts. Harry knocked on the door to Professor McGonagall's office for his first private lesson of the year. Come in, McGonagall said. Harry opened the door and stepped inside. Hello, Professor, Harry said brightly. Hello, Mr. Potter. How have your 2 days' worth of classes been? McGonagall asked pleasantly. Well, Transfiguration was excellent, of course, Harry said, causing McGonagall to roll her eyes. Well, I should hope so. What exactly were you reading in your textbook that was so interesting, by the way? McGonagall asked. Switching spells, Harry said, using his carefully prepared lie. Really? Why? You mastered that a while back, McGonagall asked. Well, I was just thinking about adapting it for a less obvious usage, Harry said cryptically. Such as? McGonagall asked. Well, say you are involved in a duel. In front of you is a trash can, but a few feet away is a large wooden door. Someone sends a curse at you, but the doorway is too far to summon in time to block it. I thought that perhaps a switching spell could be used to switch the doorway with the trash can to block the spell. Harry commented. I see, McGonagall said, trying to hide her shock. And why would you be in a duel in the first place, Mr. Potter? Well, last year I had to face off with centaurs, Quirrell, the person who confounded me, the troll at Halloween, and all the Gryffindors who tired to curse me after I beat them at Quidditch. Harry said, ticking them off on his fingers. I just want to be prepared. Yes, well, hopefully this year will be significantly less dangerous. So besides my class, how are your other classes? McGonagall asked, peering over her glasses. Harry's curiosity was now slightly piqued. McGonagall rarely asked the same question twice regardless of the answer Harry gave her. Well, herbology was good. Neville and I are partners and I've agreed to tutor him in Transfiguration. Harry said. McGonagall's stern look softened. Ah, well, that is good news, Mr. Potter. I do hope you are able to reach Mr. Longbottom and help him to improve. Now how about your other classes? McGonagall asked. Professor, is there something you would like to ask me about my other classes? Harry asked, looking his teaching right in the eye. What do you mean, Mr. Potter? McGonagall said. Professor, you have never asked me the same question 3 times in a row before. So clearly you want to talk about something that happened in one of my classes. Harry said logically. Yes. Well, Ms. Granger came to me with some disturbing news about you, Mr. Malfoy, and Mr. Zabini slaughtering pixies in Professor Lockhart's class. I went to speak to Professor Lockhart about it, but he claims to have not seen anything of the sort. As I didn't believe Ms. Granger to be lying, I was curious to hear what you had to say. McGonagall said. Well, it's true. When Professor Lockhart released the pixies and no one could figure out how to stop them, Draco, Blaise, and I used the cutting curse. The reason Lockhart didn't see it is because he fled the room as soon as he lost control of the pixies. Harry said nonchalantly. Mr. Potter, surely a bright student such as yourself could have used less lethal means to contain a group of pixies. McGonagall said exasperatedly. I'm sure that I could have as well, but you see, when Lockhart released the 30 pixies into the room, it was pure chaos. I did what had to be done. Harry said, shrugging his shoulders. They were still living beings, Mr. Potter. McGonagall replied. Yes, and so are Lethifolds and dragons, but that doesn't mean we don't do what we have to do to contain them. Harry answered back firmly but politely. McGonagall looked like she wanted to argue the difference between Lethifolds and pixies, but instead she just moved on to business with a sad expression on her face. Here is your theory test. This year I want to move at a similar pace as we did last year. I fully expect you to be up to the beginning of 4th year as far as practical and theoretical transfiguration by the end of the year. Now, in order to reach that goal, you will need to work very hard, Mr. Potter. McGonagall said as she handed him a parchment. Yes, ma'am, I'll do my best. Harry said. Good, now we will meet every Tuesday and Thursday evening this year. Does that work with your schedule? McGonagall asked. Well, I have no idea when Professor Flitwick wants to meet or when Quidditch practice will be. Harry admitted. Phileas has already informed me that he wants to meet with you every Monday and Friday. We both have already informed Severus of this, so hopefully he will relay it to Mr. Flint. McGonagall said. Harry nodded his head, took out a quill, and began to take McGonagall's theory test. 20 minutes later, McGonagall called time, and Harry handed over his test. This is good work, although you could be more detailed in some parts. However, for the first test back from summer, it's better than what I expected. McGonagall said. Harry had to seriously fight the urge to tell her that the reason he was vague was because he had to pretend like he didn't already know the more advanced theory, and that he was several chapters ahead of where he should have been in the big book of Transfiguration. Harry spent the rest of the lesson working on turning a raven into a goblet. Harry of course managed to do it without a problem and eventually had a very beautiful black goblet with a green serpent on it. He smirked when McGonagall picked it up, only to drop it when the snake raced around the goblet and hissed at her. I see you've begun working on animation with Phileas. Tell me, did you animate this after you created the goblet or at the same time? McGonagall asked after she composed herself. After. I'm still not sure how to animate and transfigure at the same time. Professor Flitwick mentioned that we would work on it this year though. Harry said. I see, well, until you can do it all in one transformation, don't animate anything yet. McGonagall said. Yes, ma'am. Harry said. As the lesson came to a close, McGonagall handed Harry a small folded note. "Harry, give this to Madam Pants. It is the next section of the Big Book of Transfiguration I want you to read." McGonagall said, "Okay, Professor McGonagall, can I ask a question about the Big Book of Transfiguration?" Harry asked. McGonagall looked at Harry over her spectacles, causing him to shiver slightly. "You may," McGonagall said. "Well, I was told over the summer that the book actually contained a large list of spells for each section of theory. Why don't I read the spells as well as the theory? I mean, if they go together it can only help, right?" Harry asked. "Who exactly told you this?" McGonagall asked, narrowing her eyes. "What does it matter? Is it true?" Harry asked, darkening his tone slightly. He honestly wanted to know why his professor didn't feel that he could do the spells the book recommended. Since he was already reading the Animagus section nightly as well as making a small list of spells to try, Harry figured asking his teacher might help him stay away from some of the more dangerous spells Lucius mentioned. "I don't know who told you that, Mr. Potter, but they are mistaken. Besides theory, that book does not contain anything that you should be concerning yourself with," McGonagall said. Harry felt hurt that one of his favorite teachers would so blatantly lie to him, but he put on a face he hoped looked like indifference and said, "Okay, Professor. I was just wondering. Wednesday, Great Hall, Hogwarts." Harry sat with Draco, Blaise, and Ginny at the Slytherin table for breakfast, and for the third straight day Tonks sat with the Gryffindors. "Okay, what's the deal? Has anyone spoken to Tonks?" Harry asked. "No, I saw her leaving the library yesterday, but we didn't get the chance to talk." Blaise said. "Are you sure you didn't do anything to make her mad at you, Harry?" Draco asked. "Yes, at least I can't think of anything she would be mad at me for," Harry said. "Well, that's reassuring," Draco drawled. "Oh come on, I think I would know if I made her upset about something. How about you? Did you say anything stupid?" Harry asked Draco. "No, I never do," Draco said. Harry and Blaise snorted in disbelief. "What? I'm a Malfoy, we don't say stupid things," Draco said arrogantly. "Sure, Draco," Harry said sarcastically. "Name one time when I said something stupid," Draco said challengingly. "Okay, how about last year when you told Professor Sprout that you didn't want to do the assignment because you didn't want to get your hands dirty?" Harry said. "So, that's a legitimate reason," Draco drawled. "No, Draco, it's really not. I mean, it is herbology, you tend to get dirty working with plants," Ginny said with a grin. Draco just rolled his eyes. "I still say it was a good reason." "Sure, Draco," Harry said, patting him on the shoulder condescendingly. "Cut it out, Harry. This is about what you said to make Tonks mad at you, not me," Draco said. "For the last time, I didn't do anything to make Tonks mad at me," Harry said exasperatedly. "Fine, if that's the case, go talk to her. You've got 5 minutes till History of Magic," Blaise said, checking his watch. "All right, I'll go talk to her. If I'm not there when class starts, tell Binns, tell him I was challenged to an honor duel or something," Harry said. "An honor duel? Really, Harry, you're not even trying anymore with your excuses," Blaise said. "Well, as long as he keeps accepting them, why should I?" Harry asked. "Good point. I still can't believe that he believed that you were involved in an altercation with the giant squid last year," Draco said. "You actually told him that? And he believed you?" Ginny asked in shock. "Yeah, but I think the worst lie we told him to get out of class had to be when Draco raised his hand and said that he broke his leg. Binns told him that he could go to the hospital wing, and Draco proceeded to walk out of class like nothing was wrong. I don't think I stopped laughing for a week after that," Harry said with a grin. As Ginny cracked up laughing, Blaise turned to Harry and said, "No more stalling, Harry, go talk to Tonks." I'm going," Harry said as he stood up and started to walk over to the Gryffindor table. Tonks was sitting with her back to the Slytherins, so he tapped her on the shoulder to get her attention. "Hey Harry, what are you doing here?" Tonks asked. "Can we talk?" Harry asked. "Sure, what is it?" Tonks asked, moving over for him to sit down. "Not here. Do you have a class this morning?" Harry asked. "No, I'm off till after lunch. I had astronomy late last night," Tonks said. "Okay, well, do you think we can go for a walk by the lake?" Harry asked. "You don't have class?" Tonks asked, getting up from the table. "I've been challenged to an honor duel and won't be able to attend History of Magic," Harry said as they walked out of the hall. Oh my, what an unfortunate time for a duel to take place. I'm sure Binns will be distraught. Tonks said with a grin. I'm sure, Harry said. The two of them walked in silence for a few minutes till they got outside. When Harry was sure that no one was close enough to overhear them, he turned to Tonks. Did I do something to make you upset, Tonks? Harry asked. Tonks was caught completely off guard by the question and didn't answer. Harry took her silence though as a confirmation of his fears. Whatever I did, I'm sorry. I mean I don't want you to be upset with me, Tonks. I just don't know what I did. Harry said. Harry, I'm not upset with you. Tonks said, recovering. You're not? Harry asked. No, why would you think that I am? Tonks asked. Well, you haven't spoken to Draco, Blaise, and I since the train. I mean you eat all your meals over with the Gryffindors, and you avoid us like the plague. Harry said. I don't avoid you like the plague, Harry. Tonks said defensively. Tonks, clearly something is wrong. I mean you have never spent that much time away from us except for when we were fighting last year. So if you're not mad at me, are you mad at Draco or Blaise? Harry asked. No, Harry, I'm not mad at you guys. Tonks said. Then what's the problem? Harry asked. Why do you care? Tonks asked, her eyes moistening. Harry stopped walking. What do you mean, why do I care? You're my friend. Harry said. Why? You guys don't need me anymore. Tonks said weakly. Wait just a minute, what the bloody hell are you talking about, Tonks? Why wouldn't you think that we need you? Harry asked. Weasley. Tonks said in annoyance. You have that stupid Weasley now. Why do you need me? Ginny. You don't think we need you because of Ginny? Harry said in disbelief. Are you kidding me? He started to laugh. However, laughing only seemed to make Tonks feel worse and she started to cry. Harry immediately stopped laughing. Don't cry, Tonks. Harry whispered. Please, just please stop crying. Harry, it's just not fair. I mean she's in Slytherin while I'm stuck in Gryffindor. She can be at your table without getting stared at by everyone. She can be in your common room, Tonks said. Tonks, please don't do this. Don't be jealous that Ginny is a Slytherin and you're a Gryffindor. I mean sure Ginny's a Slytherin, but that doesn't mean I care about her more than you. I mean you know if I had to choose between you two it would be you in a heartbeat, right? Harry said. Why you would? Tonks asked teary-eyed. Yes, I wouldn't even have to think about it. I'm sure Draco and Blaise feel the same way. Harry said. Thanks, I guess this whole thing is kind of stupid. Tonks said as she pushed away some tears. Come on, Tonks, did you really think that we would abandon you for a Weasley? Harry asked with a grin. I just overreacted. I mean her brothers have been nothing but assholes to me, but everyone else loves them, and then I see you and Draco all friendly with her and then she got sorted into Slytherin. I thought that you would all think she was, I don't know, better than me because she was in Slytherin. I really freaked out, didn't I? Tonks said. Yes you did, but don't worry about it. So what do you want to do now? I've got, Harry checked his watch, an hour until History of Magic is over, and I think my duel would probably take up the entire lesson. Harry said with a grin. I don't know, Harry. You are a very gifted wizard. Tonks said with a grin. True, perhaps I defeated my opponent, and spent the rest of the time celebrating my victory. Harry said with a grin. Now that sounds far more believable. Tonks said, smiling fully now. So what have you been up to with the know-it-all? I'm sure it has been loads of fun. Harry said sarcastically. Tonks glared at Harry, but then smirked. Yes, I love hearing over and over again why Neville is making the biggest mistake of his life choosing you over her as a tutor. Tonks said with a grin. Huh, oh yes, I'm sure. Did you hear that Draco and her are partners in herbology? Harry asked. Yes, I can't believe it. I wonder who's going to snap and try to kill the other first. Draco was apparently really getting underneath her skin when he was muttering mudblood all last class. Tonks said. Is that what he was saying? I was too far away, but I saw him talking to himself. Harry said with a huge smile. Yeah, it takes a lot to get Hermione rattled, but somehow you two have managed to drive her insane in 2 days. Tonks said with a smile. Why do you like her so much, Tonks? I mean, I don't want to get into an argument with you or anything. I'm just curious. Harry said. Harry, it's just that Hermione reminded me a lot of me. You know she didn't have a lot of friends last year, and when the twins started to pick on her around Halloween it was like deja vu for me. I wasn't going to let her go through the same thing I did, and well, she's really not that bad, Harry. If you could just see her for who she is and not a Muggleborn. Tonks said. Tonks, I know who Granger is. She's an uppity know-it-all, who thinks she is smarter than the rest of us. Believe me, I may have started to dislike her because she's a mudblood, but I have a lot more reasons to dislike her now. Harry said. She told me that you were the one who convinced her parents to let her come back though. Tonks said. Harry glared at Tonks. Please don't bring that up ever again, Tonks. Do you regret it? Tonks asked. Yes and no. I know her leaving would have made you upset, so I'm sort of glad that she's back, but an even bigger part of me thinks that it was a massive and stupid mistake. Harry said. You thought her leaving would make me upset. Is that why you did what you did? Tonks asked hesitantly. Yes. Harry said bluntly. Thanks, Harry. Tonks said as she used her metamorphagus powers to contain her blush. Harry was oblivious to Tonks' internal struggle though and simply said, it's nothing. Can we please change the subject though? Yeah, no problem. Can I ask you a question? Tonks said. Is it about Granger? Harry asked. No. Tonks replied. Then sure. Harry said. Why Weasley? Tonks asked. You know, at first it was just a joke. But at some point over the summer, Draco and I noticed she wasn't like the other Weasleys. All of her letters were about how much she fought with her entire family. How she hated Percy's pompous rules or everything attitude, and how Ron and her mother babied her. But for me, I think the minute I stopped seeing her as a tool to use against her brothers was when she wrote about how much the twins were pranking her for defending me. She wrote me a massive letter, Tonks, and I mean massive. It had to be at least 2.5 feet of parchment, and all it contained was a huge account of her week. Basically, from the moment she woke up to the moment she went back to sleep, the twins had taken it upon themselves to torturing her with Muggle pranks. All I could think about was how similar you and her were. I mean, think about what she grew up in, Tonks. The only brothers that are close to her age are complete asses. Her family is dirt poor and can't afford anything because her father is a Muggle-loving fool, and she is treated like a child. Did you know that she wasn't even going to get her own wand? When I found out, I took her to Ollivander's and bought it for her myself. Then when her idiot brother found out, he tried to snap it. Harry said. Tonks' face had grown progressively paler as Harry continued to talk. Oh Merlin, that poor girl. I thought I had it bad, but to actually grow up and spend every day in the same house with the twins. How is she not insane? Who tried to snap her wand? Tonks asked weakly. Ron. Harry practically spit. I guess I should try to get to know her. I mean, if you, Draco, and Blaise are going to be friends with her, I should be too. Tonks said. You don't have to be her friend, Tonks. I wouldn't want you to make me be Granger's friend, so believe me, I'm not going to force you to hang out with her. Harry said. Thanks, Harry, but I think I should probably get to know her. Tonks said. Library 6 p.m., Hogwarts. Harry walked into the library and found Neville sitting at a table far away from every other student. Hey Neville. Harry said as he sat down. Hi Harry. Neville said, blushing. Alright, so today I figured we'd spend the first 40 minutes or so writing our essays for McGonagall. When you are done, I'll look it over and give some pointers. Harry said as he took out a quill and a piece of parchment. Okay, sounds good. Neville said as he took out his own parchment and quill. 30 minutes later everything was going fine until Neville stood up to use the loo. He had taken one step away from the table when he tripped and fell into the table, causing his ink to spill and completely cover his essay. Oh no, Neville beeped. Don't worry about it, Harry said as he took his wand out. Offero macula. The ink recently spilled ink covering Neville's parchment disappeared, however, the words for the essay remained. Wow, what spell was that? Neville asked in shock. It's a household cleaning charm Flitwick showed me last year. Basically it removes any fresh stain. If you use it quick enough after spilling ink on parchment, it will just remove the recently spilled ink and not the words. Harry said. What is the incantation, again? Neville asked as he took out another quill. Offero macula. Harry said as he demonstrated the wand movement for Neville. Okay, got it. Thanks Harry, this will probably save my life this year. Neville said sincerely. No problem Neville, do you still need time to work on your essay? Harry asked. No, you can look at it, I've only got a few closing lines left anyway. Neville said as he got up to go to the loo. Harry nodded and took Neville's essay. It took him a good 2 minutes to decipher Neville's handwriting, but once he did, Harry found that Neville's essay wasn't all that bad. When Neville came back, Harry put his essay down. Well, it's actually not that bad. I'd say I would have given it between an acceptable and an exceeds expectations. Harry said. Really? Neville asked in shock. Yay, my only real critique is that you don't seem to have a strong grasp on the theory. You just sort of talk around it a lot. Harry said. What do you mean? Neville asked. Okay Neville, you say that transfiguring a mammal is a lot harder than an inanimate object, but why is it harder? You should talk about how a mammal is a complex organism. Here, look at my essay. Harry said, handing Neville his essay. Neville read the essay for a few minutes before handing it back. Wow Harry, that was very thorough. I mean, I had no idea that you needed to focus on the creature's anatomy to transfigure it. Neville said, astonished. Well, you don't really have to focus on it, Neville. It's more like you need to be aware of it. When you are transfiguring a pin or a match, you need to be aware of its basic shape, structure, that kind of thing. The same is true for an animal. You need to be aware of its basic anatomy. Does it have gills or lungs, 2 legs, 4 legs, 6 legs, or 8? Just really basic stuff, Neville. Harry said. Okay, I understand. So if I want to, say, transfigure a cat into a footrest like McGonagall said, I would have to know that the cat has 4 legs, a tail, and that the footrest has 4 legs and a cushion. Neville said. Well, you'll probably have to have a much clearer mental picture of the cushion you want to transfigure the cat into, but yes, you have the basics. Harry said. Neville spent the next 20 minutes rewriting his essay, but when it was finished it was tremendously better. This is really good, Neville. Harry said. Really? What do you think you'll get on the essay? Neville asked hesitantly. I'd say you'll probably get an O on this essay. McGonagall might be tempted to dock some points here and there, but overall the structure is good and you make all of the necessary points. Harry said. Really an O? You've got to be kidding me. Neville said, astonished. No, it's a really well-written essay, you should be proud. Harry said, handing it back to Neville, who took it reverently. I've never gotten an O on an essay in Transfiguration before. Neville said in shock. Well, I'm not promising, Neville, but I think you have a good shot. Believe me, you won't get anything below an E. Harry said. Thanks Harry, this is great. Neville said with a grin as Ginny walked over to their table. Hi Harry. Ginny said. Ginny, what's up? What are you doing here? Harry asked. Tonks asked to meet me here. Have you seen her? Ginny asked. Harry was about to respond when Tonks walked over and said, There you are, Ginny. Hey Harry, Neville, what are you two up to? That is to say, Harry's being nice enough to, well, I guess it's sort of like, Neville said. I'm helping Neville out in Transfiguration. Harry said simply. Well, good choice, Neville, Harry's a genius at the stuff. Tonks said. Yay, he is. Neville agreed. Okay Ginny, let's go grab another table so we don't bother them while they work. Tonks said. Okay, sounds good, bye Harry. Nice to meet you, Neville. Ginny said as she and Tonks sat down a few tables over. So what's up, Tonks? Why did you want to talk to me? Ginny asked. I kind of wanted to apologize to you. Tonks admitted. Apologize? Don't worry about the train. You had just gotten into a fight with my brothers. I understand you probably didn't want to see another Weasley. Ginny said, brushing it off. I also wanted to apologize for something else. Tonks said. When she noticed how completely confused Ginny looked, Tonks said, I didn't give you a chance. I kind of resented the fact that you were friends with Harry, Draco, and Blaise. I was jealous that you were in Slytherin, and that you'd get to spend more time with them than me. Ginny was floored. Is that the reason you were avoiding Draco, Harry, and Blaise? Me? She asked weakly. Yes, I was scared. That they'd pick you over me like everyone in my year picked the twins over me. I mean, your brothers tortured me my entire first year. Before I met Harry, I didn't have a single friend because everyone thought it was fun to pick on me. So when I saw Harry, Draco, and Blaise being all friendly with a Weasley, I freaked out. I just saw them as choosing a Weasley over me, and that really scared me. Tonks said, hanging her head. I'm sorry. I didn't know. I mean, I know how mean the twins can be, but I swear I would never make fun of you, or try to make Harry, Draco, or Blaise dislike you. Ginny said quickly. I know. Harry talked to me earlier today about it, and I spent the rest of the day building up the courage to talk to you. I just want you to know that I'd like to try to get over my Weasley phobia and be your friend." Tonks said. Ginny grinned. "I'd like that. Besides, no one hates the twins and Ron more than me. Let me tell you what they did to me over the summer," Ginny said. An hour and a half later, an annoyed Madame Pants had to shoo Ginny and Tonks out of the closing library. The two of them had spent the time talking about everything the twins, Ron, and Percy had ever done to make their lives horrible. While Ginny's list of grievances was far longer as she had lived with them for a number of years, Tonks' list contained far crueler acts against her as she wasn't family. Regardless of who was wronged more by the male Weasleys, the two girls left the library that night with the start of a good friendship. Thursday, Great Hall, Hogwarts. For the first time since they returned to Hogwarts, Tonks sat with the Slytherins at breakfast. "Hey Tonks. Did you and Harry fix whatever problem you were having?" Draco asked as he sat down. "Draco, Harry and I weren't in a fight," Tonks said, rolling her eyes. "Really? I guess I owe Harry a sickle," Blaise said, reaching into his pocket and tossing Harry a silver coin. "So if you weren't mad with Harry, what was the problem?" Draco asked. "It's nothing, Draco," Tonks said. "Are you sure?" Blaise asked. "Yes, please just drop it," Tonks said. "Okay, no problem. So how was tutoring the squib last night, Harry?" Draco asked. Before Harry could answer, Ginny blurted out a question. "There's a squib at Hogwarts." "How?" Draco just smiled. "Well, Ginny, you see, Neville Longbottom is about as close to a squib you can get and still have something resembling a magical core. I still haven't been able to figure out how he even got a letter to come here," Draco said with a grin. "Really? He seemed so nice," Ginny said. "He's not really a squib, Ginny. Draco just doesn't like Neville," Harry said evenly as he took a sip of pumpkin juice. "Oh, okay. I get it," Ginny said with a grin. "I'd take whatever Harry says with a grain of salt, Ginny. You don't want to become friends with the Gryffindors. They are all mindless fools, well except for Tonks, but she's more a Slytherin than a Gryffindor anyway," Draco said. "Why thank you, Draco," Tonks said, smiling. "Anytime," Draco said with a grin. "So what class do you guys have today?" Tonks asked. "Astronomy," Harry said. "What about you, Ginny?" Tonks asked. "Transfiguration and then potions," Ginny said. Good luck with McGonagall, she's tough, but if you are having any problems I'm sure Harry will help you out," Tonks said with a grin, causing Harry to roll his eyes. "I'm sure Ginny will do fine. If you do need any help just ask Draco or me," Harry said. "Thanks. How's potions?" Ginny asked. You're a Slytherin. You'll do great," Tonks said with a grin. "Yeah, just make sure you glance over the book before you go into class, and don't melt your cauldron," Harry said with a grin. "If you need any help, I'll work with you. I was tops in potions last year," Draco said pompously. "Don't brag, Draco, you'll sound like Percy," Ginny said. Draco feigned being sick before he said, "I swear I'll never brag again." "I'm sure," Tonks said sarcastically. "How about you, Tonks, what do you have?" Blaise asked. "Defense." Hermione said that Lockhart was a good teacher, but, Tonks started. "Is she mad?" Harry asked. "The man's a menace," Blaise said. "A completed waste of air," Draco drawled. "He is really bad, Tonks," Ginny said honestly. "I was about to say that everyone else says he's rubbish," Tonks said with a grin. "Yeah, rubbish is the understatement of the century," Blaise said, rolling his eyes. "Really that bad? I heard you guys butchered a bunch of pixies. That actually sounds like fun," Tonks said, grinning. "I'll admit that looking back it was fun, especially when Weasley was stupid enough to try to tackle Harry. We cursed him so bad," Draco said with a grin. Ron is such an idiot," Ginny said, rolling her eyes. Harry was about to respond when a large imperial golden owl swooped down and landed directly in front of him. The owl offered its leg, and Harry noticed a scroll wrapped around it. Harry untied the scroll, but the owl just stayed on the table. "Who's it from?" Draco asked, staring at the massive bird. Harry opened the scroll. "Dear Mr. Potter, this letter has been charmed so that only you may read it. Also, your coordinates at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry have been given to this owl as to avoid certain parties from intercepting this letter. Below are the available dates for your civil case to have Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore removed as your wizard guardian. Please mark the date you wish with a drop of blood and return the scroll to the owl which delivered it. September 17th, September 29th, October 16th, October 31st, November 22nd, sincerely, Rightstick, personal assistant to His High Lord Horick. Wow, Harry said. What is it? Tonks asked. Oh Draco, you know that thing I talked to your dad about when we left Gringotts? Harry asked. Draco looked at him curiously for a second before his eyes widened. It's about that, Draco asked. Yeah, do you think your dad would want a specific date for the you-know-what? Harry asked. I dunno. We really should owl him. Draco said. Draco, that will take forever, besides owls can be intercepted. Andy, Harry said. Harry's house elf appeared with a pop next to him, causing several Slytherins to gasp in shock. How may Andy serve Master, Harry? Andy asked, smiling wildly. Draco, do you have a piece of parchment? Harry asked. Yeah, here you go. Draco said, handing him the parchment and a quill. Harry quickly wrote a note. Dear Lucius, the goblins want to know what day I want to set for the case against my guardian. Here are the dates. Is there one you think I should select? September 17th, September 29th, October 16th, October 31st, November 22nd, HP. Okay Andy, take this to Lucius, Mr. Malfoy. Tell him it's urgent. Make sure he reads it and wait for an answer. Harry said, handing his elf the note. Yes sir, Andy will do as Master Harry says. Andy said as she disappeared with a pop. Okay Harry, what was that about? Tonks asked curiously. I'll explain later, Tonks. Please just trust me, the less people who know the better right now. Harry said. Harry, I'm sure we can tell her. Draco said. In the middle of the Great Hall when everyone is looking at us. Oh yes, that would be smart. Harry drawled. Well, I didn't mean now. Draco said sheepishly. Sure, Harry said. Mr. Potter, what is that bird doing sitting on the Slytherin table? Harry turned around to see an annoyed-looking Severus Snape walking towards him. Sorry sir, but the bird will have to stay until I send a reply. Harry said. So send a blasted reply and get it out of here. Your classmates are trying to eat. Snape said menacingly. Sorry sir, but they will have to put up with it for a little while longer. Harry said. Oh, why's that? Snape practically spat. Because we have to wait for a reply from Father. Draco said, jumping into the conversation. Snape eyed Draco curiously for a moment. What does your father have to do with this? Snape asked. Well, I kind of need his advice before making a decision. Harry replied. Are you so helpless that you have to bother competent people with every little thing, Potter? Snape said darkly. No sir. Harry said, narrowing his eyes. Well then, how about you man up and make your own decision? Snape said, now drawing the entire attention of the entire Great Hall. Because this decision will affect Mr. Malfoy as well, and I wanted to clear it with him first. Harry said. Do you have any idea how long a response will take? I will not have that blasted bird following you around all day waiting for an answer, Potter. Snape said as Andy popped back into the Great Hall. Here is Mr. Malfoy's response, Master Harry, sir. Andy said, handing Harry the note. Potter, you're forcing Hogwarts elves to be your personal owls. Detention for 1 month, Snape decreed. Actually sir, Andy is my personal elf. If you'll look closely, you'll see she has the Potter crest on her robes. Harry said. Up now Potter, you can't bring your own elf to Hogwarts. Snape said as he grabbed Harry's collar and pulled him. Sir, actually you can. Father passed a bill through the Board of Governors allowing the personal elves of students to reside in the castle. As long as the elf isn't called during class, the student is allowed to have them. Draco said, jumping to Harry's defense. Snape eyed the two before he quickly turned around and walked up to the head table. Harry watched with glee as Snape's face turned a deep shade of purple when Dumbledore began to speak with him. Eventually Snape just nodded and swept out of the Great Hall, his robes billowing behind him. Well, that was fun, Harry said sarcastically. Harry, the note. Draco said, pointing to where Andy was standing. Oh yeah, Andy, the note, if you please. Harry said. Andy handed the note over to Harry and said, will Master Harry be needing anything else? Stay for a moment longer, Andy. I'm not sure if I'll need to send a reply. Harry said as he opened the note. Harry. October 31st would be the best time for the hearing. Every case that day is before the entire Wizengamot as it is the fall equinox. I believe it could do Dumbledore a serious political blow to be shown as a poor guardian. We could use that momentum along with your presence, and support to stop Macmillan's Muggle-born education reform bill. If you have a problem with that date, then October the 16th. LLM. Draco, why does your dad sign his notes LLM? Harry asked. Lord Lucius Malfoy. Draco replied. Ah, you're going to have to explain that whole Lord thing to me a little later. I was going to ask this summer when Lord Macmillan was being a royal pain, but it slipped my mind. Harry said as he flipped the parchment over and wrote, that would be great. Thank you. Andy, take this back to Lucius. After you deliver it, you may return to doing what you were previously. Harry said, handing her the note. Yes, Master Harry, sir. Andy said before disappearing with a pop. Harry picked up his Gringotts letter and looked it over again. Blood. Why is it always blood? Harry thought as he placed the letter on the table and took a knife. He carefully pricked one of his fingers until a small amount of blood was on the tip. Harry then dropped the blood on the date. October 31st. The second the blood touched the scroll, it rolled itself up and the large golden owl snatched it with its talon before taking off. Okay, well, I've got class, Harry, but I want to know exactly what that was all about later today. Tonks said, getting up. Okay, enjoy Lockhart. Harry said. Tonks just rolled her eyes and walked away. I've got class also, so I guess I'll talk to you lot later. Ginny said as she followed Tonks out of the Great Hall. So what was that about? Draco asked quietly. Let's just say this Halloween is going to be interesting this year. Harry said with a grin. Huh. Oh, that's when it's all going down, huh? Wait, you're going to do it on the 31st? That's the equinox. The entire Wizengamot will be there. Draco exclaimed. Draco. Keep it down. Besides, your father wants to kill two birds with one stone. Harry hissed. Okay, Harry, you're going to have to explain this later because you aren't making much sense. Draco said. Sure he is, you just don't listen well, Draco. Potter is clearly bringing something before the Wizengamot on the equinox along with your father. They clearly have two things they want to accomplish, and you seem to know one of them. Blaise said quietly. Has anyone ever told you that you are a little too perceptive, Blaise? Harry hissed. Yes, actually. Blaise said with a grin. Harry could only roll his eyes. Harry had never been as antsy as he was during astronomy. He spent the entire lesson going over the positives and negatives about telling his secret to Blaise and Ginny. While he would have no problem trusting them with the information, neither of them had any occlumency training. While Draco and Tonks' training wasn't the best, they still had enough mental walls to know when their mind was being breached. Dumbledore also probably knew that Harry would tell them about his usage of legilimens. With that in mind, Harry figured that Dumbledore and Snape might stay out of their minds as they didn't want to end up on the wrong side of the Board of Governors. When the bell rang, Harry, Blaise, and Draco left the classroom and headed to the library where they met up with Tonks and Ginny. Harry led them to the same secluded table where he worked with Neville. Okay, Harry, spill. Tonks said. First, I need to know how your occlumency is going. Harry asked. Working on my 7th wall. Tonks said. Working on my 6th. Draco said. Harry looked at Ginny and Blaise. Ginny just looked confused while Blaise looked smug. I didn't know I needed occlumency to be friends with the great Harry Potter, but I've got 4 walls completed. Blaise said with a grin. Harry just stared at him in shock. You do? Harry asked. Please, you can't be neutral in pureblood society without protecting your mind. Blaise said. What's occlumency? Ginny asked. Defense of the mind. It's a way to detect someone who is trying to use legilimens on you. Harry explained. Legilimens? Ginny asked again. Legilimens is a way to read someone's mind, Ginny. I know of at least 2 people at this school who can do it. One of whom does it frequently. Harry said. Who? Ginny asked, horrified at the thought. Snape and Dumbledore. Harry said. No, I mean I could see Snape, but Dumbledore reads people's minds. Ginny asked in shock. Those are the 2 who have tried to read my mind. Harry said. Tried? Ginny asked. I have a way of blocking their attacks on my mind. I'm working on occlumency as well to keep them out. Harry said. How's your occlumency, Harry? Draco asked. Working on number 11, but I'm going to be so busy I don't know when I'm going to find the time to work on it. Salazar keeps pestering me about it. Harry said, mumbling the last part. Ginny, I'm sorry, but I can't tell you this secret until you have at least some occlumency. Draco, Blaise, Tonks, and I will help you with it, but you probably won't find out about this until after it's over. Harry said. Ginny looked like she wanted to argue, but the prospect of being tutored in occlumency made her simply nod her head in acceptance. Okay, I guess I'll do some homework at another table while you talk then. Ginny said with only a hint of disappointment in her voice. All right, bye Ginny. Harry said. Later Ginny. Blaise said. I'll join you when we're done. Tonks said. Me too. Draco added as Ginny picked up her stuff and walked to another table. Okay, what's going on, Harry? Tonks asked. Well, when Draco and I went to Gringotts this summer, they called me to speak with the director. Harry said. Again? Tonks said, astonished. What do you mean again? You've met with the director of Gringotts more than once. Blaise asked, astonished. Well, yeah, twice actually. Harry said. Okay, so what did he want? Tonks asked. Well, do you remember why they wanted to talk to me in the first place? Harry asked. Tonks scrunched up her face like she was really focusing, but eventually shook her head. Sorry, no, I forgot, she admitted. There was a fraud committed against my account. Someone had been intercepting my bank statements and keeping my financial information from me. Harry said. Oh, that's right, the goblin said it was a level 9 fraud or something, right? Tonks asked. Exactly. Well, when we went back this time, the goblins explained that they had completed their investigation, and they figured out who was responsible. Harry said. Well, who was it? Blaise asked, his eyes wide as saucers. Dumbledore. Harry said simply. No. Tonks and Blaise said together in shock. Yep, he is apparently my magical guardian. He used that title along with being the chief warlock of the Wizengamot to get my monthly bank statements transferred to the ministry, where he picked them up before they got to me. Harry said. I don't believe it. I mean, after everything you told us last year about him, I still hoped he was alright. I mean, Mum does nothing but sing his praises. Tonks said, shaking her head. Yes, well, hopefully less people will sing his praises when I have him removed as my magical guardian in front of the entire Wizengamot. Harry said. Merlin, Harry, this is going to be huge. I mean, no offense. I know you don't like your fame that much, but to the wizarding world you are the boy who lived. If you go head to head against Dumbledore, it'll be. I mean, the press alone will be all over this. I wouldn't be surprised if every paper in the world picks up the story on the front page. Blaise said. I don't really care, all I want to do is get him removed. Harry said. Wait, you said something about killing 2 birds with 1 stone. What were you talking about? Tonks asked. Well, Lucius wants to have the case in front of the entire Wizengamot so that Dumbledore will look bad, and so that I can say that Lord Macmillan's Muggle re-education bill is a waste of galleons. Harry said. So you were really going to go against Lord Macmillan? Wow. You sure like to make enemies, Harry. Blaise said. Okay, can someone explain the whole Lord thing? Harry asked. Okay, Harry, the Wizengamot consists of 3 main groups. The first group is the 10 ancient families in Britain. They are Black, Bones, Diggory, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Longbottom, Macmillan, Potter, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. The next group are old pureblood families with the title of Lord, Lady, or Baron. Lordship is a title which goes to a family for service to either England or the wizarding world in general. Draco said. So what's the difference between a lord and a baron? Harry asked. The title of Baron is for families who want to have a say in the Wizengamot, but haven't done anything to merit lordship. A good example of this is the Parkinson family. Their family has a lot of money, but no one has done anything to earn the title of Lord. In order to get a seat in the Wizengamot, they had to donate a lot of gold to the ministry in exchange for the title of Baron. Blaise said. So basically they bought their way into the Wizengamot. Tonks asked. Pretty much. Blaise said indifferently. How many lords and barons are there? Harry asked. Ah, good question. As of right now, I think there are around 70 or 80 lords and barons. Blaise said. Is that a lot? Tonks asked. Yes, that's just over half the Wizengamot. Draco said. So who makes up the rest of the Wizengamot? Harry asked. Well, there are always 75 open Wizengamot seats that anyone regardless of bloodline can be nominated for, but usually it's an influential ministry employee, someone rich, or someone with a close personal tie to a powerful lord or baron that is nominated. To be accepted into the Wizengamot, you only need to be nominated by another Wizengamot member, and approved by half the Wizengamot. That's one of the reasons why politics in the Wizengamot is so fierce. The traditionalist purebloods and the reformists are constantly fighting each other for open seats and legislative control. Right now the reformists, who are led by Dumbledore, have about 5 more members with 6 or 7 moderates leaning towards their camp. The traditionalists really don't have anyone leading them officially, but I think it's safe to say that Mr. Malfoy is probably one of the strongest silent leaders along with Baron Knott. Blaise said. Okay, that makes sense, I guess. So what happens if you are a lord for 2 families? Harry asked curiously. Well, then you'd have 2 votes. Draco said with a grin. But that's really rare. There hasn't been someone with 2 votes in over 3 generations. Blaise said, eyeing Harry suspicious. All right, well, if that's all, I'm going to go work with Ginny. Tonks said. Yeah, I've got some stuff to do also. Draco said as the 2 of them got up. Well, I guess I can do that transfiguration essay. Blaise said, still eyeing Harry suspiciously. Well, I'm going to go back to the common room to work on some occlumency before I have to meet up with McGonagall later. Harry said as he stood up, said bye to everyone, and left the library. Transfiguration Room, Hogwarts. Harry walked into Professor McGonagall's classroom and took a seat. A few moments later, McGonagall entered the room. Ah, Mr. Potter, excellent, you were right on time. McGonagall said. It wasn't a question, so Harry just stayed quiet. He was still a little tired from working on his occlumency. Are you all right, Mr. Potter? You seem a little tired. McGonagall asked. Yes, ma'am, I'm okay. Harry admitted. Well, do your best to stay awake, Mr. Potter. By the way, how was your first tutoring session with Mr. Longbottom? McGonagall asked. It was good. We worked on his essay for most of it. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised by it. Harry said. Well, I look forward to reading it then. McGonagall said as she handed Harry a theory test. Harry just nodded his head and accepted the test. 25 minutes later, he put down his quill and handed it over to McGonagall. McGonagall scanned his answers for a few minutes before nodding her head and putting the test down. Well, Mr. Potter, today we shall be working on transfiguring a quill into a book. Now so far you have only transfigured larger objects into smaller ones, or objects of about equal size. It is significantly harder to transfigure smaller objects into larger ones. You will need to master this as it is the first step to conjuring. McGonagall explained. Harry just nodded his head and accepted a large group of quills from McGonagall. He placed them on a desk in front of him, flicked his wand, and watched as the quill expanded into a book. Unfortunately, the book was only a few inches larger than the height of the quill and was covered in black feathers. Concentrate, Mr. Potter, McGonagall said. Harry put his wand down on the table and spent a minute thinking about a book. When he had a clear picture of the book he wanted the quill to turn into in his head, he flicked his wand again. This time the quill changed into the book Advanced Charm Theory. Excellent job, Mr. Potter, now try to turn the quill into a book you haven't ever seen before. McGonagall said. Harry nodded his head and proceeded to turn the quills into several books of varying size. Harry played around with the cover of the books, making them more original as he continued. He had just transfigured a book which he titled, 10 Easy Ways to Slaughter Gryffindor at Quidditch when McGonagall told him it was time to stop. Harry nodded his head and handed her his last book, which she quickly transfigured back into a quill. Friday, Charms Classroom, Hogwarts. Harry entered his last class of the week with a large grin on his face. After the class, Harry, Draco, Ginny, Tonks, Susan, and Blaise were all going out to the Quidditch pitch to play a 3-on-3 game of Quidditch. Harry wasn't sure what he was looking forward to more, seeing Blaise on a broom or the game itself. So looking forward to the game, Blaise? Harry asked with a grin. Shut up, Potter. Blaise mumbled. You know you don't have to play, Blaise. Draco said with a smirk. Ah, but what would Susan say, Draco? I mean, she is trying out for the Hufflepuff team. Harry said. Blaise just mumbled an insult under his breath, causing both Harry and Draco to laugh out loud. Most of the room was looking at them and Harry caught the eye of the little Asian girl, Su Li. However, as soon as the girl looked at him, she quickly averted her gaze. So that's the Li girl? Draco asked quietly. Yeah, that's her. Harry said. Something I should know? Blaise asked. Nothing much, Blaise. Draco and I are just going to talk to Su Li after class. Harry said. Blaze was about to ask why when Flitwick entered the room and all the chatter died down. "Hello everyone," Flitwick said with a bright smile. "Hello Professor," all the students said together. "Welcome to your first second-year charms lesson," Flitwick said with a wild grin. "This year we will begin to study the art of animation. Now can anyone tell me what that is?" Flitwick asked. Draco raised his hand along with a few Ravenclaws. "Yes, Mr. Malfoy," Flitwick called. "Animation is the process of using charms to cause an inanimate object to become active in some way," Draco said. "Yes, that is a very broad definition but essentially correct. 5 points to Slytherin. Does anyone else have an idea what animation is?" Flitwick asked. When only Terry Boot's hand was still up, Flitwick pointed to him. "Sir, animation is the ability to charm any object, three-dimensional or two-dimensional, to perform a lifelike action," Terry Boot said. "Excellent Terry, 5 points to Ravenclaw. Now Mr. Potter, do you think you could help me with a brief demonstration on animation?" Flitwick asked with a grin. Harry arched an eyebrow. Flitwick never had him help in demonstrations before, but Harry got up and walked to the front of the room. "Excellent, now do you remember that little animation battle we had last year?" Flitwick asked. "With the soldiers, sir?" Harry asked. "Yes, exactly. Now we will be using these instead of small plastic soldiers," Flitwick said as he summoned 2 1-foot-tall toy soldiers. Harry instantly recognized them as a toy Dudley had begged his father for several years ago. They were some sort of SAS commando dolls. "Now this is a little larger than the last thing you animated, but I'm sure you can handle it," Flitwick said as he pointed his wand at the doll and said, "Animatus." Harry did the same thing with his toy soldier. As soon as the spell connected, the soldier's shoulders seemed to slump and Harry grinned. Now the animation spell is very difficult magic as you need to maintain strict mental focus to control the thing you are attempting to animate, Flitwick said as he made his soldier drop into a fighting stance and throw several punches. Harry mocked Flitwick's soldier, but had his soldier perform a series of kicks. "Now Mr. Potter and I are going to have a short fight with our soldiers, please get someplace you can see," Flitwick said. While Flitwick was addressing the class, Harry was thinking of any way he could defeat his professor. Every time they had squared off in an animation battle, Harry had been beaten quick and embarrassingly. Harry began looking at his soldier and noticed that he had several small knives strapped to his chest. Harry grinned as he quickly came up with a plan to finally beat his favorite teacher. "Does everyone have a good view of my desk?" Flitwick asked. When everyone nodded that they could indeed see, Flitwick turned to Harry. "Shall we have them bow before we begin?" Flitwick asked. "Sure," Harry said as his soldier bowed. As soon as they rose out of their bow, Flitwick's soldier attacked by charging right at Harry's soldier. Harry had his soldier jump and throw a kick to Flitwick's soldier's head. Flitwick seemed to anticipate this though as his soldier ducked and rolled under Harry's. The fight soon intensified when Flitwick's soldier began to assault Harry's soldier with a series of punches and kicks to the face and sternum. Harry was starting to get embarrassed, his soldier was really taking a pounding. Flitwick's soldier dropped to the ground and tripped Harry's soldier, knocking him to the ground. As soon as Harry's soldier fell backwards, Flitwick's soldier climbed on top of him and began to relentlessly punching him in the face. As the class started to cheer, Flitwick's soldier proceeded to beat Harry's to a pulp. Harry felt his stomach churn. This was exactly what Piers and Dudley used to do to him. Feeling a sudden rage he had never felt towards Flitwick, Harry mentally commanded his soldier to draw his longest knife. Harry watched in glee as his soldier immediately complied and drew a dagger-like object from his belt. When Flitwick's soldier leaned in to strike again, Harry's soldier pushed his knife forward and drove it right through Flitwick's soldier's neck. The entire class gasped when they saw the end of the dagger sticking out of the back of Flitwick's soldier's neck. Flitwick clearly was also stunned as his soldier stopped moving completely. Harry used this to his advantage, and had his soldier push Flitwick's soldier off him. Once Harry's soldier had full maneuverability, Harry commanded it to relentlessly stab Flitwick's soldier. His soldier immediately complied, and before Flitwick could figure out what happened, Harry's soldier had removed the head of Flitwick's soldier. Harry grinned as his soldier held up the head to the class like a trophy before throwing it off the desk. "Well, that was something, Mr. Potter," Flitwick said, slightly shocked. "Thank you, sir," Harry said, still trying to force away the memory of getting beaten up by his fat cousin and his friends. Well, everyone take your seats, Flitwick said. Harry walked back to his seat and took out his copy of Advanced Charm Theory. As Flitwick lectured about animation, Harry tried to read. However, he could not completely get the picture of his soldier being beaten up while all his classmates cheered out of his head. As the class came to a close, Harry made a mental promise to never allow himself to be in that kind of position again. He would show everyone that he wasn't someone to be pushed around, not anymore. When the bell rang, Harry stood up and was halfway out of the door when someone touched his shoulder. He spun around quickly with his wand drawn. "Hey, chill out, Harry," Draco said as he looked at the wand that was pressed firmly between his eyes. Harry sheepishly withdrew his wand. "Hey Draco, what is it? Aren't we going to talk to Lee?" Draco asked. "Oh yay, sure, let's go do that," Harry said as he and Draco made their way over to where the petite Ravenclaw girl was packing up her things. "Hey, you're Sue, right?" Draco asked when they were close enough. The small Asian girl stopped packing her things and looked up at them with wide eyes. "Draco Malfoy," Draco said, extending his hand. Sue seemed to study Draco's hand for a good minute before she took it and shook it. "Harry Potter," Harry said pleasantly, extending his own hand, which she shook far quicker than Draco's. "SS Sue L. Lee. WW what do you www want?" Sue stammered out in a heavy Chinese accent. Harry just smiled at the girl, clearly making her even more uncomfortable. "Sorry, we just wanted to talk to you. Do you have time now or do you have another class?" Harry asked. I have herbology now," Sue said. "Oh, we'll walk you out there. We were going to go flying after class anyway and the greenhouse is on its way to the pitch," Draco said. "Yeah, good idea. Hey Blaze, do you think you can grab Draco and my brooms?" Harry yelled across the room. "Yeah, sure," Blaze grumbled as he walked out of the room. "So Sue, you're really good at charms. Why don't you ever say anything in class?" Harry asked as the three of them left the room. Why you don't say anything either, Harry," Sue said weakly. "I know, but that's because I already know all this stuff. While I guess it would be nice to take 40 house points a class from Flitwick, I'd rather just read." "Is that why you don't raise your hand, because you know all the stuff already?" Harry asked. I know some of it, but I couldn't have done what you did today," Sue said quietly. "You'll be able to do it eventually, I'm sure. Harry is just awesome at charms and transfiguration," Draco said. The three of them walked outside without saying a word. When they approached Greenhouse 4, Harry said, "Well Sue, I guess we'll see you later." Yay, okay," Sue said as she ran into the greenhouse. "That girl is really strange, Harry," Draco said. "Yeah, no kidding," Harry said as they made their way over to the Quidditch pitch. When Harry and Draco made it to the Quidditch pitch, they found a rather strange sight. Blaze was pacing back and forth in front of 3 brooms while Ginny and Tonks attempted to calm him down. "Hey Blaze, what's wrong?" Harry asked. The sound of Harry's voice caused the 3 people to look up in shock. "Potter, I don't want to do this," Blaze said quickly. "Oh come on Blaze, it's to help Susan, remember," Draco said. "I know that, but I'm not going to be much help if I keep falling off my broom," Blaze shot back. "Blaze, you're playing keeper, relax. You aren't going to be racing all over the pitch or trying to hit a bludger." "Now where is Susan?" Harry asked. "She went back to the Hufflepuff common room to borrow Hannah's broom for Ginny," Tonks said. "Ginny, have you ever flown before? I mean besides the first year flying lessons?" Draco asked. Ginny just rolled her eyes. "Yes Draco," Ginny said with a grin. "Okay, well if you need any pointers just ask Harry, Tonks, or I," Draco said with a grin. "Thank you Draco, you are my knight in shining armor," Ginny said sarcastically as Susan arrived with 2 brooms. "Here you go Ginny. I know it's just a clean sweep 5, but it's still a reliable broom," Susan said. "It's great, thanks Susan," Ginny said. "Okay, well I guess we should pick teams. Since Susan and Blaze are the 2 keepers, why don't you be the captains?" Harry put forth. "Good idea, I want Harry," Blaze said quickly. "I was about to suggest that since we are all here to help Susan, she should get the first pick," Harry said with a grin. "Why thank you Harry. Now who should I choose? I mean this is actually a tough choice. I've seen what Draco can do at Chaser, and Harry is the best seeker probably at the school." "No offense Tonks," Susan said. "None taken," Tonks said, waving her off. I guess I'll go with Harry. I think I remember Draco saying at the beach that Harry's best position wasn't seeker. Susan said. Harry smiled and walked over to stand by Susan. Well, I'll take Draco, Blaze said quickly as Draco smirked at Blaze's nerves and stood next to him. Well sorry Ginny, but I've never seen you play. I'm going to go with Tonks, Susan said. Tonks grinned merrily as she quickly joined Harry next to Susan. Okay, well I guess we've got Ginny, Blaze said. All right, let's go, Draco said as he mounted his broom and shot off into the air. The first few games weren't even close. After Harry, Susan, and Tonks won the first 4 games 10-2, 10-4, 10-6, and 10-3, they switched up the teams to make them fairer. Harry was now with Ginny and Blaze while Draco was with Susan and Tonks. The next few games were far more competitive. Ginny surprised Harry with how well she could actually fly. Harry, Blaze, and Ginny won the next 2 games game 10-7, 10-5, but Susan, Draco, and Tonks won the last 2 games 11-9, and 10-8. The last 2 games took over 40 minutes each, and by the time they landed, the sun was setting over the castle. That was actually a lot of fun, we should do that again, Susan said. Yeah, definitely, Blaze said. See, Blaze, Quidditch isn't that bad, Harry said as they entered the castle. Fine, it's not that bad, Blaze said. Okay, well I have to go down this corridor. Thanks for helping me you guys, I know I'll be able to make the reserve team this year, Susan said with a grin. No problem, Susan, Harry said as Susan waved goodbye and walked down a darkened corridor. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.